Chapter 601. Did he just laugh? Jean certainly saw it, despite having a face completely different from that of a human. His expression clearly exuded a sinister vibe. However, there was no time to dwell on such things, because in an instant all the strength he had trained for his entire life vanished. Jean couldn't even sense a trace of the aura and mana nearby at 10 stars. It was as if they had never existed. You must feel lost, Brother Jean, but you just have to retrieve it from the chaos. Naturally, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. But instead of despairing, Jean lifted his head and stared straight at the chaos. Anyway, there's no choice. Come to think of it, it wasn't such a bad situation. If Jean had arrived in La Ferosa a little later, he would have been attacked by that chaos monster without knowing why. Although he had lost his aura and mana, most of the formidable enemies Jean had fought until then had much greater power than his own. Fighting against stronger opponents and somehow winning was one of the things Jean excelled at. The chaos entity looked at Vaughn with a smiling face. He's very afraid of the sister goddess of battle. He reveals everything by rolling his eyes without thinking. Fear is a weakness. In that sense, chaos seemed very immature in Jin's eyes. Chaos isn't the only one who recognizes Vaughn's weakness in Jean. Sister goddess of battle. This situation is definitely purification, not training, right? Yes, I don't lie to train my brother. Indeed, that's something neither I nor the other brothers can do for you. Yes, I didn't ask because I thought Sister Goddess of Battle might have tricked me into training. So, since it wasn't training, I wondered if I could receive help from my brothers in case of emergency. Vaughn nodded. Of course, it's possible. The straps of the Chaos Extraction aid device attached to Jin's head loosened. Jean, who slowly sat up, lifted Sigmund. Habits are scary. Naturally, he tried to imbue the sword with lightning energy, but received no response. Even Sigmund felt heavy without the power of the aura that always supported the body. Chaos laughed again at that part. That means I'll never die fighting him. The legends couldn't directly hit Chaos, and if Jean was in danger, they could always save him. Of course, you won't be left crippled. Furthermore, if it damages me beyond recovery, the brothers will definitely avenge me. I will always personally witness the fight between Brother Jean and Chaos, so there won't be incidents like that. However, if that thing kills you through a method we can't get involved in, at that time, I will definitely seek revenge. The corners of Chaos's mouth, which had been subtly mocking, stiffened. He had the intelligence to understand the words, but does he have the ability to think just one step ahead? He kept revealing superficial intentions. Jean doesn't know exactly how much power Chaos possesses, but even the energy it stole from him was at a level close to 10 stars. Moreover, it possesses Chaos energy, so it is very likely to have been a formidable opponent even before Jean lost his strength. It was lucky for Jean that its intelligence was low. Are you going to fight right now? Yes, Sister Goddess of Battle. As Jean began to approach slowly, Chaos also spread its wings and rose. The shadow of Chaos covered Jean and Vaughn. The feeling of intimidation is no joke. Jean felt it even more, because he had lost his strength. Jean was even convinced that he would die if Chaos lifted its front paw and pressed down as if squishing an insect. A nervous laugh escaped Jean due to the trembling helplessness. Jin's combat prowess, which until just 30 minutes ago had engaged in sleepless sparrings with the battle kings of the tribe of legends, had truly disappeared. However, the confrontation between Jean and Chaos progressed somewhat strangely. The closer Jean got, the more Chaos backed away. Of course, it wasn't because Chaos was afraid to face Jean. It was because Vaughn was about 5 steps behind Jean, preparing for any unforeseen events. Is this what it feels like to fight with someone behind you? Vaughn's 2 eyes emitted a fiery bloodthirst toward Chaos. It was a gaze that quietly said, "Stay still and let Brother Jean gather his strength, then die quietly." Jean felt frustrated by Chaos only widening the distance. In the end, Jean started charging first. Chaos also tried to increase the distance faster, but when it met Vaughn's flaming eyes, Chaos was unable to move as it wanted. And Jean was surprised that it was so slow. A body that isn't assisted by an aura is barely more than a low-level martial artist. Anyway, Jean vigorously thrust his sword. He couldn't jump to Chaos's head, so his point of impact was Chaos's front feet. With all the force from his abdomen and a powerful strike, the downward slash produced a small, picturesque impact sound. Not a slash, not a metallic noise, not a dull thud, but a pretty pong. Once again, Jin's posture was broken. But that wasn't all. Even though Jean himself attacked, he even bounced back due to the repulsive force of the protective shield Chaos reflexively deployed. Cough! Surprisingly or unfortunately, only a day later, Jean opened his eyes. It felt to him like he had blinked just once. Ha! As soon as Jean woke up, he involuntarily sighed. Jean quickly understood the situation from the worried faces of his brothers looking at him. Brother Jean, you've awakened. Are you all right? Don't try to get up right away. Your bones aren't fully healed yet. Bones? Have my bones been broken? About 17. Normally, if it were your robust body, they would heal quickly, but now it will take some time. Only the bones and organs were damaged thanks to the training to the limit of his blessed muscles. If it had been another low-level warrior, they would have died instantly from the recoil of chaos. For Jean, it was a series of shocks. Still, I couldn't even perceive the moment I lost consciousness. It was frustrating, but memories of the countless battles he had endured until the end passed through Jin's mind. Jean has memories of enduring with sheer willpower in any situation, but such an unpleasant defeat. What happened to that guy? Well, no, it's fine. I asked the obvious. Chaos was sleeping in the middle of the training ground. Compared to a person, it seemed to have received a shock equivalent to not losing a single hair. It's not a situation where mental strength or willpower can make a difference. Even if an ant tried its hardest, it couldn't defeat a tiger. The distance between Jean and Chaos was almost of that magnitude. While lying down, Jean clenched and unclenched his fists, checking once again the state of his body. It seemed he could feel extremely faint aura and mana. The control that allowed him to move at his will had disappeared. It took him a considerable amount of time to realize it. Should I gather strength from the beginning and confront him? No, that would be futile in 3 years. Once he traversed that path, he might reach the destination faster than before. However, 3 years wouldn't be enough. As Jean reflected, the door opened and Vaughn entered. Sister Goddess of Battle. Unlike Jin's somber and serious demeanor, she had a slight smile on her face. I didn't know Brother Jean would have such a foolish look. I really made a fool of myself. It's embarrassing. I didn't mean that. As if unable to contain herself, Vaughn burst into laughter. Jean didn't resent her for teasing him. Instead, he felt relieved to see a humble side rarely seen among the absolute beings. Well, Sister Vaughn is immune to demonization, so even if it reaches extremes, doesn't she become desolate inside like my father or Ron-Nim? Vaughn looked at Bradamanti, who lay beside Jean. It was a little strange, since Brother Jean naturally chose Sigmund instead of Bradamanti before facing chaos. It seemed that the intelligent Brother Jean missed something so simple. What do you mean? Don't tell me? Yes, Brother Jean. You've only lost your aura and mana. It means your shadow energy still remains. In an instant, Jin's face flushed. The other legends couldn't contain their laughter, making Jean feel even more embarrassed. Jean hadn't thought about the shadow energy because he had the feeling of having lost all his aura and mana. How foolish I've been to forget about this. I thought you were pretending to lose your shadow energy just to catch chaos off guard. As usual, a lump of shadow energy formed in Jin's grip as he lay down. Jean let out a heartless laugh at seeing it. If I had faced him with the shadow blade, the result would have been the same, but the process would have been different. I'll confront chaos as soon as I feel better. In this fight, I couldn't even figure out his approximate power at all. True. And even though it's invisible to my eyes and those of other brothers, you should be able to sense the power he took from you, Brother Jean. The key was to fight and regain strength. The more Jean regained his original strength, the more naturally chaos would weaken. The recovery ended after 5 days. Jean, along with his brothers, returned to find Chaos lying in the training ground and lifted his sword. Chaos reluctantly raised its head, as if expressing exhaustion. There were 2 reasons why Chaos was so relaxed. First, because Jean was incredibly weak, and second, because even after inadvertently harming Jean, the legends did not retaliate. Therefore, Chaos planned to continue postponing its death by making Jean faint every time it attacked. Ha'am. After yawning profusely, Chaos lay down to take a nap again with the protective shield on. Doesn't it know that I have shadow energy? Or does shadow energy not pose a threat even if it knows? In any case, Jean should check it out. Jean approached Chaos with confidence, and with Bradamanti wrapped in shadow energy, he struck the protective shield with all his might. Kayak! As soon as the shadow energy touched the protective shield, Chaos jumped and blinked. Chapter 602, he looked like a startled cat jumping up like a drawn bowstring, though the Chaos body was too big to be compared to a cat. Kwung dash! When the Chaos fell onto its back, an earthquake shook the entire training ground. Jean took a step back with just the slight tremor that occurred. He certainly reacts sensitively to shadow energy. Yona, Amala, Gleek, etc. Almost all the Chaos Jean had experienced either greatly feared or harbored deep resentment toward Sodaret's power. The first Chaos derived from Helurum was no different. The creature had opened its eyes as if they were about to pop out at any moment, and it breathed ceaselessly. One couldn't see it, but it seemed like the Chaos was even breaking out in a cold sweat. Oh, this time. It looks like Brother Jean is making a move from the beginning. Brother. Well done. Keep it up. Give him a real beating. The legends who had come to watch the match, with refreshments and alcohol prepared among the audience, clenched their fists and cheered. Also this time, Vaughn kept a distance of 5 steps. Coo! However, it wasn't easy for Jean to close the distance with Chaos again. Contrary to how the Chaos had been distracted or looked at Vaughn until now, the Chaos now exuded clear hostility toward Jean. Jin's legs didn't move, as if he had faced Tessa's strong pressure. He was either terrified or had lost the will to fight. It wasn't a mental issue. The reason Jin's legs stiffened was purely the real pressure created by the Chaos's fighting spirit. How dare you! The Chaos immediately seized the fighting spirit as Vaughn spoke in a low voice. Instead, it complained of unfairness with a tremendously gloomy voice unique to Chaos of different ranks. Squirm. NNG. The voice of the different rank Chaos had a certain penetrating power that penetrated into the depths of humans. It wasn't just because they were strong beings like the demon god Orb and Gleek that broke human will to fight with just screams. The same happened with the first Chaos that slipped away from Jean. Even Jean felt pity for the whining sound in broad daylight. Insane. Am I feeling sorry? What am I thinking? Especially Jean couldn't help but react more sensitively to the creature's voice. What constituted the creature wasn't just chaos. It had naturally intertwined with Jin's inner self upon acquiring its energy. In other words, there was a kind of inner connection between Jean and the creature, which made them feel each other's emotions more intensely. That's why when Jean approached the creature to strike again, he had to constantly control his emotions. One should never pity the creature. It was only a threatening existence to be eradicated. Keying. What do you mean? Key. Noisy. Shut up and take Brother Jin's sword. On the other hand, the Chaos considered this situation absurd. The human tried to eliminate it, but with Vaughn confidently watching his back, the situation seemed reversed. All the more so because even though the Chaos appealed to Vaughn, all it got in return was cold, haughty treatment. Indeed, the Chaos intended to release Jean as long as he didn't try to harm it. Initially, it should have become one by devouring Jean, but now that they were separated, it thought each could live their own life. The Chaos didn't even perceive that it had taken over Jin's power. It felt that it was originally its possession. The Chaos began to distance itself from Jean, and he found himself in the dilemma of chasing the fleeing creature. And the fleeing Chaos agonized over why Jean had shadow energy. Jean thought about how to get rid of that superficial, unpleasant fellow. I'm sure the shadow sword is a threat to him, but my body doesn't respond well enough to open the shadow sword. Whoosh! Jean gritted his teeth. He couldn't properly strengthen his body just with shadow energy. Jean released the shadow energy armor. The Myelta rune couldn't be used due to lack of mana, but it was impossible to open Bradamanti. Should I learn to strengthen my body with shadow energy? I also don't know how long it might take. If I'm not careful, my aura release might go wrong when I recover my aura after mostly using shadow energy. Jean never thought there would come a time when he would miss the aura filling every vein so much. It was strange to imagine filling the empty dantian and operating organs with shadow energy instead. At first, it seemed like Brother Jean had just hit him, but there's no difference. Can this be called a fight? I feel really sorry for Brother Jean. Our powerful brother has become so weak. Don't say such negative things. If you keep saying that, Brother Jean might never become strong again. However, as time passed, Jean and Vaughn began to understand this battle at a completely different level than the others on the training ground. It's as the sister goddess of battle said. I'm still far from closing the gap with her, but I'm beginning to feel little by little the strength Sister Vaughn spoke of. Like a hidden light in thick fog, Jin's energy, which Chaos had taken, softly shone throughout Chaos's body. It was only visible in Jin's eyes, and it seemed that if he clung to it, he would crash against Chaos like a wave. Damn it! It's risky to let the sister goddess of battle break that damn shield for me. Just hitting the shield could cause problems with the strength she has. Sister Vaughn must be quiet because that worries her. That's what Jean thought. However, it's not just that. Vaughn also felt a strange sensation as he kept 5 steps away from Jean. Is there some kind of resonance between Brother Jean and me? The light heart of the tribe of legends and the power it contains can be amplified in response to Vaughn's power. That was why the Battle King's light hearts shone especially when Jean first visited the gods of Battle Hall in La Ferosa. The legend called the phenomenon resonance of the gods of battle. Jean also has a light heart, so he can resonate in the same way, but not now. Right now, Brother Jin's light heart won't have the slightest energy left for resonance. Why? Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, Vaughn grabbed Jean by the shoulders. Sister goddess of battle? Brother Jean, don't you feel it? What? Ha! Jean stopped walking. Thanks to Vaughn strengthening him with the resonance of the god of battle, Jean could now feel the same sensation as her. It seems that the power of the goddess of battles is connecting with me. It was also an unfamiliar sensation for Jean. However, it wasn't the first time. Island 32 of the Bluebird Archipelago. My brother Paytel, whom I want to kill, Did you dare to think you could descend into my grave? Something similar happened on the archipelago, where Joshua's clone was first killed. That day, the memory of the thunder god Graham, that remained, in Sigmund resonated with the sword and strengthened his lightning energy. A similar sensation enveloped Jean. It seems I can help you after all, Brother Jean. Goo! The sky spread out of nowhere, as if engulfed in a tidal wave. The entire training ground was filled with blue lightning energy. It was a phenomenon that occurred when Vaughn spread her energy. Kek? The chaos misunderstood that Vaughn had changed her mind and thought he was trying to harm himself. Whether Jean was harmed or not, but that wasn't the case. If that were the case, the chaos would have shattered just from Vaughn's energy. The reason Vaughn released her energy was to send it to Jean, just as God grants divine power to humans. She had never lent her energy to others like this, but he trusted that Jean would be able to accept it. The chaos crouched in fear, still not understanding the situation. Jean shuddered at the sensation of rebirth. Like sparks scattering, light emerged from Jin's chest. The light heart began to flash again with luminous blue energy. Even in Bradamanti's black sword, soaked in shadow energy, there was blue energy. Jin's body, which had been as heavy as a stone, became much lighter, and it seemed he could cut through the chaos's shield. Now, I suppose I can fight properly. How the two of them came to resonate, how they will cultivate this new form of transmission in the future, and what problems there are with the resonance. It's not too late to think about these issues when this battle is over. After all, there's no way Jean will die or be crippled while fighting chaos. I recently found out I'm on borrowed time. It was quite surprising. Feel it, chaos. Now you're on borrowed time. Shock dash. Even the seemingly endless protective shield felt much closer, as Jean closed the distance with just 2 leaps. Jean wielded his sword with eyes almost full of joy, but Vaughn stayed back again at 5 steps from Jean. As for the chaos, it went berserk and leaped. Kai-af. Jean was knocked back once by the chaos's roar, but he didn't faint as before. It's quite bearable. It's not like last time where I'm going to take such a beating. Of course, the power shown by the chaos was only a small fraction. However, now the chaos had become a target Jean could pierce through, not an impenetrable wall. Bradamanti managed to pierce a part of the chaos's protective shield. Surprised by Jin's sudden increase in strength, the chaos couldn't immediately restore the shield, and Jean, seizing the opportunity, attacked. Slipping through the protective shield, Jean dodged its forearm's reflexive movement and aimed at the instep. On top of the foot was a bulge of energy that originally belonged to Jean. Jean quickly jumped onto its instep before starting to wrestle in earnest. Like grabbing a fallen object, Jean reached out for the energy. Jean felt as if he were savoring the sweetness of a delicious fruit after days of hunger, awakening his entire bloodstream in an instant. He could feel his lost strength entering the dantian. The power recovered from chaos was about 10% of aura. The moment of joy lasted briefly. As the energy returned to his body, consciousness abruptly cut off again, like a broken thread. However, unconscious Jean wore a smile of happiness, as if recovering something precious. Chapter 603. It's been over 15 days since Jean entered La Ferosa. Jean, who had opened his eyes, stopped counting how many times he had woken up from fainting. Well, at least this time I woke up feeling refreshed. This was thanks to him regaining 10% of his strength just before fainting. In fact, Jean not only felt fine, but he also noticed that his whole body felt light. The regained aura was naturally infusing strength throughout his body. Brother Jean has awakened again. It seems you regained some of your strength at the last moment, and the recovery is really fast. The brothers approached and handed him water and cacto, a traditional snack from the legends. How long has it been this time? 5 hours. 5. It's been a while since I regained some of my strength. But I really don't remember how I got knocked out. You didn't faint because of the chaos attacks, Brother Jean. As Vaughn entered, the legend stood up and bowed courteously. Originally, they had always been polite with Vaughn, but after being scolded the other day, they were showing true military discipline. The reason Brother Jean lost consciousness was not his attack, but the resonance of the god of battle. According to Vaughn's explanation, the reason Jean passed out was some kind of overload phenomenon. Jean couldn't handle his power. Just before you collapsed, my energy suddenly resonated with you at an extremely fast speed. The fact that the resonance of the god of battle started, and the fact that the resonance amplified so quickly that even half of it was out of control. It all happened regardless of his intentions. Has this never happened before? No. First of all, the resonance of the god of battle was not fully achieved even though you had an optical heart. Yes, I remember too. Jin's light heart formed when Vaughn's blood was transfused to him during his first La Ferosa training. Afterwards, he tried spontaneously a few times to fight the resonance of the god of battle, but unlike other legends, Jin's light heart didn't respond too much to Vaughn's power. I've been thinking about what could be the reason. Even though I have a light heart, wouldn't it be because my body is fundamentally different from my other brothers? I thought that too. Auras also deduced that. But today, seeing the unexpected rise of the resonance of the god of battle, I am convinced that there must be another reason. What kind of? In terms of a bowl, you were always full. That's why there was no room to add my strength. It could be. Also, since our bodies are fundamentally different, you couldn't resonate with the power of the sister goddess of battle, said Boris, interposing himself between them. He had an excited expression with sparkling eyes, as is usual with researchers making new discoveries. But this time Brother Jean lost all his strength, so there is room for it. Haha. Brother Boris, what about the body? That part is particularly interesting, Brother Jean. Tup. Nap. Boris quickly pressed Jin's whole body with his fingers. Didn't you say that when you were engulfed in Gleek's subspace chaos and the blood of the goddess of battle resisted it? At that time, it's clear that the blood of the sister goddess of battle changed Brother Jin's body to be able to survive. Evolution, so to speak. And his resonance is completely different from the form that is unique to our species. It should be seen as the resonance of the god of battle of the legends. And Jean Runcandle, not the resonance of the god of battle and the warriors of the tribe of legends. What's the difference? It means it's a clue to completing the legendary martial arts. Legendary martial arts? Boris's words sounded a bit scammy somehow, but he couldn't help but feel intense curiosity. Come on, have you heard of synchronizing with the god of battle? It's the first time I've heard of it. Another god of battle that existed before the current sister goddess of battle. Brother Nana, the great warrior of the legend tribe. It is said that he was able to give all his strength to his son, Kaka, through the god of battle fusion. At that moment, the 9th Battle King Baba nodded proudly. Baba was a descendant of Nana, a great warrior of the legend tribe. Brother Nana couldn't give that power to the other brothers either. It was only possible to have a normal resonance. Anyway, Brother Kaka, Brother Nana's son, received all of Brother Nana's strength and became the next god of battle. If power transmission could continue in that way, the current god of battle would be Baba, not Vaughn. Nana and Kaka were very special cases in the history of the legends. And this story belonged to the ancient legend, from the legend's perspective. It was no different from founding myths or epic hero tales found in any culture. So, I believe that the sister goddess of battle and Brother Jean are also capable of using the same martial arts as our great ancestors. It might sound a bit speculative, but it had only been 5 hours since Jean experienced fusion with the god of battle. Also, Vaughn didn't add anything more, as if he agreed with Boris's opinion. If I could use Sister Vaughn's power, chaos still sleeping in the training ground is not a problem. Furthermore, it will be difficult to find an opponent for Jean in the human world. But things aren't going to be so simple. Even if it's a really feasible martial art, it seems there will definitely be a price to pay. You haven't said anything about that, have you? Definitely? The side effects are that the sister goddess of battle couldn't control the resonance and Brother Jean fainted. I see. Get ready, Brother Jean. Let's go straight to the training ground. Vaughn met Jin's eyes and said, it wasn't for a direct rematch with Chaos, but to go to the training ground in order to make several attempts at fusion with the goddess of battle. Okay. Sister goddess of battle. Chaos, who was deeply asleep in the middle of the night, jumped up and showed a suspicious look when Jean, who had fainted, ran to the training ground with the legend in just 5 hours. Rue. Although he had won the previous fight, from Chaos's point of view, he showed a more hostile look towards Jean since 10% of his aura had been stolen. As always, Vaughn killed the Chaos spirit with a glance. Go to the corner to sleep or play alone. Spend the rest of the time alone. Rue. Jean thought Chaos looked pitiful once again as he watched him go to the corner. I don't think it's that bad. No, it formed from Hilurum and Glyek in the first place and took away all my strength. Damn it, I still feel a strong sympathy for its psychology. He's pretending to be pitiful. Although Jean tried to think that way, it wasn't easy. Indeed, Chaos was crouched in a corner, looking at Jean and the legend with very pitiful eyes. He wondered what they would be doing. Specifically, earlier Jean had suddenly become stronger with the power of the god of battle, and had threatened himself, so he couldn't help but worry more. Anyway, Jean managed to look away from Chaos and started to focus on Vaughn. Ugh! After a while, a glow illuminated Jin's heart. However, the light hearts of the other legends remained the same. Just as Brother Boris expected. This is certainly an exclusive resonance of Brother Jean and mine. I haven't elevated the resonance of the god of battle yet. That's true. Our hearts don't shine, right? Only the hearts of the sister goddess of battle and brother Jean shine. The legends looked at the two of them in turn as if curious. Jean also smiled as he felt Vaughn's energy filling his whole body again. It's an energy that seems to be several times greater than the 10% of power regained. If Chaos doesn't have an ace up its sleeve, I think I can finish it off immediately. At the same time, Jean was also anxious. It was because, regardless of Chaos's attack as before, he might suddenly faint as a side effect of the god of battle fusion. And Vaughn tilted her head, as if wondering about something. But it's strange. Why does it only happen in the training ground? There was no response in the hospital bed. Did the sister goddess of battle activate something when you came to the training ground? No, I didn't do anything. The resonance started as soon as I was trying to remember the feeling of the fight between you and that guy. Ki. At that moment, Chaos let out a pitiful cry, as if asking something of Vaughn. And Jean sensed that there might be some kind of relationship between the guy and the god of battle fusion. No way. Vaughn didn't think the same as Jean, but Chaos's cries were annoying. First Battle King and Second Battle King. It's hindering the training more than I thought. We'll immediately move it to the second training ground. Baltarok and Lamora immediately approached Chaos with somber faces. How dare you interfere with the sister goddess of battle's training? Even if you didn't have Brother Jin's power, it seems like an immediate judgment. Follow me. Chaos was terrified and had no choice but to follow their lead. And Jean silently watched Chaos as he left the training ground. Jean hoped his intuition was wrong. Ha! Damn it! But unfortunately, Jean felt the resonance between him and Vaughn loosening as soon as Chaos left the training ground. The same thing happened with Vaughn. Sister goddess of battle, I suppose. I felt it too, Brother Jean. First Battle King and Second Battle King. Bring it back. Shortly after, the two Battle Kings brought Chaos back to the training ground, and Jin's light heart shone again with intense light. Ha! What happened? Is the resonance between the sister goddess of battle and Brother Jean related to Chaos? The legends, who were watching, scratched their heads in confusion, and Boris said, the god of battle fusion was achieved through Chaos, and Chaos, like the first time, was very cunning. He unconsciously smiled when he realized he had become valuable to them again. Punk! He averted his gaze with a groan at Vaughn's following words. Chapter 604. Boris was burning with enthusiasm due to his continuous new discoveries. If the god of battle fusion is achieved through the chaos medium, then the ancestral brothers Nana and Kaka might also have something to do with the first chaos. It's a very historical discovery. As for her, Vaughn directed her gaze to Boris. Chaos looked at Jean and burst into laughter. Jin's anger surged. Wow, I'm pissed. A feeling of swelling in the stomach. When Jean stepped forward, Chaos bared its fangs and took a step back. Hey, can you talk? Ki, you know what I'm saying? And you're cunning. However you look at it, it doesn't seem like you wouldn't know how to use the language. Explain yourself right now. Why are you influencing the god of battle fusion? Chaos simply shook its head as if it didn't know what it meant. That must also be because of the blood of the god of battle, Brother Jean. Brother Boris. As I said before, the blood of the god of battle brother resisted the chaos during the battle with Glyek and achieved a kind of change or evolution. And at that moment, not only the blood had changed, that chaos. It must also have been affected by the blood of the god of battle. The blood of the god of battle and chaos. Boris determined that both had mutually changed their natures while intertwined in Jin's body. Just as the blood of the god of battle resisted chaos, chaos clashed with the blood of the god of battle, and a kind of connection was created between them. Originally, the two forces tried to blend within you, but they failed. It ended without one side completely invading the other. However, the struggle had returned to a chaos victory decision. If Jean hadn't reached La Perosa, he would have been destroyed in less than a month by the hidden chaos. In other words, both the blood of the god of battle and chaos accepted part of each other's nature and were in a state of transformation. But now, There is naturally God of battle fusion since there is a close presence where two energies can react at the same time. Boraz was saying that Von Aura had attributes that were compatible with both damaged chaos and the blood of the god of battle. Yes, I am a genius. To come up with these thoughts in an instant. The fifth Battle King brother is clever. According to the fifth Battle King brother, it seems to explain it to a certain extent. The reason why the god of battle fusion is only used when the bastard and the sister goddess of battle are nearby. Nana and Kaka are the only related cases, but there is no detailed record, and therefore the god of battle fusion is a legendary martial art of which there is no theory left. So they had no choice but to infer and experiment. Brothers, take the chaos away again. At Boraz's words, Baltarok and Lumora brought chaos back out of the training ground. Indeed, as soon as the chaos moved away, Jean and Vaughn felt the resonance ending again. By bringing it back into the training ground, the resonance began again. The same phenomenon did not occur only in the central training ground. They toured all parts of La Perosa and repeated the same experiment, but the results were always the same. This proves it. Boraz opened a notebook in which he briefly noted the process of the experiment and the results. About 500 meters, regardless of the location, if the distance between the brothers and chaos increased beyond that, fusion would not occur. For god of battle fusion to occur, all three must be within 500 m of each other. During the experiment, Vaughn raised a question. It was a question about distance doesn't matter, and if chaos can manipulate god of battle fusion at will. The experiment on it was resolved by covering the chaos's eyes, blocking the rest of the senses as much as possible, and adjusting the distance together for a long time with Jean and Vaughn. The conclusion was that chaos did not have the ability to control god of battle fusion. The only thing that matters is the distance. Regarding the fact that in the first battle with chaos, god of battle fusion did not occur, Boraz concluded that it was because chaos energy, blood of the god of battle, and Vaughn's energy took time to provoke fusion. As the experiment progressed, chaos became more triumphant. Without me, he wouldn't be able to achieve god of battle fusion. That kind of attitude. Brother Jean. Yes, sister goddess of battle. Now that I think about it, our goal is to purify your chaos and regain your strength, not to acquire unexpected legendary martial arts. That's right. Then let's end the god of battle fusion experiment here. You better gear up to finish him off. I think the same, sister goddess of battle. Boraz was saddened that the legendary discovery had ended like this, but he did not oppose Vaughn and Jin's decision. It's a pity as a blacksmith and researcher, but it can't be helped. Still, just in case, even after dealing with chaos, it is an established fact that Brother Jin's blood has changed anyway, so maybe we can still find a way to achieve god of battle fusion. It was a mysterious matter in its own way, so fortunately it wasn't a waste of time. What are you going to do, Brother Jean? Are you going to start fighting him again today? Or do you need a break? At that moment, Chaos had no choice but to become pale. Things are going completely differently than what Chaos expected. I'll start right away. Anyway, Jean could continue to use God of Battle Fusion until he put an end to Chaos. First of all, when the three are within 500 meters of each other, God of Battle Fusion manifests automatically. Puzz. Vaughn's energy began to flow towards Jin's illuminated heart. Since he had already regained 10% of his strength, Jin was incomparably stronger than in the previous battle. As the fight was about to begin, Chaos turned its head ashamed. But there is no one to stop the fight, and there is nowhere to run. The only thing Chaos could choose was to counterattack. Vaughn also kept her 5 steps this time, preparing to protect Jean, so that even if Jean fainted due to God of Battle Fusion overload as before, there would be no problem. Chaos could never win this battle. FZZZZT-. Of course, it was Jean who rushed first. Bradamanti, imbued with lightning energy and shadow strength, now had the same power as before. It was thanks to Vaughn's energy added to the 10% recovered aura. Chaos was oppressed by Vaughn's bloodlust, so it couldn't even recklessly counterattack. It continued to form a protective shield and back off. Somehow, I feel like a villain. Fortunately, Jean was able to get rid of that unpleasant feeling shortly thereafter. There is a bond between Jean and Chaos that connects each other's inner worlds. Through it, Jean could be sure that Chaos was really pretending to pity. Chaos got irritated when plans went wrong. Damn human, you're nothing on your own, but you mess with monsters like this. As soon as Jean heard Chaos's sound in his mind, he widened his eyes and made eye contact with Chaos. Plutonians cannot hear that sound. You alone are nothing? Does the guy who took away all my power think that? It was a series of absurdities for Jean and irritation for Chaos. Hey! It would have been fine if we could each live our own lives together. As for this, I also have an idea. Mercy is over. Still, it's a shame to end it like this. So hit first, with the powerful claws of this body. If Chaos's thoughts hadn't been transmitted, Jean wouldn't have been able to avoid the Chaos's claws attack that followed in the next instant. It was a speed that the current Jean couldn't react to even if there was a 10% synchronization between Aura and God of Battle. How did you dodge it? You're attacking exactly as you thought. Is it luck? No, did you dodge it again? Jean managed to go beyond evasion and pierce its side. Before Chaos, panicked, reflexively pulled its body away, Jean also took away 10% of the mana attached to its side. Damn it! You took away my strength again. Ugh! Bradamanti struck him on the forehead. Jean couldn't cut due to lack of strength, but there was a dull thud of the blow. How's that your strength, huh? To Chaos's stomach, whose posture collapsed as he wrapped his head in pain. Jean threw his sword again with all his might. Kaya! Meanwhile, Jean regained the 10% aura he had pinned to his abdomen. Oh! Brother Jin's energy is increasing. By the way, didn't Brother Jean just say something as if he were responding to something? Is that so? Anyway, if that's the case, he'll recover everything soon. Right? That's what the Plutonians observing said. The strength Jean had already gained during the day was 20% of his aura and 10% of his mana. I understand how Murakan feels. When I lost my power, I felt like the whole world had disappeared, but when I started to regain it, it was so refreshing. And apparently, unlike me, he can't read my thoughts. Jean didn't know why there was such a difference, and it didn't matter too much. What matters is the movement that remains to him. Just a few minutes ago, Chaos thought it had an ace up its sleeve. Chaos was going to use that method while venting its anger against Jean for as long as possible. But the situation wasn't going well, so it had to pull it out right away. Humph, now you won't be able to get help from those monsters. Chaos spread its wings. Jean jumped and tried to attack, but suddenly stopped moving when he saw Chaos's body disintegrating into particles. Chaos's shape is changing. Transformation. Vaughn showed her anger at Chaos's sudden action, but even she herself had no way to stop it. Vaughn couldn't directly strike Chaos. Instead, as Chaos's form dissipated, Jean was able to instantly acquire more strength than he had left in the air. Chaos seemed to have endured so much damage, but it didn't reveal its thoughts. To be precise, Chaos's interior was no longer being transmitted to Jean. As soon as Chaos changed shape, the natural sound of the mind was completely cut off. Chaos's transformation soon completed. About 10 seconds later, Jean and the Plutonian tribe could only tilt their heads as they confirmed Chaos's transformation. That? A door? Is it a door? Door. The way Chaos transformed was a door similar to the one Dante saw in the past when he was trapped in a white stone. Chapter 605. Jean and the legends gathered in front of the Chaos-turned gate. Vaughn displayed her frustration, but the Chaos showed no reaction, as if it had truly become an inanimate object. It seems Brother Jean has won. Has it fled? Calling it fleeing doesn't seem right. It's more like the Chaos itself has become the gate. Quite a peculiar fellow. From what we know, it could be the first Chaos. This time, even Jean hesitated to enter. His thoughts were blocked. It's not that he's not speaking. It's that he's completely cut off once he becomes the gate. The last thing Jean felt within the Chaos was that this gate was his ace. Brothers, I've just been able to read the thoughts of the Chaos. That's why I've been able to easily handle its attacks. As Jean explained the situation, A sigh escaped the legends. I thought it would be easily resolved thanks to the god of battle fusion, but it seems we've encountered another challenge. Still, since Brother Jean recovered his strength much faster than I thought, there must be a way. The god of battle fusion hasn't risen yet. The god of battle fusion wasn't completed, even after the chaos turned into a gate. However, unlike the other brothers, Jean and Vaughn rather thought it was a problem. It was because Jean didn't know when he would lose consciousness, and Vaughn was still forcibly transferring her energy to Jean. Brothers, it seems it's time to think it over, so let's first go somewhere else and discuss it. Jean and the legends left 2 ordinary warriors as guards and left the training ground. He doesn't show it, but Sister Vaughn seems a bit tired. The goddess of battle Vaughn. Originally her energy was practically infinite. However, as she herself said, her prime has passed. She lost some of her strength even at the time when the legends were on the verge of extinction 5,000 years ago, and she weakened even further after passing her true energy to Jean several times. Therefore, for the current Vaughn, the god of battle fusion was a kind of forced amplification, and it was somewhat exhausting. She couldn't control the energy as she wished, and the effectiveness of Jean accepting power from her wasn't good. The other legends couldn't even imagine that Vaughn could tire just from transferring her power. Naturally, the eyes of all the legends were focused on Boraz. Brother Fifth Battle King? Can you guess something this time? Yes, Brother Fifth Battle King is a genius. He must have thought of something, right? Boraz awkwardly laughed and scratched his head. Well, I don't have a clear idea either. The god of battle fusion, Brother Jean reading the thoughts of chaos turning into that gate. It's all unheard of. Let's observe for a few days and collectively think about what to do. A week had passed since chaos turned into a gate. Meanwhile, Jean spent his days training or participating in various experiments with his brothers to understand how the gate worked. However, he only discovered 2 definite things. Firstly, only Jean could enter the chaos gate. Any attempt by another person was met with strong resistance. Secondly, not even with the Shadow Blade could he force the gate. Any attempt at attack caused the gate to briefly blur like water before quickly regaining its original form. Most of the power Jean had lost was still tied to the chaos. It wasn't visible to Jin's eyes, unlike when chaos took the form of a dragon, but he could feel. He refrained from trying to attack chaos with the lightning energy combined from the legends, fearing it could harm their united strength. The Phoenix Tess, who had always been a solution in those moments, couldn't be summoned. After all, La Ferosa was a dead world. In the end, Brother Jean has no choice but to go through the gate. That seems to be the case, Sister Goddess of Battle. After all, the last thought it transmitted to me was that I could no longer receive help from my brothers. Entering the unknown trap wasn't difficult if you strengthened your determination. The problem was that after entering through the gate, if something unbearable happened to Jean, it was very likely that his brothers couldn't help him. In any case, the legends decided to gather in front of the gate and wait. Jean, just like when he embarked on a journey, carried a backpack full of provisions. Ah, is it really okay to send Brother Jean like this? Brother Jean, it might be difficult to accept, but even if you lose some strength, what if you travel with the other brothers? I can't do that, brothers. Ah, I said something stupid. Didn't want to say something without considering your feelings. Why explain all that? I understand. Don't worry too much. Maybe things will work out better than expected inside the gate. I'll be back. Good luck, brother. Even when you enter, I hope that the power of Sister Goddess of Battle will continue with you. The legends felt as if they were sending a child alone to the sea. Jean waved to them as if to reassure them, but he also felt uneasy. Whoosh! As soon as he stepped on the other side of the gate, the landscape suddenly changed. I expected it to some extent, but it's similar to when I entered Gleek's subspace. The surroundings filled with grotesque darkness, and only Jin's silhouette could be distinguished. Now, such subspaces were not particularly new to Jean. Do I proceed blindly? The moment Jean thought to that extent, he heard a grave and somber breathing coming from somewhere. You come. It was within the first 10 seconds of Jin's entry into the subspace. Jin, trying to find the direction of the voice, instinctively looked up and immediately was stunned. Madness. It was because he encountered chaos. Even when chaos was in the training ground, it was already huge, but now it was different. A single eye was large enough to overwhelm Jin. For a moment, every fiber of Jin's being tensed. But he quickly wielded Bradamanti, striking the chaos's huge eye that seemed about to engulf him. Crack! It was like being struck by an ancient eternal steel. But the one who received the impact was Jin himself. With that single blow, he could clearly discern one fact. At that moment, he had no chance of defeating chaos. The god of battle fusion hasn't even been severed yet, but there aren't even any scars. Jin couldn't be sure even before losing his power. The best course of action was to retreat. Far from things turning out better than expected, the situation was even more dire than when Jin first extracted the chaos. God of battle fusion, that's what you call it, right? That monster's power resonates with the remnants of me remaining in you. So I had a pretty hard time. It was an even more desperate turn of events. In the training ground, Jin unilaterally read Chaos's thoughts, but here it was the opposite. Chaos was spying on Jin's most intimate thoughts. Jin quickly turned around, but there was no trace of the gate. It was absurd to think that he hadn't even taken 5 steps beyond the gate. This is the worst. Even after considering all scenarios with my brothers, there's nothing worse than this. Bang! Jin felt dizzy from the blow that seemed to make his body disappear. It was the result of Chaos's enormous front paw sweeping him away. Last time, you didn't get to taste the powerful blow of my front paw. Bang, bam. The bones and organs throughout his body shook with that single blow, and blood spurted from every hole in his face. If Jin hadn't been protected by his shadow energy armor, he would have died instantly. There was no surge of anger, no pain. It was simply baffling. This kind of deception doesn't even exist in scams. Exactly. I felt the same. It was great when I was the one getting beaten up by that monster, right? What does it feel like when it happens to you? I don't think I want to hear that from someone who stole all my strength. Jin said calmly, but inside he felt like his head was spinning. Are you wondering why the gate disappeared and how to get out? Once again, a powerful swing of the front paw. The area was too vast to avoid it. Even if it was smaller, the speed couldn't be avoided. Jin rebounded, barely kept consciousness. Jin never thought he would feel that sense of powerlessness even after regaining almost 30% of his strength, and even the god of battle fusion. There was no gate. If that was the case, he had to make one. Fortunately, Jin had experienced something similar in the past a few times. Shadow energy enveloped Bradamanti. Here, that power is no great threat to me either. Is that so? Jin spun Bradamanti not towards chaos, but towards the empty space one step ahead. Like a lie, the space tore apart, and an exit formed. Through the gap, he could see Laferosa's training ground and even his waiting brothers. Didn't you read that I used the Shadow Blade to escape from a subspace like this? Did he not read it? Or did he intentionally leave an opening even though he knew? It wasn't something to worry about now. After escaping, he could think about the aftermath. Jin, who suddenly darted into the crack opened by the Shadow Blade, burned with a spirit of fighting more intense than ever, apart from his urgency. I'll get stronger and end you for sure. Swoosh! Just before Jin could escape from the crack, hundreds of black thorns suddenly formed in the air and pierced through him like arrows. Chaos had created these thorns in the brief opening, savagely attacking Jin, but they couldn't penetrate the shadow energy armor. Ugh! Brother Jin? You're back already, right? Brother Jin, you're bleeding. Brother Boris. Hurry and treat Brother Jin. Thud. As Jin collapsed on the training ground floor, the legends rushed to him, shouting. Jin could barely hear their voices. Instead, Jin stared at the opening through which he had escaped, lying face down, until he was about to lose consciousness. With a fanatical look promising retaliation, no matter what. I'll kill you, no matter what it takes. And Chaos, unlike its previous behavior, stared fixedly at Jin beyond the crack with a stern expression. When the crack quickly closed upon Jin's escape, chaos muttered to itself. "Heh, come again. Stupid bastard." Chapter 606. How many days have passed since I passed out? As soon as Jin opened his eyes, he could see his brothers looking at him with their usual worried faces. "You're awake, brother Jin. I've lost count of how many times I've heard that. I'm tired of losing consciousness. How long has it been this time?" 2 days. Haha. A sense of defeat or anger. Those emotions burned within Jin's chest. Splash. No matter how many times Jin drank the cold water offered by Nada, there were no signs of the heat dissipating. The more Jin thought about it, the more he felt like he was going crazy because he hated chaos. "What the hell happened in there? I didn't expect you to come back 1 or 2 minutes after entering." "No one else, brother Jin. Tell us what happened for now." I entered and it was his subspace. It was even larger, right in front of me, and it knocked me out with a single blow. It even read my thoughts, just like when I was outside. There wasn't much to explain. The outcome was decided in a single blow. He even said there that my shadow energy wasn't threatening at all. That damn bastard could talk. He even taunted me, asking me how it felt to receive a powerful blow from the front paw. "I've never felt so helpless." "Is it really your first time?" Vaughn spoke as she sat by the bed where Jin lay. While Jin and the other brothers took the situation seriously, unlike them, Vaughn seemed to find it amusing, sporting a subtle smile. "When you first came here, most of us considered you a naive genius. Probably because you hadn't faced many defeats outside, and we assumed your mental strength would be weak. Sister goddess of battle. But the truth was, brother Jin, that you were someone familiar with defeat. When you arrived at La Perosa, you couldn't help but be defeated by the other brothers until you left." "That's true. So, don't give this defeat any special meaning." Jin felt like he was waking up. As Vaughn mentioned, she had already experienced numerous defeats. She had faced despair and absurdity countless times greater than being drained of her strength by chaos. In particular, compared to the time before her regression, when she fell into the curse, the current situation was somewhat manageable. "Brother Jin." "Yes, sister goddess of battle. Let me ask you one thing. Do you still want to deal with him on your own, without mine and the others' help?" "Yes, that's right." "Then you will train from now on." Vaughn decisively reached a conclusion. "The time given to you is 3 years, and within that time, I and the other brothers will personally train you to be able to defeat him. And you will have a rematch with him when you reach a certain level." Unlike Jin, the legends did not experience chaos in the subspace. They had no choice but to deduce their martial arts based on Jin's explanation, and the gap in progress was so large that they couldn't know it accurately. One thing was certain. For the moment, Jin considered himself at a level where he could be easily defeated. It wasn't a matter of training for a day or two. It meant Jin had to be prepared for death every time he entered the subspace. I don't know if it was luck or if there were other reasons. Today you came back alive, brother Jin. Even if you lose in the next battle, you just have to survive and escape. Of course, it was dangerous, but the legends remembered what Vaughn had said. "I'm worried about brother Jin." As Sister Goddess of Battle said, training is originally something that can lead to death. If brother Jin wants to fight alone, there really is no other solution. Jin and the legends seemed to agree with Vaughn's opinion in an instant. Furthermore, other brothers will also train with brother Jin. Then, Sister Vaughn, when do you think my next rematch will be? A month later. It was an insufficient time to close the gap. Even the legends seemed to question if it was okay to be so fast. But Vaughn stood firm. You will fight again in a month to gather more information about him. Reconnaissance, evaluation, combat, escape. As only brother Jin can do all this, it will be a long and dangerous battle. Everyone, move to the second training ground. That month became the most hellish time of Jin's life, and it really was just the beginning. I never thought there would come a day when I wished the next day wouldn't come because training is so painful. Ugh. As he vomited his gastric juices, Jin's whole body became covered in goosebumps. The training of the tribe of legends was incomparably tough compared to that of humans. However, the level of god of battle was higher than that. The other members of the tribe of legends also looked at each other in a near-death state. However, they quickly regained their energy after a few hours of rest, and Jean continued training with the taste of persistent death. Vaughn. She relentlessly informed Jean that the scheduled rematch was imminent. Brother Jean, take a day off and enter through the door tomorrow. So today's training is over. Jean misunderstood her words as an instruction to rest by entering the door. So Jean left the second training ground and headed to the central training ground, of course. Vaughn thought Jean was going to the room to rest and tried to enter through the door, but was stopped by Tantel and Shaku, who were on guard duty. If those two hadn't been there, he would have faced chaos again. Brother Jean, are you entering through the door to rest? Sister Goddess of Battle couldn't have said that. This is part of the training. We'll check, so wait a moment. He fainted. Oh well, let's take him to his room. When Jean opened his eyes again, it was a familiar ceiling. Sister, the god of battle told me to enter through the door and rest. No, there's something strange. Did I hear it wrong? As soon as Jean regained consciousness, Vaughn laughed at Jin's dazed appearance as if finding it amusing. Then, as Vaughn's eyes met Jin's, she wiped her expression and said this. Come on. It's time for the second battle. As always, all the brothers were waiting at the door. Having just gone through hellish training, the legends were as sharp as honed swords. Jean had only slept for a day. Naturally, the fatigue hadn't dissipated, and his body felt heavy, as if submerged in water. Jean had to wage the second battle in that state. At this point, it seems that Sister Goddess of Battle is determined to kill me. Blind faith in the brothers, especially in Sister Goddess of Battle Vaughn. Without that, Jean would have shouted that this was madness. I'll be back. Good luck. Come back alive, Brother Jean. When Jean entered through the door, the same thing happened as last time. Darkness spread from nowhere, and Jean heard his voice. Oh, are you here? Swoosh. As soon as Jean faced chaos, he felt all the accumulated fatigue replaced by anger. It was time to confirm the results of the infernal training. Jean returned through the door exactly 3 minutes later. Well, you bastard. When are we going to have a real fight? Yawn. I'm getting bored. Yawn. Once again, chaos taunted Jean to the fullest before the crack of the shadow blade closed. Brother Jean has returned alive. Brother Fifth Battle King. Give him treatment. The legends made a fuss, but Vaughn simply spoke calmly. 3 minutes, much better than last time. Sister Goddess of Battle, but Brother Jin's injuries are more severe than last time. I think he got out of there by luck this time too, but it's better to postpone the third battle. No, we will proceed with the third battle as planned in a month. Brother Fifth Battle King. Use whatever means necessary to ensure Brother Jean can train from tonight onwards. For Jean, it was as if there were two demons. The chaos on the other side of the door, and Vaughn on this side of the door. Instead, Jean felt a strange sensation along with anger. Somehow, Sister Vaughn is quite confident that I will never die. Am I wrong? There was no time to think seriously. Indeed, Boris healed Jean, so he could move from that night on, and the infernal training resumed immediately for a month. I'll be back. The idiot showed up again. Last time you were lucky to escape, right? Today, you'll die. Jean returned without dying. 2 minutes and 34 seconds. It's actually shorter than last time, but the wounds have decreased. It seems that Sister Goddess of Battle's escape training for the past 2 months is starting to show its effect. Brother Jean, the battle time was shortened because you escaped at the right moment, right? A similar pattern continued in the fourth battle, which took place after another month. On all occasions, Jean was easily defeated, and chaos seemed to miss Jean by a narrow margin. 3 minutes and 57 seconds. Hee. Come at me 100 times. 4 minutes and 12 seconds. No. That's why you can't even cut one of my scales. 12 minutes and 36 seconds. Also, this time Brother Jean came back with only a broken arm. Just one? You call that just one? Would you like to have a broken arm? Now you're pretty good at dodging powerful blows from the front paw, aren't you? But what to do? I haven't even shown you my ultra-powerful tail blow yet. 18 minutes and 27 seconds. You're running away again. Next time, I'll make sure to send you to the afterlife. The day they recorded 18 minutes and 27 seconds marked the passing of a year. From that moment on, Jean faced chaos with some mental composure. It was still very small, but hope had begun to appear. You always miss me. I've been silently watching you for the past year, and you've only talked about it. See you in a month, wait with your neck out. Save my strength well. I hate you. I hate you. Ebabeb. Jean laughed for the first time without realizing it. It was the first time in the past year. Oh, Brother Jean has finally come back without major injuries. Any effective hits? Not yet. I managed to dodge some deadly blows, but I haven't dealt any significant damage. Where's that, Brother Jean? Great job. That day, the legends were celebrating seeing Jean return unharmed. Some brothers couldn't help but shed tears, remembering the horrendous training Jean had endured during that time. Vaughn also ruffled Jin's hair and praised him for the first time. Good job, Brother Jean. In your next fight, you'll be able to truly intimidate him. I believe so too, Sister Goddess of Battle. I have regained more strength from him, and I think I will reach the pinnacle of the ultimate shadow sword technique that I am mastering. After responding like that, Jean looked at the empty space behind the door. Suddenly, Jean wondered what Chaos would be doing there when he wasn't around. Chapter 607. You've taken quite a while this time, haven't you? Chaos raised its head and spoke. Today, on the first day of October 1801, Jean had entered Chaos Domain 3 months after their last encounter. It was the first time he had engaged in battle in a month. I've brought you a gift. Jean replied quietly. That calm response was imbued with a deep hostility towards Chaos. To those who could discern such deep enmity, Jean would seem almost like a demon. A gift. Over the past year and 3 months, Jean had undergone significant changes. Through challenging battles of the past, he had regained almost half of his strength and accumulated new power through training. However, until now, he had not become a match for Chaos. Even the record he achieved in their last bout, a battle lasting 18 minutes and 27 seconds, could barely be considered a proper fight. Most of the time, he focused on evading and ultimately retreated. However, Jean believed today would be different. Well, have you brought a toy for me? Chaos snorted. Ultimate Shadow Sword Technique. Has he come after perfecting the technique he used to think about every time he fought? In this space, Chaos could read Jin's thoughts. That's why, in every battle, Chaos would gain information about all martial arts Jean was learning, including the ultimate Shadow Sword technique, and easily thwart him. He didn't even need to do anything to be accurate. Even the technique that seemed somewhat decent he hadn't executed entirely because it lacked the power he possessed. Until now, what had irritated Chaos was solely Jin's sheer enmity. Just by sensing that enmity, Chaos felt uneasy. Chaos rose and looked at Jean. As always, in its eyes, Jean seemed weak enough to be killed simply by squeezing with its forelegs. However, after a while, Chaos felt Jin's enmity suddenly fading away. Oh, what's this? Have you realized it's no longer effective against me? And that wasn't all. Not only that, along with the decrease in enmity, Chaos realized Jin's inner thoughts were no longer readable. It was also the first time. What have you done? Jean didn't respond. Suddenly, Bradamanti appeared in his right hand, dyed black by shadow energy, and Chaos couldn't help but be surprised to see it. It was because Chaos hadn't perceived at all the moment Jean unsheathed the sword. An ominous premonition sent a chilling shiver down its spine, and its scales stood on end. What is this? Shock. Chaos swiftly swung its foreleg, but it didn't feel the impact of a solid blow. Even swinging its foreleg again or hastily striking the surroundings with its tail yielded the same result. Where did he go? No matter how much it turned its head, Jin's figure was nowhere to be found. It was as if Jean had never entered this space. There's no trace of him opening the door and fleeing. Therefore, if chaos released its energy throughout the space, Jean would inevitably be caught. However, chaos was worried about a problem that might arise if it did so, but now wasn't the time to be so relaxed. Chaos vision suddenly became blocked. My eyes! For a moment, chaos had no choice but to mistakenly believe it had gone blind. This subspace was originally composed of chaos, but chaos color and outline and Jin's body were not covered by empty darkness. But not now. Even though chaos put its forelegs and tail in front of its face or turned its head to look at its wings, all it saw was absolute darkness. Invisible. Only then did chaos realize what had happened. Jin's hostility hadn't disappeared. It had just been blocked, as if its vision had suddenly vanished. Chaos didn't even have to think about what was blocking them. Shadow energy. In an instant, chaos energy that composed the entire subspace was shrouded in shadow energy. It seems that this time it affects even you. When Jin's deep voice was heard again, chaos twisted its body reflexively. Chaos couldn't tell from which direction it started. At that moment, chaos was explosively releasing energy in all directions without any concern. But it didn't even feel the sensation of striking Jin. Since the dawn of life, darkness had never shed the symbol of terror, even once. That's why chaos, for the first time, was enveloped in fear. Hey, wait. How is this possible? This is my territory. Finally showing your true panic-stricken self, huh? This bastard. Oh, I suppose you can't read my thoughts in this state either? If you had kept your mouth shut, I wouldn't have known. It was a sign that chaos vision was blocked when the ultimate shadow sword technique was unleashed. The sign naturally colored the subspace. From the moment Jin decided to use the ultimate shadow sword technique, and from then on all his senses dulled without chaos realizing it, and it was at that moment Jin drew his sword. Chaos hadn't noticed Jin's sword because it had let its guard down. Thanks to that, I've gained more confidence. During the past year and 3 months, the shadow sword technique, which had plunged Jin into despair countless times, was beginning. Ultimate shadow sword technique. First move, first night, the darkness enveloping chaos deepened. Though chaos opened or closed its eyes, only infinite darkness disturbed chaos' mind. Its mind felt distorted. It wasn't a feeling. Chaos was aware that its known senses were fading away one by one like flickering candles. After sight, the sensation of moving its body, the feeling of the air touching its skin, the sense of sound reaching its ears. All these senses were fading away. It was as if it had become an inanimate object. Despite the overwhelming fear, it couldn't even express its frustration. No sound came out, as if its throat had suddenly closed. Chaos couldn't see, move its body, or emit any sound. Couldn't even feel the struggle to wriggle. Chaos couldn't do anything but die, like a puppet with its strings cut. Thoughts. Even thoughts? The last thing to be blocked was consciousness. The darkness covering all sides was eroding chaos' mind like water. It desperately tried to cling to its fading consciousness, but it was futile. No! With that thought as its last, all of chaos' senses and consciousness were extinguished. However, it couldn't be in a more vulnerable state. Chaos had been in a state where no matter how much it was attacked, it couldn't wake up, and it couldn't even feel the pain of the impact. Swoosh! Finally, Jin's figure emerged, slowly approaching chaos in the darkness. Unlike chaos, Jin was capable of recognizing exactly what he was doing. Chaos remained motionless, gripped by the curtains of shadow energy. It's different from when I used it with Sister Goddess of Battle. I'm able to succeed like this only because he was nothing more than a strong demonic creature. Jin observed chaos for a moment. Jin didn't relax. It was because he was so exhausted that he couldn't do anything else for a moment while unleashing his ultimate shadow sword technique. Certainly, as the brothers said, the shadow sword feels more like an ability than a technique. Ultimate shadow sword technique, first move. First night is based on the first shadow sword technique, Soul Slash. By the way, didn't you say that the Soul Slash is the beginning and end of the shadow sword? Yes. Then, even if you master the Soul Slash, does it mean leaving a sword mark only 100 steps away in this training field is the limit? If you only master the soul slash, that's the limit. However, when you reach the pinnacle of the martial art called the Shadow Sword, the soul slash isn't a technique but becomes an ability. The conversation Jean had with Garmond when he began training for the Shadow Sword in La Ferosa. Back then, Garmond had said that if Jean reached the pinnacle of the Shadow Sword and executed a soul slash, he could end the life of anyone weaker in will than him at any moment. The first night could be considered an intermediate stage leading to the ability to wield the soul slash at that level. If Chaos had a stronger will than Jin's, the outcome would have been completely different from now. Whoa! Jean took a deep breath, adjusting his posture. It was time to end Chaos and put an end to this long nightmare. Swoosh! Slash. Jean leaped through the darkness of the Shadow Sword enveloping the surroundings, wielding Bradamanti. Each time, flashes of sharp black energy cut through Chaos. Like shattering glass, Chaos' body broke into pieces. Jean had never landed a single blow on Chaos until now, but as soon as he mastered the ultimate Shadow Sword technique, he effortlessly slashed Chaos. The feeling of having easily defeated Chaos filled Jean with both helplessness and excitement. It was also the pleasure of finally regaining his power. Every time Chaos' body was cut into pieces, one by one a piece that shone like mineral was revealed, all of which were Jin's strength that Chaos had stolen. Jean snatched them away and replenished his energy, increasing the speed of his sword strikes. In no time, Jean was able to recover all the strength Chaos had stolen from him. Jin's eyes widened at the power filling his entire body, and what he saw right after was Chaos' body disintegrating beyond recognition of its original form. When the first night technique ended, I was overcome by such intense exhaustion that it eclipsed the feeling of having regained all my strength. No, if I tire out like this now. Jean still wasn't convinced he had put an end to Chaos. It almost seemed like it, but there was still plenty of room for Chaos to recover. And in a matter of seconds, the fear became reality. You, damn! Chaos, which had reformed before anyone realized, now floated in the air, staring fixedly at Jean. Fortunately, it was incomparably weaker and smaller than before. On the other hand, Jean was only temporarily exhausted, so if he could overcome this crisis, he would undoubtedly secure a complete victory in the next battle. Bastard! Chaos descended and thrust a punch at Jin's chest. Jean managed to block the first three, but the fourth was inevitable. The fourth punch aimed at his face, and if it connected, his head would disappear. Jean gritted his teeth and raised his sword, but it was a little too late. As he stopped, for some reason, the punch ceased to move before Jin's eyes. If it hadn't stopped, it would have ripped off at least half of his face. Seizing the opportunity, Jean could have opened a rift with the Shadow Sword and escaped, ensuring victory in the next battle. However, Jean suppressed the impulse to do so and made eye contact with Chaos. You can't kill me, can you? Chapter 608. Get lost! Chaos yelled. There wasn't pressure like before. Chaos now had a body roughly the size of a wolf, and even that seemed difficult to maintain as it kept shrinking every moment. As Jean carefully chose his words, more punches flew towards him. Although he managed to dodge them again thanks to a brief opening, continuing to face off in his exhausted state was unreasonable. Now that I think about it, in the last battle there were always moments when Chaos could have killed me. Attributing it solely to luck seemed strange. However, Jean couldn't be sure that Chaos wouldn't kill him. Only now was the fact clearly revealed by stopping the punch at the crucial moment, but there were more than one or two times when Jean was on the brink of death. I better get out first. Jean never knows when Chaos will change his mind. Jean used the last of his shadow energy to open a rift to La Ferosa. Before leaving, Jean looked at Chaos, which was roaring unstably. Oh, are you leaving so quickly this time? Brother Jean, have you finally defeated that guy? It's too soon to say I've won. I used the ultimate Shadow Sword technique to weaken him and regain my strength. Come to think of it, I can feel a powerful aura back in you. Congratulations, Brother Jean. Furthermore, since he's weakened now, it's over in the next battle. We should prepare for a celebration soon. As the brothers shouted excitedly, Jean felt uncomfortable for some reason. The long-awaited victory is right in front of me. But why do I feel so bad? As Vaughn approached, Jean explained the situation he had gone through inside. Seeing the punch stop at the end made me think he couldn't kill me. Before I thought it might be possible, but… Sister Goddess of Battle? Did you know anything? Rather than saying he can't kill you, it's more accurate to say he won't kill you. At Vaughn's words, the legends tilted their heads. He won't kill me? Yes. Explain, please. When you visited his subspace for the first time, Chaos's internal thoughts were also transmitted to me. Vaughn's gaze reached Jin's illuminated heart. So far, they could use the god of battle fusion if both were together within 500 m of Chaos's gate. The god of battle fusion was a kind of resonance, and the catalyst triggering it was Chaos. Jin's goddess of battle blood mixed with Chaos's and caused changes. As a result, Jin and Chaos could read each other's thoughts in a certain area. And the resonance wasn't limited to Jin and Chaos. Like Jin, Vaughn had also established a connection with Chaos, thanks to his inherent characteristics. The resonance between Chaos and me only occurs when you create a rift and escape from Chaos's subspace. Just like there, you could only read Chaos's thoughts. Therefore, Vaughn had read Jin's and Chaos's feelings after each battle. In the process, the information Vaughn discovered was as follows. First, Chaos couldn't escape from the subspace on his own once he's in gate form. Second, Chaos was awaiting Jin's arrival. After Vaughn explained these things, Jin seemed to understand why Vaughn had vehemently urged for a duel. She was sure Chaos wouldn't kill Jin. The reason wasn't another. Because he feels lonely. Chaos has been forced into his territory, but there he feels extremely lonely. Moreover, only you can go to that place, so if he kills you, he'll be alone forever, brother Jin. Titich, you run away well. Next time, I'll definitely send you to the afterlife. This time you took a long time, didn't you? What? Did you bring a toy for me? Suddenly, Jin remembered some of the things Chaos had said. Most were taunts and jeers, but sometimes Chaos subtly revealed expressions of loneliness. Did he mean it? He had developed sympathy for Chaos. Of course, it was a strange emotion. Just recently, Jin's feelings towards Chaos were closer to hatred towards a mortal enemy. But even after Chaos received such a tremendous blow, knowing he couldn't win next time, he still stopped the punch at the end. In reality, he had been hoping someone would come to kill him in that dark space. Jin couldn't help but feel sorry. And I think at some point you must have known he wasn't killing you. Just that you couldn't think more about it because of your anger towards Chaos. It was as Vaughn said. It wasn't just anger. It's Chaos. It also stole all my strength. So, to me, it was a target that needed to be punished regardless of its mood. He wasn't a good opponent to fight. Not even a bit shaken by compassion and other emotions. He was so strong that even if Jin fought in a well-prepared state, he couldn't win. Vaughn nodded slowly. Yes, that's true. That's why I didn't stop you from fighting him until you could win. It seemed like it would be of great help to your training, and indeed it did. One of the greatest drivers of human growth is hatred. During the past year and 3 months, Jin had dedicated himself to training and fighting with a deeper anger than ever before. The result was the first movement of the ultimate shadow sword technique, First Night. Moreover, today he had regained all his former strength, and the accumulated aura and mana remained intact. Purely in terms of power magnitude, Jin had already reached 10 stars in both aura and mana. Jin completed his ultimate technique and reached the last part of the 9 stars in shadow energy. Swoosh! Suddenly, Jin's and Vaughn's light hearts radiated an even brighter glow. As always, it wasn't a phenomenon that both Jin and Vaughn desired. Coup! An unexpectedly huge force surged in Jin's light heart. Jin would have fainted after a few seconds if he hadn't regained his original strength just a moment ago. Now he could endure it. Although fatigued, the energies flooding his body again absorbed Vaughn's power like trees welcoming rain after a drought. The problem lay with Vaughn. Vaughn stumbled momentarily because the force released was so enormous that it was incomparable to before. Sister Goddess of Battle! Sister Goddess of Battle! The legends panicked and rushed to Vaughn. She raised her hand as if to reassure them, but her face showed signs of exhaustion. There's no need to complain, brothers. Let's leave the training field. As soon as they moved 500 m away from the training field, the god of battle fusion was cancelled. Now that I think about it, now that Brother Gene has regained all his strength, can't we bring down the gate? If you do that, the god of battle fusion phenomenon will disappear, but since that wasn't Brother Jin's purpose in the first place, there's no need for Brother Gene to intervene to defeat chaos. Boras responded to Nada's words. Brother Gene. Yes, sister goddess of battle. What are you going to do? Are you asking if I want to kill chaos? Yes. The eyes of the legends focused on Gene. Vaughn remained expressionless, while other members of the tribe of legends seemed divided in their opinions. Some wanted to eliminate the first chaos immediately, while others suggested watching for a while, considering its pitiful state. Brother Gene, this is a matter you must decide, but I think sparing his life might be a good idea. Brother Boris, what are you talking about? That thing is the first chaos. Now that Brother Gene has regained his strength, we should get rid of it quickly. We don't know if it has any hidden power, and leaving it alone could cause problems later. Yes, it may seem regrettable, but we know better than anyone how dangerous the first chaos is. Right? I can't even admit it's regrettable. If Sister Goddess of Battle hadn't taken it away from Brother Gene in the first place, he would have killed Brother Gene. I know, but chaos is valuable as a subject of research. The enemies Brother Gene dealt with outside also use chaos's power, and we can study the god of battle fusion only with that chaos. Everyone. When Gene spoke, the legends stopped talking. First of all, my problem isn't completely resolved yet. I've regained my strength, but Gene rolled up his sleeves. There are still black spots here. It seems his strength has weakened, so they're milder. Then, if you kill him, they'll disappear completely. Just to tell you, we can't directly enter Chaos's subspace, but getting rid of the gate is a piece of cake. He gave me many chances for some reason. The eyes of the legends widened. Whether because Chaos felt lonely or because his only pleasure was playing with me like a toy, he can still kill me anyway. But he has spared my life many times, so I would like to give him a chance. No, Brother Gene. Since when have you become so merciful? It's not just for that reason. As Brother Boris said, it's worth studying him. Apart from the god of battle fusion, we might find something from him that could be useful when we face chaos in the future. The brothers, who had fiercely opposed until now, nodded helplessly as Gene made his decision. Of course, if he shows any sign of resistance, I'll eliminate him immediately. If that's Brother Jin's decision, then we have no choice but to follow him. Well, it's not something that doesn't make sense. I'll focus on recovery over the next 2 days and re-enter through the gate in the best possible condition. Whatever form it takes, the final decision will be made then, so be patient. During the next 2 days, Gene was able to rest properly after a long time, and he gave the others, who had been working hard, a chance to rest. But during that time, Vaughn would often go alone to the empty training field. Vaughn was seen sitting quietly in front of the gate leading to the subspace, as if listening to chaos. Can you hear inside chaos? Sister Goddess of Battle. Vaughn. She shook her head and answered, No, I can't hear it because there's no rift created by you, Brother Gene. She had an incredibly bitter expression. She too seemed to be hoping that Gene would kill chaos. Chapter 609. Thanks to Miss Valeria and the cat tribe, it seems like the world of the small beastmen is being cleansed smoothly, said Kashmir, setting down his teacup. The barrier ability of the cat tribe is astounding. They're successfully achieving the complete purification that even Run Candles and Zipple struggle with. Quicantle nodded. On the table where they sat, there lay a letter from Gene to Valeria. The content was about aiding members of the cat tribe in finding the forgotten temple of the ancient feline gods. As per the letter, Valeria was currently searching for a forgotten temple with the cats and was making rapid progress. Last time, Valeria mentioned that she might be able to further enhance the purification efficiency by combining the divine power of time with the barrier ability of the cat tribe. Do you know about this, Kashmir? Yes, I've heard about it too. As time goes by, Miss Valeria is becoming more open to us, sharing quite a bit of information. She even plays with the children. Still, it's a bit difficult to interact with her comfortably. It's like handling a knife. Should I say it's like seeing a cold-hearted Jean? Anyway, the key to adding the divine power of time to the barrier abilities of the cat tribe lies with Enya. This will only be possible if Enya can better handle the divine power of time. Miss Enya is training with fervent dedication every day, so it should happen soon. Dr. Qual's development is progressing smoothly. By the time Jean Nim returns, many things are likely to change. However, Kashmir's eyes narrowed. I'm concerned that everything is going too smoothly. I'm especially worried about the entanglement between the imperial family and Zippel. For now, we can't delve deeper into it. Timar's left arm. Currently, not even Valeria's record magic could pinpoint the location of the part of his body in the possession of the imperial family. It's unknown whether it remains solely owned by the imperial family or if it's being shared with Zippel and a new technology of the demon men is being researched. However, based on the situation, it was possible to guess. Kashmir concluded that it had already been shared with Zippel. Although Zippel has been so busy lately, pouring efforts not only into purifying the Lutero-Magical Federation but also into cleansing the lands of the Empire, it's not just to atone for sins, Kashmir commented. The purification of the Empire carried out by Zippel was primarily advancing in the eastern region near the Lutero-Magical Federation. Once the purification of the eastern part of the Empire is completed, and when Zippel regains strength, it's likely that the imperial family will decide to join the Lutero-Magical Federation along with the eastern regions. Expanding the territory of the Lutero-Magical Federation may not have significant meaning, but what's crucial is the technological experience in demonization. If we can't find and kill the leaders of the imperial family, that will happen. What we need to focus on is strengthening the barriers of the cat tribe before Jean returns and applying their barriers to the human world once the world of the small beastmen is purified. Yes, I'm very much aware of it. Anyway, we can only hope that Dantanim provides us with information about the demon men. Let's wait and see. The Garden of Swords, the Tana brothers were sitting in the central courtyard and smoking. This mission was a bit difficult. Infection of an 8-star warrior level. The people of the Ken clan must be devastated, losing someone groomed as the next best swordsman of their clan. We had no choice but to dispose of the infection, but let's visit the Ken clan soon and express our condolences. They had just returned from a mission to cleanse a contaminated area. Over the past year and 3 months, the Run Candles had cleansed over 70% of the contaminated areas that had initially occurred after the Sword Emperor Castle War. At this rate, suppressing the chaos that had invaded Runcandle's territory was only a matter of time. However, for some reason, reports of individuals infected by chaos being discovered were increasing as the purification zones expanded. In particular, high-ranking martial artists or people infected by magic were still being found. So far, the Runcandles had swiftly subdued them before they could cause significant harm. However, the members of the Huffister Alliance always felt like they were carrying a bomb that could explode at any moment. This time, the next best sort of the Ken clan, and the other time an elder of the Tuko clan was infected and subdued. Even the Guardian Knights of Runcandle had been infected several times, so although they had reached a ceasefire agreement with Zippel, the atmosphere in the Huffister Alliance was much worse than before. The only consolation was that the Lutero-Magical Federation was facing a similar situation. Phew, I'm tired. Do we have to rest only for an hour and then move on to the next mission? This time it's Delki Kingdom, right? At least the infected area is far from residential areas, so we might see less human blood. Anyway, it's good that we can take a break here for now. Originally, they mainly used the courtyard of the Guardian Knight residence. This was especially true when Myo and En were waiting in the chambers, but lately, they weren't intimidating the Tana brothers. Not only that, but as flag-bearers, they were making outstanding contributions to the purification mission every time, and naturally, their position in the family was also rising. Most family members understood that they were trying to avoid being purged by Jean, who would return later. Not many guessed that Myo and En had become messengers of the prophet. It's been over a year since the youngest went for closed-door training. I wonder if he's doing well. He probably is. We don't know how much stronger he'll come back. Didn't our mother say she'd make him patriarch when he returns? She didn't exactly say that, but it felt almost like it. Closed-door training. Although it was a ceasefire, Jean went alone to train when the Huffister alliance was more dizzy than ever. However, no one in the clan criticized or looked down on Jean. Rather, they considered it the final test of his abilities before ascending to the throne. This was because of the achievements Jean had made. First of all, without him, not only would the Huffister alliance, but the whole world would have found itself in a more terrible situation than the current one. Furthermore, since Rosa personally sent him off, most Runcandle members had similar thoughts to the Tawna brothers. When Jean returns, he will become the patriarch. I vividly remember the time we teased the youngest for choosing Barasada at the selection ceremony. It's a relief we didn't die back then. It's because it was the Storm Castle. But we would have been doomed if it had been at another time. But still, we've both gradually warmed up to the youngest since then. Myo and En, those crazies. At this point, Daytona looked around just in case. Might not have tormented us because they were aware of the youngest. If the youngest purges those crazies, Daytona also glanced around. Let's be the first ones to finish them off. Hee, they're finished. Seriously. Phew, boom. At that moment, an explosion suddenly sounded from the main house within the central courtyard. As for the Tawna brothers, their hearts sank. They thought Myo and En had heard their gossip and exploded in anger. I'm sorry, elder sisters. However, the object of the explosion wasn't Myo and En. Wait, it's not those crazy bitches. It's from the main house. Myo and En aren't that strong. Kurur. As if an earthquake had occurred, the entire Garden of Swords was vibrating. Like prey facing a beast. The Tawna brothers froze even after knowing it wasn't Myo and En. Currently, as far as they knew, there were only two people in the family who could spread such an aura. The Black Knight leader, Stam, and their mother, Rosa Runcandle. Thud. What the hell? What head? In front of the Tawna brothers, the head of someone and the debris of a broken building fell. It was the head of an elder. As soon as the Tawna brothers saw it, they frantically ran toward the main house, and on the way, they could see flagbearers and knights rushing in the same direction. Elder Sister Mary. What happened? Daytona, you too. Don't go to the main house and control the media. Elder Brother Dyphus? 10th flagbearer, 11th flagbearer. Get yourselves under control. It's an emergency. Under no circumstances should this be known outside. Understood. Take all low-ranking Guardian Knights and prepare to control the press. From now on, this is our top priority until the situation is resolved. Understood. The Tawna brothers disappeared to lead the Guardian Knights, and Myo and continued running toward the main house. The main house was already in ruins, with nearby scenes filled with corpses of those who had been in the house and scattered wounded. Personnel below the level of Black Knight and high-ranking flagbearers are prohibited from entry. Let everyone wait outside, Stam shouted, who had arrived first and was guarding the entrance. Stam, the Black Knights, and the top flagbearers calmed their bewildered hearts and entered the broken main house. In the middle of the house, a woman enveloped in chaos was roaring with a sword in hand. Rosa Runcandle was rampaging. Dyphus and Mary couldn't help but grit their teeth at the sight. Why has Mother gone mad at this time? There was no time to ponder why Rosa had gone mad. The commotion was truly an unexpected accident. Furthermore, just 30 minutes ago, Dyphus and Mary had a normal meeting with her. If Rosa didn't stop rampaging, Runcandle would fall into the abyss from today onwards. It was possible to subdue her with flagbearers and Black Knights waiting inside, but it was impossible to deal with the situation afterward. Rosa was the most important strength in Runcandle and the acting matriarch in Siren's absence. Once news of her being in trouble spread, Zipple would undoubtedly come running with vengeance. The ceasefire agreement could only be maintained as long as Runcandle and Zipple refrained from ending each other. Fortunately, Rosa stopped her roar upon seeing the flagbearers and Black Knights. Acting matriarch, are you aware? Sir Stam. Fortunately, if you're in a situation where you can use your rational judgment, give the order. At those words, Rosa stabbed herself in the chest with her frenzy sword. She could control her sanity, but her body didn't move as she wanted. A high-speed regeneration phenomenon occurred as the sword pierced chest. Rosa fiercely resisted as her body attempted to unsheath the sword against her will, until all the energy from her body was drained due to excessive high-speed regeneration. And just before losing consciousness and collapsing, she gave an order to Stam. Make sure to keep silent about today's incident, everyone. Stam silently nodded his head. I will. Then, as Rosa collapsed, Stam grabbed the frenzy sword. He could see how the chaos spreading around Rosa seeped into the affected area and regenerated it. At that moment, Myo and Anne, who were outside, said this calmly. Now our mother will know. If she keeps going against her will, she'll have no choice but to face a catastrophe. Chapter 610. Once again, Jean stood in front of the Chaos Gate. As usual, all the legends alternately glanced at Jean and the Chaos Gate. Today, that guy's fate will be decided. Whatever decision Brother Jean makes, we will sincerely follow. Jean looked at Vaughn, who stood with an expressionless face. In Vaughn's calm eyes lingered the feeling of loneliness he had harbored while gazing at the Chaos Gate for the past 2 days. I'll be back. As Jean entered the gate, empty darkness and chaos greeted him. Initially, every time Jean entered, he would immediately see Chaos's massive body. Chaos would initiate the fight each time with a powerful front paw strike or a mighty tail slap. Now, whether due to loss of strength or some other reason, Chaos was not visible. So Jean advanced aimlessly. He walked slowly for an hour, and for the first time since entering Chaos's territory, he realized there was an end in this dark space. Jean began to see an unusually dark curtain. At first, he thought it was a point connected to Chaos's unconsciousness, as it was in the abyss of Gleek. However, it was simply the end. It seemed to be blocked by a wall, and Jean couldn't advance. Even if he slashed it with the shadow blade, the crack wouldn't open and it wouldn't be destroyed. As Jean walked along the wall, a figure of Chaos lurking in the distance became visible. Chaos lifted its body when Jean came into view, appearing even smaller than last time. Though maintaining the form of a dragon, it was overall round and almost resembled a rabbit pup. It seemed it wouldn't even fill Jin's palm if placed on it. Moreover, there was no longer the destructive force that used to emanate from Chaos. The moment Chaos was struck by Jin's ultimate sword technique, it lost almost all its power. Bastard. It's disgusting to see your arrogant face already drunk with victory. Jean had an expressionless face. The sister goddess of battle said this outside. It's not that you couldn't kill me, it's that you didn't kill me out of fear of feeling even more lonely. Is that true? What do you know? You said you were going to kill me now. Jean unsheathed his sword and placed it beside him. Then, after raising his hand as if with no intention of harming, he sat down 10 paces from Chaos. You never know. Your answer might make me change my mind. Ha! Are you taking it easy because you think you can handle me even without a weapon? You're distorting the meaning quite a bit. Don't you think? My life is ruined because of you. Originally, I was supposed to hatch perfectly by merging with you, but thanks to your sister, that plan went awry. So we should be able to live our own lives, but you hurried to kill me. Isn't it natural since you took away my strength? Your monstrous siblings just sided with you, ignoring all my pleas. If you had returned my strength, the problem would have been solved. If I returned it to you, it would be useless, and I would have died by your and those monsters' hands. Did you ever think to speak as you do now? Besides, you keep saying that you stole it from me, but that's my strength. There was a moment of silence. You just said your life was ruined. Is it because you lost all your strength? Or is it because once you enter this place you can't leave on your own? Wait, how do you know I can't leave on my own? The sister goddess of battle told me. Every time a crack opened, your inner thoughts were transmitted. Chaos's eyes widened. Chaos was completely unaware of this fact. Haha, really? You mean she knew everything, and yet she remained aloof? That's great. As if it were unfair, Chaos gnashed its teeth. She's my sister. It's natural to classify you as an enemy. Jean took a moment to reflect on the dark space he had traversed. Nothing but absolute darkness, and it even took an hour of walking to reach this place. When Jean thought that this was all Chaos was allowed, he felt even more sorry. The reason the sister goddess of battle kept looking at the gate with such lonely eyes was probably because she deeply felt its loneliness. Jean could also read Chaos's inner thoughts when he was outside. At that time, he felt sorry for Chaos, despite the overwhelming anger directed at it. In a way, Chaos reminded Jean of Shuri. For nearly 1,000 years, Shuri was abandoned and alone in the desolate thorn forest in the corner of the Black Sea. Let's spare its life. That's the conclusion Jean came to. You don't seem to be able to read my thoughts right now, do you? Are you thinking about how to kill me? It's quite the opposite. However, I do have some concerns. What? Firstly, I've heard that you are the first chaos originated by the witch Hilurum, and the first chaos have unpredictable characteristics. Who is the witch Hilurum? What? I don't know anything about that. I just woke up inside you. Chaos was in a state where it was unaware that it was the first chaos originated by the witch. This was the reason why it had always perceived Jin's strength as its own. Chaos believed it was not born from the witch but originated in Jin. Then why did you react so sensitively to the shadow energy? It's instinctive fear. It's like not knowing how I could exist from someone like you with that kind of thing. In other words, Chaos was a kind of seed. Hilurum's power was implanted inside Jin as a sprouting seed. To Chaos, it didn't matter who planted the seeds, and it didn't even care. Initially, trying to devour Jin and become one was nothing more than an instinctive growth process from Chaos's perspective. When Chaos explained these things, Jin couldn't help but laugh. They're incredible stories. Whether it's true or not will be revealed as soon as we step outside. Your monster sister can read my inner thoughts. Don't you have tricks to get out? I really don't trust you all the way. I fled to this place because I was afraid of your monster sister, and you kept getting stronger by resonating with her. Now I've even lost my power. What can I do if I go out? I have nothing left, thanks to you. It didn't seem like a lie. Well, he was terribly afraid of my siblings even when he had power. Jean nodded. All right, I'll take you out. What do I do? If you just open a crack. Really? Since I've regained all my strength, there's really no reason to kill you. Personal resentment has also been somewhat resolved. There's one last problem, but for the sake of the sister goddess of battle, I'm willing to endure it. For the monster sister? Swoosh dash. Jean unleashed his shadow blade and opened a crack. Let's go. Chaos followed Jean and stood in front of the crack, then hesitated for a moment. If I leave, won't your monster sister hate me? Well, if you want to stay here, feel free to do so. No. I'll leave. Finally, when Jean and Chaos stepped out into the training ground, the legends widened their eyes in curiosity. Is that the first Chaos? It's gotten very small, hasn't it? Brother Jean, you said you wanted to give him a chance, but it seems you decided to let him live. Now that it's come to this, let's give him a warm welcome. He even looks a bit cute. Oh, Brother Jean, well done. I was actually worried about what would happen if you killed that guy. Nice to meet you. I'm Boris, the 5th Battle King. Since we need to proceed with some investigations with your help, it would be good for us to get closer quickly. Right? Surprised by the unexpected welcome, Chaos seemed bewildered and hid behind Jean. Additionally, Jean noticed Vaughn's eyebrows furrowing. She could now read Chaos's inner thoughts. On the other hand, Jean didn't hear Chaos's inner thoughts. Come closer. Vaughn reached out to Chaos. Chaos looked at her and cautiously climbed onto her hand. Although he kept saying she was a monster, He seems very docile with Sister Vaughn. There was one last problem. When Jean said that just before coming out, he referred to the black stains that had remained on his body. It was hinted that they might disappear if he killed Chaos. But Jean spared Chaos for Vaughn's sake. It was because he had seen Vaughn sad. Vaughn had felt Chaos's loneliness as if it were her own, and she felt a kind of camaraderie with Chaos. A feeling of being trapped in a dead world, unable to escape even if she gave her life for it. That's why she had been looking at the Chaos gate with such a lonely expression. Chaos seemed to be continuously talking with an inner voice while sitting on Vaughn's hand. Occasionally, Vaughn nodded in response. So, does that mean you can get rid of the stains on Brother Jean? I understand. Brother Jean. Yes, Sister Goddess of Battle. Now I'll take care of this child. Jean didn't question Vaughn. Her choice meant she trusted that Chaos could never threaten her and the siblings. A black energy like shadow energy flowed from Chaos's body. The energy hovered near her, Vaughn, and was absorbed by her light heart. As Chaos's energy seeped into Vaughn's light heart, the black stains in the form of tumors on Jin's body faded and disappeared. It seemed like some kind of contract, and from Chaos's perspective, it was a relocation. But how can you be so cruel? You've been reading my thoughts all along. That's because you tried to harm Brother Jean. In the end, the reason you agreed to accept me is that I could be of help to that damned one. To that, Vaughn responded by stroking Chaos's head and said, "It's not just for that." And Chaos read Vaughn's inner thoughts. The truth is, I felt a lot of pity for you since the first time your inner thoughts were transmitted through the crack. Chapter 611, Lingling. It's been a month since Vaughn gave that name to the Chaos that became her companion. Thanks to becoming the familiar creature of the Goddess of Battle, Lingling naturally gained a position as a pet among the legends. Lingling, the name sounds nice, don't you think? While Jean took a bite of the cacto and said, Lingling, who was on Vaughn's shoulder, suddenly showed his fangs. So, are you unsatisfied? Still, Jean and Lingling often engaged in playful squabbles, although they harbored no real animosity towards each other. Unsatisfied? I was just thinking that Sister Goddess of Battle has an unexpected side. Are you saying you didn't like it when Vaughn chose that name for me? You misunderstand again. I'm just surprised that Sister Goddess of Battle prefers cute names like that. I don't like you. Haha, is that so? I'm not particularly fond of you either. Wanna test me? Alright, you too. Nya. Naya. Vaughn and Shuri, who were listening, shook their heads. They had spent a month watching Jean and Lingling fight like this every time they met. Sorry, Sister Goddess of Battle. Okay, Vaughn. And Lingling. Brother Jean is right. Why do you always misinterpret Brother Jin's words? Why does Vaughn always take that bastard's side? Because you're the one who's wrong. If Vaughn thinks so, I guess. Jean shrugged, and Lingling clung to Vaughn's cheek, showing a mischievous look. Brother Jean, you haven't been entirely right either. Lingling has just started living in a group, so there are many things she lacks. So even though he makes some mistakes, you should understand him. Naya. Lingling teased Jean by sticking out his tongue and lowering his lower eyelids. But Jean suppressed a laugh and stayed still. Every time Lingling did that, he received a light slap from Vaughn. Bang! Ow! Lingling briefly rubbed his forehead and then leaned back on Vaughn's cheek. Anyway, he's very fond of Sister Goddess of Battle. To think that guy was such a terrifying chaos. Jean thought it was very nice to see Vaughn and Lingling living together. So, since it seems you've rested enough, let's start training again. Vaughn and Jean sat face to face. After deciding to accept Lingling, they had been practicing the God of Battle fusion every day. Naturally, the fusion was stabilizing at a rapid pace unlike before. Now they could control harmony. The accidents where Jean would lose consciousness or Vaughn would be exhausted due to involuntary God of Battle fusion had completely disappeared. It was thanks to Lingling willingly becoming a link between them. Wow! As both their light hearts glowed, Vaughn's energy began to flow towards Jean. Adding Vaughn's power to the 10-star energy he had already achieved didn't have a dramatic, visible effect. According to Vaughn, Jean was still in a state where he couldn't properly control his power. Though the size of his power had reached 10 stars, Jean couldn't produce as much efficiency because he lacked the control over his power typical of a first-class superhuman. We need to know exactly how much power you can handle, Brother Jean. So focus. Yes, Sister Goddess of Battle. Vaughn's method was similar to Luna's mental eye training in the past. Just as awakening his mental eye, Jean was recognizing his own energy with his eyes closed. It was like swimming in the sea. It was a task to form the image of the sea of power in his mind and figure out its size. How far can it go and where is the end? As always, Jean completed the process faster than Vaughn expected. In the end, when Jean furrowed his brows, Vaughn smiled satisfactorily. Do you recognize it? Yes. As you said, Sister Goddess of Battle, I can clearly feel that I've reached the end. This is the limit. And beyond this, I can see the sea that seems to be a manifestation of power. In the middle, there is a layer of dark energy. The dark energy belonged to Lingling. He served as a conduit connecting Jean and Vaughn's powers and also acted as a sort of safety mechanism. Lingling's will prevented the powers of both individuals from mixing too much. Without it, Jean and Vaughn would have no choice but to run into issues like when fusion had manifested before. Now that we've come this far, controlling the fusion is no different from being completed. Right now, my vessel isn't enough. So even if I synchronize with you, Sister Goddess of Battle, I can't generate more power than the total amount of my strength. When Lingling took Jin's strength away, he felt his whole body fill with Vaughn's energy. At that moment, Jin's vessel was empty, but now it wasn't. There was no room for Vaughn's strength to intervene. However, the god of battle fusion remained transcendent for 2 reasons. Now, as long as you're with me, you'll never tire. In the fusion state, Vaughn's power was added every time Jin's energy ran out. This means he could always have maximum strength. If the mirror gave Jean divine mana during the Sword Emperor Castle War, Vaughn gave him infinite aura and lightning energy. But there was something else that really surprised him. Yes, besides that, the experience, senses, and perspective of Sister Goddess of Battle are being added. Jean, who had been speaking up to that point, suddenly shivered. It was because a shiver ran down his spine. Right now, Jean was accurately recognizing the maximum level of his strength, and he was recognizing the connection point of Lingling and Vaughn's strength beyond it. Thanks to the progress Jean had made in a month, the fusion showed a level of synchronization different from before. The result was the exchange of experiences, senses, and perspective of Vaughn. Everything Vaughn had accumulated through his experience as the Goddess of Battle was being filtered into Jin's brain, just as Bora's shared his experience through the memory transfer. Forging technique, Valeria's recording magic, and Soderet's recording device. If those were legacies, what Jean was experiencing now was a literal fusion. In other words, Jean was no different from being Vaughn. I guess this is what a blind person feels like when they open their eyes. Even the view of the training grounds, familiar as home, seemed completely different. Jean could discern which wall was weak, which floor was firm, how the wind flowed differently. He could recognize everything. It was a feeling like overseeing the world as a god, not as a human. Jean was excited by that feeling. Even the breaths of the other brothers, far from the training ground, were transmitted sharply. Does that mean Sister Goddess of Battle usually lives with this sensation? Current Jean couldn't maintain that state for long. Just remaining still overwhelmed him with information and sensations hard to bear. Dealing with it alone was enough to leave him breathless. Jean felt as if he had been reborn when he experienced the first god of battle fusion. That was nothing compared to now. The light tinting both their hearts dimmed. Before Jean exhausted too much, Vaughn canceled the fusion. Who? Jean could only show a bewildered expression, like a person who had just experienced an incredible miracle no one would believe. Additionally, he had to barely suppress an extreme feeling of disappointment. It seemed as if the world returned to monochrome as soon as the fusion lifted. The ground and wind of the training ground were no longer transmitted accurately and perfectly, and the brothers' breathing couldn't be felt. The feeling of becoming a god disappeared as if it were a dream. You seem quite shaken, Brother Jean. Not exactly. A moment ago, it felt like I reached the realm of the Genesis Knight effortlessly. It's a mistake to say there was no effort. Firstly, my senses were transmitted to that extent because you have that level of skills. Just as Jean felt Vaughn's feelings, Vaughn also keenly felt Jin's sensations. To that extent? Are you saying that wasn't all of it? To that, Vaughn gently smiled and replied, Brother Jean, I am the goddess of battle. Yes, Vaughn, the goddess of battle. Poor bastard. I think it's an honor. Nya, nya. At Lingling's reaction, Shuri shouted as if she were proud of Jean. But Jean couldn't get out of his astonishment. For a while, he had just realized that the Vaughn he had experienced wasn't everything. How strong is the goddess of battle? At the time of the first training in the past, the day Jean was able to share the fusion. Even then, Jean felt Vaughn like a huge wall, and it had always been that way since then. But now, stronger than ever, she seemed more distant than ever. You'll be able to enter the same realm as me. If you couldn't, you wouldn't even be able to accept my senses. Vaughn wasn't speaking empty words. Jean silently nodded his head. Jean didn't know when it would be, but if she said that, it meant he could definitely reach it. The senses may have gone, but the memories will remain, Brother Jean. Yes, sister goddess of battle. Although it seemed like the world had returned to monochrome, Jean vividly remembered the sensations he experienced during the fusion. We'll proceed with training through those sensations. In other words, learn to fight like me. Additionally, try to extend the duration of the fusion at the same time. There was no training that could make one grow faster than that. Jean was convinced of it. If you want to increase the time, it would be better if you behaved well with me. Sure, Lingling. Ha! When Brother Jin's skills reach a certain level, from then on, you'll start training again with the Battle King brothers. The first opponent is the Brother 12th Battle King. 12th Battle King, Teto. The reason Vaughn chose Teto as Jin's first opponent was because he was the weakest of the Battle Kings. Vaughn was looking forward to seeing Jin defeat the Battle Kings one by one in order of battle prowess. All right. Chapter 612, January 15, 1802. It had been more than a year and a half since Jean entered La Ferosa. Most of that time was dedicated to purifying the chaos, so it had only been about 2 months that Jean had been completely focused on training, since Vaughn accepted Lingling until now. However, in the last 2 months, Jean had experienced a period of astounding growth. Ha! Jean sheathed his sword, catching his breath. In front of him was the enormous sword mark he had just created. It was much deeper and more ominous than the one Timar had left in the training field. Then, as always, a strong sense of exhaustion set in, and the god of battle fusion dissipated. For 10 minutes, the current Jean and Vaughn were able to stably maintain the highest level of synchronization during that time. This meant that, during those 10 minutes, Jean became nearly invincible. How does it feel, Brother Jean? It's a pity. I still need your power to reach this state, sister goddess of battle. You're talking nonsense. If you say that elsewhere, you'll be resented. I know. Where else could I talk about such hardships if not with my siblings? Pouring everything into becoming stronger, feeling the thrill of clear achievements every day. It was a happiness that Jean wouldn't trade for anything. Of course, the power available during the God of Battle fusion couldn't be attributed solely to Jean. However, what he had gained by training with Vaughn's shared experiences and senses was undoubtedly Jin's strength. I thought so, but as expected, the final ability of the Shadow Blade when I cut Lingling was at a level that could never be called complete. The experience of Vaughn. As the synchronization speed of the God of Battle fusion increased, Jean vividly absorbed everything Vaughn told him. Thanks to this, he was also able to glimpse the knowledge of the Shadow Blade and the Sword of Legends. In other words, Jean learned the Shadow Blade and the Sword of Legends without any dedicated training. Certainly, there is a considerable distance between understanding something intellectually and applying it in practice, so repetitive training is always necessary. However, training with a clear understanding of the essence promises overwhelming efficiency. If it's now, I can execute a Shadow Blade better than then. The Sword of Legends too. unlike when Jean temporarily became stronger. Due to chaos demonization, there are no side effects in training through the god of battle fusion. If I can keep growing like this, I might be able to return sooner than expected. Rosa had granted him 3 years. Now that half of that time had passed, Jean suddenly felt curious about how much the outside world had changed. "What are you thinking about, brother Jean?" Boris, who had just entered the training field, sat next to Jean and asked. "Brother Boris, I was just reminiscing about the outside for a moment." "You seem worried." Jean shook his head. "We don't get along well, but my mother, who is now the acting matriarch, is strong. She is someone who takes responsibility for what she says. There probably won't be any problems with the clan within 3 years." Jean trusted Rosa's obsession with surviving as a run candle. As long as Rosa was there, Jean believed there would be no problems with the run candle family even in his absence. If my mother wasn't there, coming to La Ferosa might have been a much harder decision. Looking back, the majesty of the run candle that he knew from his past life had considerably diminished. From Jin's perspective, Run Candle was an absolute fortress that would never collapse if a family member was missing. But not now. My father and my elder sister Luna are still absent, and after the war at Sword Emperor Castle, the family doesn't have the same solidarity as before. It's the reason why I brought Joshua, but that's not all. Kinselo hid the existence of Orgel, the demon beast king, and his powers, and Zippel is trying to transcend humanity by creating an orb and fleets of demon gods. And even the Empire has created demon men using Timar's body. Meanwhile, only Run Candle remained stagnant. The fact that clearly revealed this was the War of Sword Emperor Castle. Until that dreadful war finally concluded, Run Candle did not live up to its name. The fact that Rosa, who is clearly his enemy, supports the family is bitter. When Jean returns, he will have to eliminate her and reorganize the entire family. To regain the dignity that could match the old Run Candle, to restore the glorious appearance of the old Run Candle. Brother Fifth Battle King. Yes, sister goddess of battle. Call all the brothers to the hall of the gods of battle. Jean could sense what Vaughn would say. Is it time to start my duels with the brothers? Jean began to feel curious. How much difference was there now between him and the Battle King's brothers? Until a year and a half ago, all the Battle Kings of the legends had greater combat prowess than Jean. Even if it was a light sparring, even Teto, the 12th Battle King, almost overpowered Jean and overwhelmed him. All the other kings were stronger than Teto. Are we leaving already? No, you and I will go when we have rested enough. To the point where we can use the god of battle fusion again. Yes. A few hours later, as the two slowly made their way to the hall of the gods of battle, they saw the brothers who had already gathered waiting in line. When Vaughn ascended the throne in the hall, 76 legends, excluding her, all the surviving legends erased from history, admired her. Her light heart and that of Jean resonated with Vaughn's energy, generating a more intense light than usual. The radiance spreading from the light hearts filled the atmosphere, but the sight of them all gathered gave a somewhat empty and lonely feeling. Once, the entire main hall of the hall was filled with their light, like a vast plain. Now, from a distance, it would probably seem like just a handful of light. The reason I have gathered the brothers today is to commemorate. Lingling also read the atmosphere and behaved accordingly. Since our time stopped, the first to awaken us was Timar. However, more than Timar, the one who helped us enjoy even more time is none other than the brother Jean present here. When everyone nodded, Jean felt uncomfortable again. Jean believed that what he received from the brothers was much greater than what he gave. And brother Jean declared that he would return us to the human world. For now, there were only hints and no definitive means yet, but the legends had no doubt that Jean would surely do it. Jean himself believed in it. Our story will soon begin again. Therefore, I want to revive a tradition long forgotten. A tradition allowed only for the strongest among the strong. Oh, no way. The legends showed great excitement at Vaughn's words. The rebirth of history and uninterrupted tradition must be initiated, naturally, by brother Jean. Do you all agree? Yes. When the legends responded energetically, Vaughn smiled and shouted, "Let's initiate the Great Battle Kings tournament." As everyone roared, Jean had no choice but to discreetly ask Vaughn, "Sister Goddess of Battle, what is the Great Battle Kings tournament?" "It is the greatest festival of the legends. As its name suggests, it is a competition where warriors fight against the Battle Kings. The same goes for the Battle Kings." "Battle? Isn't it a duel?" "Yes. The Great Battle Kings tournament is the only combat where it is allowed to be harmed by a sword. The tribe of legends holds no enmity. Moreover, legends never fight with the purpose of killing each other. Whatever the form of dispute, the problem between brothers is resolved through barehanded fighting, and it is only possible to use swords to the extent that they do not cause mortal wounds. However, such prohibitions did not apply in the Great Battle Kings tournament. Of course, brother killing was absolutely forbidden, but mortal wounds that could be treated were allowed. Upon Vaughn's explanation, Jean tilted his head, puzzled. Accidents can happen, right? If you fight without those restrictions, there is a possibility you might kill each other. Accidents are inevitable. Yes, unexpected accidents originally apply to everything in the world. It was indeed an answer fitting for someone who said, "Training is originally something that can lead to death." "We have always sincerely cherished each other, Brother Jean, but even in the history of our tribe, there were many betrayals, murders, conspiracies, and schemes. They were just fewer than in other races." As always, Boris continued the explanation instead of Vaughn. "In the era of the current Sister Vaughn, it was truly a time of peace and prosperity for us. That's why there was never a murder in the Great Battle Kings tournament, which was held before the destruction, but it was different before. There were times when factions split in fights, and they deliberately killed their opponents to achieve political ends. There were two reasons why the legends were excited about the revival of the great tournament. The first is that all the battles of Battle Kings that took place under the leadership of Goddess of Battle Vaughn were purely confrontations of strength. And the second, the revival of tradition meant the realization of hope. After resisting the gods and being destroyed, the legends have always lived like the dead in this dead world. There was no reason to continue traditions or festivals. The fact that Vaughn revived the Great Battle Kings tournament symbolized her faith in Jean and the history of La Ferosa, which would be liberated with him. Haha. This time I will also free myself from being the weakest among the Battle Kings. Keep dreaming, Brother 12th Battle King. When does it start? Sister Goddess of Battle. Today? Tomorrow? The opening ceremony will begin immediately. At Vaughn's words, the eyes of the Battle Kings immediately changed. Their eyes shone with a bloodlust to kill Vaughn, who was right in front of them. This look is not just a duel close to a real battle. It's a look that really intends to kill Sister Vaughn. Is that possible? Bang! Vaughn, she, stomped her foot once, and suddenly the main hall of the Gods of Battle separated from the other buildings and began to rise into the sky. The main hall transformed into a stage for the Great Battle Kings tournament. Of course, it was a series of shocks for Jean. Then, when the main hall settled in the middle of the sky, Vaughn pointed at Jean. "As you all know, the inaugural match of the Great Battle Kings tournament originally begins with me fighting all my brothers. We are all prepared. But this time, I will let Brother Jean, who has the god of battle fusion, take that role." As soon as those words were released, all the bloodlust of the Battle Kings, which had been directed towards Vaughn, began to turn towards Jean. Chapter 613. No, what is this all of a sudden? But more importantly, doesn't it bother anyone that the main hall is floating out of nowhere? There was no more time to think. Jean and Vaughn's light hearts resonated, activating the god of battle fusion. Right after, a spear flew before Jin's eyes. It was Teto's spear. "Damn it, I'm late." "No, are you waiting calmly?" It was clear that he would have seen his blood, or he suffered an internal injury while pushing him away. But now Jean couldn't see the blue blade of the spear flying towards his face so slowly, to the point where it took effort to overcome it. That's why Elder Sister Goddess of Battle said to rest enough to perform the god of battle fusion before coming to the main hall. As soon as the initial battle began, everyone really showed their bloodlust. It's because it doesn't make sense to have a sloppy fighting spirit against Elder Sister Goddess of Battle. Jean didn't even have to unsheath his sword. Well, I wanted to use Elder Sister Goddess of Battle's power in actual combat at least once. Jean extended his fist towards the spear blade, almost at the speed of light. From Teto's perspective, he couldn't even perceive the moment Jean moved. Bang! The blow containing the aura of the 12th Battle King and a human's fist clashed, but the one pushed back was Teto. No, he wasn't just pushed back. Ugh! Teto, spitting blood, was sent flying away from the main hall. It was as if he was flung away like an arrow or fragments when a rock shatters. As soon as Teto flew out, all sorts of weapons appeared in Jin's clear vision. Swords, spears, bows, and even a mysterious net suitable for capturing giant monsters. The fact that everything had come so far with a sense of safety made Jean feel excitement unconsciously. It was really that powerful. It's a fact that Jean has long known that Vaughn's techniques are like the Great Sea. However, wielding that power directly was literally a different experience. A dash. With a single burst of energy, Jean was able to repel the brothers who pounced like hungry ghosts. The long saber of Baltarok, Lumra's spear, Palem's long saber, Rinpa's great saber, Bora's fists and hand cannon, Dalper's twin swords, Belaz's great saber, Garmin's great saber, Baba's long saber, Ko's bow, Nada's flying kick, Teto's spear rejoining the fray, and countless weapons of the ordinary warriors. All those attacks couldn't penetrate the energy unleashed by Jean. On the other hand, Jean was able to attack successfully so easily. The ordinary warriors were swept away like fallen leaves by the strong wind, and the Battle Kings raised their energies. The whole sky trembled as if it was about to collapse under their collective pressure, to the point that the surging energy created a storm like a tidal wave in an instant, and in the distorted space, screams resonated like cracks. In an instant, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded. Some ordinary warriors couldn't withstand the storm and collapsed. To prevent further damage to the fallen, Jean sent his energy towards them, forming protective shields around them. Naturally, as if it was his own power. It seemed he could afford to protect all the ordinary warriors that way. Ha ha ha! A bitter laugh escaped him. This was the power of the goddess of battle of the tribe of legends. Ka! The first Battle King to break through Jin's lightning was Nada. Ko shot an arrow to clear the path and, within that opening, Nada roared and jumped. It was then that Jean unsheathed Sigmund. The sword was imbued with lightning energy unparalleled compared to any other moment. And when the sword left its sheath, Jean had a firm conviction. If he wanted to, he could strike down Nada in one blow. Jean didn't articulate those thoughts, but Nada instinctively understood. If you had been the true elder sister goddess of battle, she wouldn't have hesitated. Elder brother Jean. Swoosh. PZZZ. Lightning energy swirled and gathered in Nada's fist. An illusion? No, it's a variable. Created by elder sister Nada. The moment Jean was sure he had to strike wherever. Even if that meant Nada wouldn't die and somehow manage to take another step to land a punch. She was a battle king of legends. Though she didn't reach the level of god of battle, she wasn't someone who would fall to a simple sword. Even the true Vaughn had to be sincere to kill her. Especially in a situation like this where the 12 battle kings and all the ordinary warriors attacked at once. Nada's fist passed by Jin's ear. He momentarily lost his balance due to the shockwave, but it wasn't enough to pose a problem when counterattacking. Jean cut her fists with his sword's hilt and unleashed a sweeping blow. Just as Nada's blood was about to evaporate into lightning energy, Belaz's great sword came in to deliver the second strike. He dodged and stabbed, shot sword energy while parrying Ko's lightning arrows, twisted the attack trajectory of Palem and Lamora, pushed back Baltarok, knocked down Dalper and Garmund, deflected Rinpa and struck Bora's chin, adjusting the force, considering Bora's tight schedule, and he struck down Teto's spear. Took him 3 seconds to do all this. Jean hadn't yet received any effective blow, and in the midst of the chaos, tried to counterattack as his formation crumbled. But one remained. The 9th Battle King Baba. the direct descendant of the ancient god of battle Nana. His blue sword rushed through the chaotic battlefield. This is dangerous. A chill ran down Jin's spine. In the midst of the confusion, a sense of danger, seemingly impossible in the state of god of battle fusion, abruptly awakened his senses. The perfect solution to overcome this danger was to counterattack precisely. His eyes and senses made him capable of wielding the sword without hesitation even in the midst of such a desperate situation. However, receiving this blow would kill or severely injure Baba. Had it not been for Nada's earlier example, Jin might have hesitated again. After all, they weren't enemies but rather siblings engaged in a sparring match. Reacting clumsily out of fear of hurting Sister Baba is more of an insult to her. As if on cue, Jin's lightning energy scattered in all directions, coalescing around Sigmund before anyone could blink. Before the edges of their swords met, there was a brief moment where all of Jin's energy focused. Crackle! Baba's sword distorted. His arm, wielding the sword, twisted, but Jin didn't stop even after seeing it. An expansive wave that seemed to destroy the entire hall spread instantly. Nearby battle kings were thrown in random directions, and Jin didn't retract the released energy. Instead, he amplified it, fueled by the intent to annihilate all the battle kings. The explosion whitened the entire surroundings, and due to the immense commotion, Jin couldn't immediately comprehend the situation even with the battle god's senses. And what Jin regretted didn't come to pass. Through that enormous explosion, what appeared next was Baba's sword descending like a lightning once again. A sword threatening him, tearing through the white storm of the shockwave. It wasn't as menacing as the first time. Jin effortlessly blocked Baba's sword and slammed him to the ground, not giving him a chance to rise. He lunged at him like a beast, aiming the sword at his throat. KO's arrow, flying just before the thrust, diverted Sigmund. Once again, the linked attacks of the Battle Kings showed an even more formidable momentum. Furthermore, some ordinary warriors cleverly followed the path opened by the Battle Kings and entered the fray. At that moment, Jin could only show a look of joy once more. Even after using the god of battle fusion, facing such an exhausting situation was possible, revealing that his opponents were truly his powerful and persistent siblings. Jin felt proud of the greatest fighting race in history. Cover me, brother 10th Battle King. Charge. Don't face him one-on-one. Brother 9th Battle King, you need time to recover. The longer the fight lasted, the more scratches formed on Jin's body one by one. Other members of the legends had broken bones and crushed muscles in most cases, but their momentum did not diminish at all. Rather, it became fiercer. It would have been impossible if they were alone, but personal injuries were no issue for the legends, who were immersed in coordinated attacks. They moved as one regardless of whether they were battle kings or ordinary warriors. There was no difference in battle skill level, and anyone could become the center of the attack whenever the opportunity arose. Jin rushed among them without hesitation and broke the formation. However, as much as he knocked them down, the legends showed no signs of collapsing. Vaughn watched them with satisfaction from above, riding on Lingling, who had transformed her body. Ha! Watching him fight well annoys me. He's strong, but with Vaughn's added power, it's like that guy sprouted wings. Lingling, why do you act as if you dislike Brother Jin when you don't actually hate him? Why do you ask when you're reading my mind, Vaughn? That's right. More importantly, do you really think it's okay to give it all to him, Vaughn? Vaughn smiled. I'm willing to give it all to Brother Jin and the rest of my siblings anytime. HPMH. How can you say that sincerely, Vaughn? And you, too, Lingling. You're not a sibling but a part of me, no. Because we've become a family. Lingling didn't reply, but she flapped her wings shyly. Whoa. Vaughn breathed out as if exhausted. The time for the god of battle fusion to end had come. The 10 minutes, which was the previous maximum, had been extended, so the current god of battle fusion was causing even greater fatigue. The moment the battle ended, Jin breathed heavily and held his sword against Baba's neck, while the other battle kings aimed their weapons at him. At first, Jean dominated them, but gradually the synchronization speed of the god of battle fusion decreased, and in the end, they pushed him back. The legends stopped all their attacks as soon as the god of battle fusion ended. Although it was a short battle, less than 10 minutes, Jean and the legends showed signs of exhaustion like people who had been on the battlefield for days. Phew, that was intense. Brother Jean. The battle would have ended in an instant if not for Sister Vaughn's power. That's obvious. Anyway, it's been a pleasant fight. As always when Jean achieves an achievement, the legends suddenly open, their mouths in the air of the main hall. Then, like young beasts trying to eat the falling snow, they gulp the air. It was a bit embarrassing, but laughter erupted at the innocent appearance of their siblings. Excellent. With this, let's conclude the opening match of the Great Battle Kings tournament. Chapter 614. It was like a dreamlike battle. The sensation and experience of the god of battle that Jean had in the initial battle lingered in his mind, stimulating his thoughts even days afterward. It was as if a warrior had been exposed to powerful inspiration just before creating a masterpiece. Jean constantly replayed the initial combat in his mind, his eyes remaining distant. I was just blocking Brother KO's arrows. Instead of blocking, if I had countered and redirected them as they were, it would have been easier to deal with the follow-up attacks from the brothers. And the members of the tribe of legends clicked their tongues worriedly after seeing Jean like this. Since the initial battle, Brother Jean has become strange. It seems he has taken a liking to it. Is it because he regrets that the power of Sister Goddess of Battle is not truly his? Brother Jean is not like that. I think he is just organizing the enlightenment he gained from that day's battle. Anyway, now that everyone has been treated, the Great Battle Kings tournament will begin today. That's why I'm worried if Brother Jean will properly face Brother 12th Battle King. As Vaughn said, the first battle after the inaugural fight was between Jean and Teto. Unlike Jean, Teto continued to train hard every day as soon as Bora's treatment ended. Jean can no longer use the god of battle fusion until the Great Battle Kings tournament is over. He must compete with his brothers solely with his own strength. Ordinary warriors gathered to chat or train together, but the Battle Kings did not even exchange glances, except for Bora's. It was as if the once close brothers were no longer so. Regardless of who the opponent was, an intense mental battle was inevitable, leading to a fierce confrontation with willpower and fighting spirit. Even if one became the final winner, apart from the god of battle, all members of the legends were simply brothers. At least it had always been this way in Vaughn's era. However, the Battle Kings adopted such a severe stance due to their inherent pride and self-esteem. They believed that giving it their all was the only considerate act toward their opponents. Above all, the final winner of the Great Battle Kings tournament means being the closest to the god of battle. The existence of the god of battle is the ultimate goal of the legends. Becoming the closest to the god of battle is the greatest honor a legend can enjoy. Jean also wanted to be the protagonist of that glory. P16. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck from above the main hall. It signaled that the match was about to begin. Challenging the falling lightning, the legends on the ground rushed toward the main hall, using ropes, creating wind blades to fly, or stepping on the backs of climbing brothers and jumping. It was a strange spectacle, but amid the challenge to the lightning, there was a sublime atmosphere surrounding the legends ascending to the main hall. Vaughn awaited them in the center of the main hall. Brother 12th Battle King and Brother Jean stepped forward. It was then that Jean and Teto looked each other in the eyes for the first time. Unlike his usual playful behavior, Teto was full of fighting spirit, while Jean maintained his composure. The rules are simple. Make the opponent unable to fight or throw him out of the main hall to achieve victory. Also, killing is strictly prohibited, but there are no restrictions on the use of any kind of sword techniques. All the members of the tribe of legends waiting, including the god of battle, were security personnel, so even if you used sword techniques at will, you couldn't easily kill the opponent. However, accidents were inevitable. When the lightning subsided, a moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. The fight began with Vaughn turning around as a signal. Swak dash. Jean extended his sword first. The energy of the sword and the lightning bolts exploded in all directions and, meanwhile, Teto thrust his spear. From the first clash, both clearly aimed for lethal blows. Jean aimed at the chest, and Teto at the neck, and sparks flew from both areas without leaving a trace. As the drops of blood splattered, they evaporated without a trace in the lightning. The distance of about 100 steps narrowed and widened repeatedly, and images of the two were left everywhere. It was incomparable to when they faced each other to check Jin's skills before purifying the chaos. The spectators were also very nervous. It was so intense that it wouldn't be strange for an accident to happen at any moment. This can't be all you have, right? Fight properly, Brother Jean, Teto shouted and repelled Jean with a burst of energy. Jean, who had been pushed back, became unstable due to consecutive attacks, and Teto relentlessly pressed on that opening. However, something was amiss. Even with Jean losing his center of gravity, Teto could only inflict superficial wounds on him. Of course, although they were small wounds, they accumulated quickly, and the impacts were destined to build up. Still, for some reason, Teto acted cautiously, feeling uneasy. This doesn't feel right. Meanwhile, Jean kept recalling the initial battle, trying to utilize that sensation to the fullest in his current state without the use of the God of Battle fusion. Ah! When Jean widened his eyes and exclaimed, Teto suddenly stopped attacking. Sorry, Brother 12th Battle King. I couldn't concentrate because I was thinking. It wasn't a lie, but he spoke intentionally with a sneer to provoke. Teto narrowed his eyes and responded. Throwing out such shallow provocations suddenly ruins the mood, Brother Jean. Well then, I apologize. It was just a test by provocation. Jean recalled part of the sensation from that moment. Then, he felt confident he could defeat Teto in an instant. Although he might be the weakest among the Battle Kings, he was still a Battle King of the Tribe of Legends. ZZZZZ. The swirling lightning gathered in Sigmund. At that moment, not only Teto but also those watching could see what kind of sword Jean would execute. As a gesture of apology, I'll take your opinion into account, Brother 12th Battle King. 10 stars. Jin's aura had already reached that level. However, having a strength of 10 stars wasn't enough. What mattered was how transcendently and efficiently one could handle that power. I hope this sword remains as a glorious memory for you, Brother 12th Battle King. Sword of the God of Battle, 10th Sword Technique Reign of the King of Legends. Unleashed except for Vaughn. The brothers had never seen Jean using the Reign of the King of Legends. Even if they had seen it, the members of the Tribe of Legends probably wouldn't have been particularly excited. The sword of the Reign of the King of Legends that Jean had displayed in the meantime couldn't even be compared to Vaughn's original version and was fundamentally incomplete. However, the current sword of the Reign of the King of Legends was different. Although its power was still far below the original, its form and execution were close to perfection. This was achieved by Jin's body, using Vaughn's senses to execute it. Brother Jean, as expected, did you learn the God of Battle's ultimate techniques? The 9th Battle King, Baba, who was watching, unconsciously smiled with a bitter expression. Teto, who was facing the ultimate technique, couldn't help but be stunned. The floor of the main hall was crushed, and the lightning erupted like lava. Jin's eyes shone with the blue of the lightning, and the light heart vibrated as if it would explode at any moment, scattering brilliance. The fierce lightning caused a storm, quickly forming Jin's domain. In response, Teto also executed his Battle King spear. Within Jin's domain, Teto's light heart swayed, clearly forming a prominent point. The energies emanating from the two hearts collided, creating a blue flame. Compared to the real thing, it's nothing. The result was decided the moment Teto shouted this. If it really were nothing, he wouldn't have hastily executed the Battle King techniques. However, although Jean was confident in his victory, he didn't stop the advance of his sword. As he had experienced in the initial battle, the Battle Kings were beings capable of creating variables at any moment, even in absolutely unfavorable situations. They were opponents who could sharpen the sword of the Reign of the King of Legends with all their might. Following the third sword movement of the God of Battle Condemnation, the newly learned 7th sword movement Dragon Slayer and the 9th sword movement Annihilation targeted Teto. An ordinary warrior wouldn't be able to withstand even one of them. In contrast, the ordinary warriors were enduring the storm of the sword of the reign of the King of Legends without Vaughn's help and the Battle Kings. Ka-ah! Teto's spear instantly deflected Jin's lightning energy. If Jin hadn't extended his sword of the reign of the King of Legends, Teto's spear would have had enough power to put Jin in a crisis. You shouldn't have given me time to think, brother 12th Battle King. The second form of the ultimate technique, the sword of the reign of the King of Legends, the war wasn't executed. If the intention wasn't to deliberately take Teto's life, it was already enough to end the fight. It was the 9th sword movement, Annihilation, that defeated Teto. Massive blue energy spread around Jin like giant wings, generating a storm of lightning that struck Teto. Teto couldn't escape. Dodge, block, endure. That was all Teto could do. Little by little, Teto retreated, and the blade of Annihilation slashed at him more ferociously, with power amplified to the limit through the sword of the reign of the King of Legends. Ha! Ha! When Annihilation finally ceased, Teto appeared lifeless, covered in blood, and Jin didn't stop there. He shot the punch of condemnation one last time. As Teto lost consciousness, he tried to dodge condemnation until the last moment. It was inevitable that Teto would fall out of the hall, unable to withstand the impact. Jin suppressed the rising energy, took a deep breath, and other brothers immediately rushed toward the falling Teto. At the end of the battle, it was a tradition of the great tournament to rescue the loser in any way possible. Zaz! Lamora grabbed Teto, and the other brothers pulled them back to the main hall. I told you to wake up, brother 12th Battle King. It was because you fought with such a fragile mind that you were so severely wounded. Try again next time, brother Jin. Originally, brother 12th Battle King had to win to be normal. The battle is over. The winner is brother Jin. After Vaughn solemnly announced the result, Jin didn't hear the usual thunderous cheers from the tribe of legends. Instead, what greeted him was the fierce gaze of the Battle Kings, as if they were ready to devour him immediately. Even in the midst of this, there were Battle Kings who secretly swallowed air and ate up Jin's achievement. This is the first and last easy victory. Jin had no choice but to swallow dryly while receiving the murderous glares of his brothers with a smile. Chapter 6:15. Even after unleashing the sword of the reign of the King of Legends, Jin was not immediately consumed as he had been before. This was a result of Jin's growth, gained through the enlightenment he achieved by crossing life and death multiple times in the war at the Sword Emperor Castle, and the sense of Vaughn he obtained through the fusion of battle gods. Jin defeated the 12th Battle King of Legends in an instant, without even using the newly learned ultimate shadow sword technique. However, Jin was not satisfied at all. Having experienced the pinnacle of martial arts, he found it difficult to feel a great sense of achievement even after accomplishing something remarkable. Even after the first battle of the Great Battle Kings tournament ended, Jin still stared blankly, as if his mind was elsewhere. The only moments when his gaze sharpened were when the other Battle Kings matches began. Only then did he focus his mind to analyze. However, once the matches ended, Jin wandered aimlessly around La Ferosa like a ghost with vacant eyes. I'm worried that elder brother Jin will really lose his mind at this rate. Pop! Tantel uncorked a bottle of Jewel liquor and sat down next to Jin. Jin was gazing at the sky from the spire near the Hall of Battle Gods. Elder brother Tantel, are you here? Didn't you even realize I had come? What did you just say? Oh, never mind. What's bothering you? Explain it to me. It was a dilemma. Also a dilemma of abundance. Due to experiencing the sensations of the god of battle, Jin felt that his martial prowess was mediocre. Even though I'm full, it seems I've overdone it. Upon hearing the circumstances, Tantel shook his head. If you think about your age, elder brother Jin, there's a big difference between us. However, just moments ago you defeated the 12th Battle King. Although elder brother 12th Battle King is the weakest of all, he is clearly a Battle King. The fact that Jin defeated Teto meant he had the qualifications to become a Battle King. I know. Jin knew this better than anyone. However, this training was his last chance before the inevitable large-scale war between the major factions. The stronger Jean became, the more anxious he felt. He wondered if he could protect his companions and his clan from the enemies when he returned. As Tantel mentioned, despite the considerable achievements and power he had gained compared to his age, the enemies were undoubtedly formidable. If Jean could end his brothers immediately in the human world, he could change the situation in an instant. However, it was unknown when that would happen. Be careful if you know elder brother Jean. Read the atmosphere a little. Atmosphere? Don't you feel jealousy? Are my brothers jealous of me? Ha! Why wouldn't they be? Jean had received all kinds of privileges in La Ferosa. Before becoming a brother, he already mastered the Sword of Legends and even received the blood transfusion of the god of battle. Of course, since you became our brother, all the achievements you've made are our pride. But the other brothers are also living beings. Elder brother Teto trained for over 100 years before becoming a battle king. And many brothers worked even harder than that and never became battle kings. It was a problem Jean hadn't considered. After being recognized as a brother, Jean had always been cherished by the legends. His brothers always tried to help him, wanted to be the first to share in his achievements, and felt proud of themselves when they were summoned by the black light call, as if it was the blessing of life. Jean found it hard to imagine that those brothers were now jealous. I feel sorry for them. Well, you don't have to feel sorry for everyone. Some brothers not only don't feel jealous but also find it impressive. I'm one of them. As Tantel handed him the jewel liquor, Jean felt warmth in his stomach. This great Battle Kings tournament is the only opportunity for everyone to express their resentment and jealousy. Even though the tournament follows the no-kill rule, all participating brothers are putting their lives and hearts into it. As Jean listened to Tantel, his face warmed, and his chest tightened. It was embarrassing. So you should pull yourself together and fight more seriously. When the Great Battle Kings tournament ends, regardless of the results and the process, the brothers will surely appreciate you as before. But never forget that the brothers are also living beings. If there remains any minimum resentment, it will end up festering. Jean looked into Tantel's eyes. Suddenly, Jean recalled the image of the Battle Kings who seemed to harbor a murderous intent towards him after his battle with Teto. Thank you, elder brother Tantel. Thanks to you, my mind is clearer. By the way, what's that paper? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Jean grabbed Tantel's wrist as he hurriedly tried to hide the paper. The paper contained the following. 7th Duel of the Great Battle Kings Tournament 8th Battle King. Elder Brother Garmin versus Successor of the Storm, Elder Brother Jean. Odds 1.5. 7. Who will be the winner? Betting? Well, it's a simple pastime. You only bet with jewel liquor. It's a secret we even keep from Sister Goddess of Battle. Come to think of it, Jean had recently seen Tantel carrying several bottles of jewel liquor. Tantel had bet on Jean during the first match. You don't truly believe that the Goddess of Battle sister is completely ignoring it. Anyway, you must win, Brother Jean. I've bet all my jewel liquor. If you win this time, I won't have to worry about alcohol for the rest of my life. As Tantel vanished as if fleeing, Jean let out a chuckle. The next day, the main hall floating in the sky was once again enveloped in blue lightning. I will commence the 7th duel of the grand tournament. Jean versus Garmin. As the two faced off, the lightning ceased. Jean evaluated Garmin's skill to be around the mid-range level among the Battle Kings. He might be below that level, but nonetheless, he's undoubtedly different from Brother Teto. Originally, Jean couldn't win against him. However, Garmin's physical condition wasn't perfect. Unlike Jean, who had rested since the battle with Teto, Garmin had engaged in an intense battle with ordinary warriors who had challenged him in a group this morning. He wasn't severely injured, but he seemed somewhat fatigued. Have you underestimated me, Brother Garmin? Think what you want. The outcome is already decided. Garmin showed none of his usual nonchalance. Only a determined will to crush his opponent was evident. As Vaughn retreated, Garmin's great sword descended within inches of Jin's nose. When he blocked it, He felt the impact as if his entire body were to be crushed by the blade. Unconsciously, Jean used the aura to dissipate the impact outward, and Garmund had no choice but to furrow his brows. It's that sense, a sense of god of battle. It was difficult for the former Jean to so easily dissipate. The shock that should have caused internal injuries. The training to awaken Vaughn's sense, which had begun in earnest, was starting to bear fruit. Not only that, but the memory of blocking Garmund's sword in the god of battle fusion state during the initial fight also vividly came to his mind. Brother Garmund is slow, of course in a relative sense. He possessed the brute strength to wield a great saber like a dagger, easily surpassing the weight of several strong men, and left aftershocks every time he took a step forward, but he could never be said to be agile compared to other battle kings. Instead, Garmund compensated for his lack of speed in battles against opponents of similar level with destructive power. His method consisted of filling the gaps created by the absence of speed with explosive blows and aura. If I can expose that weakness, I can gain an advantage over Brother Garmund. The exposure had already ended in the first exchange. It was a matter of dispersing the shock transmitted to the body outward. Jean executed it immediately, and Garmund had no choice but to hastily respond. It was an unexpected turn of events from the beginning of the battle. Ha! Having tasted the senses of the goddess of battle sister, does that mean he has already developed his physical abilities to this extent? I shouldn't have accepted the challenge from ordinary warriors in the morning. Of course, Garmund didn't openly show his confusion or panic. He skillfully sidestepped Jean, who had exposed his weakness, and devised a new tactic. I'll execute my techniques. It will be over in one go. Garmund expected Jean to unleash the sword of the reign of the King of Legends. Although dispersing the blows worked well, Jean couldn't perform anything beyond that. Therefore, a decisive blow was needed, so a sword with such destructive power had to be unleashed. Sword of the reign of the King of Legends, Hellfire, or the ultimate shadow sword technique. As far as Garmund knew, those three were Jin's strongest swords. Hellfire can't wield its power without Tess, and Brother Jean wants to keep the ultimate shadow sword technique as a trump card. All that's left is the sword of the reign of the King of Legends. He must be confident. He firsthand experienced how Brother Teto couldn't even use his moves correctly and was defeated. Garmund believed that he could attack Jin's current sword of the reign of the King of Legends head-on and break it. No, it wasn't a belief, it was a certainty. He was sure that his Battle King technique surpassed the power of Jin's sword of the reign of the King of Legends. As expected, lightning energy began to gather in Jin's light heart. Now, when Brother Jean executes the sword of the reign of the King of Legends, I must break it with the Battle King technique at once and provoke a backlash. Garmund seized the opportunity like that. Garmund had been looking for that opportunity. But even though the exchange lasted for over 30 minutes, the aura gathered in Jin's light heart showed no signs of transforming into overwhelming force. Ho-ho! Did you know my thoughts from the beginning? Garmund realized too late, and Jean smiled. There wouldn't be brothers who couldn't read Brother Garmund's thoughts. You always wear them on your face, brother. Well then, there's nothing I can do. I'll make the first move from my side. Even if his intentions were red, it wasn't a problem. Garmund's attempt to lead the counterattack was only a consideration to minimize Jin's injuries. Swoosh dash! Garmund's energy began to gather at a point. Even at a glance, the great sword was surrounded by enough energy to defeat Jean with a single sword stroke. Anyway, you can't handle this sword. But unfortunately, there was something else Garmund couldn't calculate. Garmund was about to unleash his move, but he didn't realize that Jean, who had increased his speed even further, had darted into his blind spot. He didn't expect Jin's physical skills and quick footwork, which had compensated for his destructive power, to be even faster there. He's been able to move even faster than before? Penetrating my energy. He felt the tip of Sigmund's sword on his neck. It's over, Brother Garmund. Garmund shrugged and dissipated the accumulated energy in his great sword. Darn it, I didn't expect to lose so anticlimactically. Another Battle King loses to that unpleasant guy? Weren't you so weak when you pressed me? Lingling intervened, and Vaughn stopped the battle, announcing Jin's victory quietly. If Brother Garmond had thought a little more, I would have undoubtedly lost. Well, I didn't expect to win like this again after what happened with Brother Teto. At the moment, Jin thought up to that point. A member of the tribe of legends who was watching shouted, "Darn it! Everyone is playing. 12th Battle King and 8th Battle King. Can you still say you're the Battle Kings of the Grand Tribe of Legends?" Chapter 616, The Legend That Roared was the 10th Battle King, Ko. Brother Ko? Everyone turned to look at Ko. Seeing how enraged he was, Ko's clenched fists trembled. "Be Brother 10th Battle King, what's wrong? Did you bet on Brother Garmond?" Ko did not respond to the words of several ordinary warriors who did not read the atmosphere well. Tantel, who had a good sense of humor, covered their mouths and coughed. Instantly, a heavy silence filled the air. Jin had never seen any of his brothers express so much anger since he arrived in La Ferosa. "It seems you are not satisfied with me, 10th Battle King." Garmond narrowed his eyes and looked at Ko. His pupils contained a much deeper and darker fighting spirit than he had shown while facing Jin just moments ago. "Yes. Now you show a look ready for combat in earnest. Don't beat around the bush and say it plainly. You should have shown that look when you were fighting Brother Jin, not against me." "What? If you're going to treat Brother Jin like a child, why not change his diapers too?" "Your words are harsh, 10th Battle King. You're crossing the line." "You crossed the line first, 8th Battle King. Do you think the other brothers won't notice that you just deliberately lost to Brother Jin?" "Deliberately losing? The accumulated fatigue from the morning battle was greater than I thought. And again, it just means Brother Jin was stronger than expected. Such things are usually called unspoken intentions. 8th Battle King, you secretly hoped for Brother Jin to win. So, even during the fight, you deliberately did not use your moves correctly." "I've already said, it's not like that, but you keep talking nonsense." "If it really isn't true then." Ko stepped toward Garmond. "Put the honor of the goddess of battle and all the brothers at stake. Did you fight with all your heart, 8th Battle King? If you say yes, then I will cut off my right arm." Looking at Ko's determined face right in front of him, Garmond involuntarily took a step back. It wasn't because he felt overwhelmed by Ko's spirit, nor because he feared confrontation. It was because there was something stabbing at him. Indeed, every word from Ko hit home with Garmond. "Why can't you answer, 8th Battle King?" Well, actually no, since you would cut off your right arm, 10th Battle King. It's shameful that you, the 12th Battle King, and I are the same Battle Kings. It's true that I fought properly and lost. Do I have to endure this criticism like this? 10th Battle King." When Teto spoke with a seemingly unfair voice, and Lumora roughly wrapped her arm around his neck. "Shut up, 12th Battle King. It's an important matter." "No, the way 10th Battle King is speaking doesn't seem pleasant at all." "Don't stop me. Why is he yelling at me if I haven't done anything wrong? Am I really so weak that I seem like a coward? Do you want to fight Brother Ko? Will you fight him, 12th Battle King? Will you? Listen to this, sister. And anyway, since you were also defeated by Brother Jin, it's true that it hurt the pride of the Battle Kings." Teto seemed to be struggling against Lumara's strength. Ko doesn't even seem to care about Teto. "Are you going to endure such a humiliating situation and still refuse to answer? 8th Battle King. 10th Battle King, it seems you're confusing with the goddess of battle. Why should I follow your words, 10th Battle King?" In the next moment, all members of the tribe of legends had no choice but to be frightened. Bang dash! Suddenly, Ko struck Garmond's jaw with his fist. It was such a powerful blow that a shockwave spread throughout the main hall. Oh, that must really hurt. Looks like his jaw broke. Garmond, swaying as if he were about to collapse, blinked. "Ko, you bastard." Then, as Garmond tried to counterattack. "Enough." Vaughn spoke for the first time, and Vaughn looked at everyone for a while from atop Lingling and said nothing more. "The 7th match has ended. The winner is Brother Jin. The next match will be held after an hour of rest." After announcing the results of the match in a calm voice, she disappeared. There is no hierarchy among all the legends, except the goddess of battle. To put it bluntly, Jean, the successor of the goddess of battle and heir of Sigmund, had a nominal position only surpassed by Vaughn, but the real recognition was another matter. That's why an event like this occurred. Certainly, Jean had risen to the ranks of the strong even among the legends, and had become the heir of the Shadow Blade and the successor of the goddess of battle. But his strength was still not recognized by everyone. Being recognized as a brother and being recognized as a battle king or successor were clearly different things. The sister goddess of battle left without intervening in the fight. Does this mean that the battle kings should not stop fighting? It's the first time something like this has happened since the battle with the gods. It almost never happened before the war. It's unsettling. By the way, is it true that the 12th Battle King and the 8th Battle King lost intentionally? Is that why they're fighting? What does it matter if Brother Jean is doing well? Honestly, it seems like the 10th Battle King holds some resentment. Brother Jean is our only hope anyway. Exactly. Without Brother Jean, we can't get out. Plus, Brother Jean has never believed in the favor of Sister Goddess of Battle, and he turned wild like lightning, right? He has always proved his worth. That's why he became our brother. That's true, but considering the significance of the Great War, I can understand the feelings of the 10th Battle King. Honestly, it hasn't been long since Brother Jean became our brother. And Brother Jean achieved everything that the Battle Kings desired so much in a short period of time. Although he was chosen by the Sister Goddess of Battle. In any other era, all this would have been nearly impossible. Above all, the 10th Battle King worked harder than anyone to become the successor of the Sister Goddess of Battle before our destruction. No one can deny that. Ordinary warriors whispered and exchanged opinions. They had no idea why Vaughn had left, so they did not intervene hastily in the fight. For Jean, it was equally confusing. The brothers he knew never showed their fangs to each other. Moreover, from the moment he was recognized as a brother, Jean had never experienced discrimination or prejudice, always receiving unconditional support. This was the nature and characteristic of the race called Tribe of Legends. Sometimes, Jean thought there was no group with a more ideal society than the Legends. An absolute leader, equality, trust, and people who never betrayed each other. However, as Tantel had said before, the Legends were also living beings. We don't always care for each other with the same sincerity. As now, Brother Jean. Even in the history of the Legends, there were many betrayals, murders, conspiracies, and schemes. Just fewer than in other races. The era of the current Goddess of Battle, Sister Vaughn, was truly an era of peace and prosperity for us. That's why there was never a murder in the Great Battle Kings tournament, which was held before the destruction, but it wasn't like that before. There were factional fights, and some deliberately killed others for political ends. Jean suddenly remembered what Boris had said. The peaceful era of Sister Goddess of Battle. In the end, she defied the gods and faced destruction. Perhaps the ideal aspect of the brothers that Jean had witnessed so far was possible, because La Ferosa was a dead world. Time for the Legends stood still. When Timar found La Ferosa, as the first heir, even when Jean arrived 1,000 years later, La Ferosa was a society without a future. All the members of the Legends, who had only received visits from 2 people for a long time, could do was give everything they had to the heir. So, they no longer needed to compete among themselves. There was no need to fight for the succession of the god of battle, and there was no reason to consecrate themselves. But now that Jean had declared that he would return them to the human world, their time had regained meaning. They had a reason to live, desires revived, and the spark of dreams ignited. In other words, it wasn't just a ghost who wanted to become a successor, but now it was possible to face tomorrow as a living being. That's why some brothers were convinced that this fight among the Battle Kings had to be brutally fair. Regardless of the outcome, Jean would inevitably be the heir of the Shadow Blade, but they believed that the successor of the God of Battle could change. To remove the rust and moss attached to the stagnant history of the Tribe of Legends, inevitably, there had to be struggles and battles. The Great Battle Kings tournament was the final test and purification stage that Vaughn and all the other members of the tribe gave to Jean. For history to flow again, everything had to be laid bare. To achieve that, Jean came to the conclusion of what he had to do. 10th Battle King. Jean looked at KO with Garmond in the background. If you don't like the actions of the 8th Battle King, when it's your turn, you can trample me with all your might. That's what I plan to do, Brother Jean. And no matter how sincere the 8th Battle King may have been, the fact is that the outcome would be my victory. This isn't a match, it's a bout. Now, it doesn't matter if the 8th Battle King did his best or not. True, that's a valid point. So it's better to stop this shameful scene now. As the 8th Battle King said, you're acting like the sister goddess of battle, 10th Battle King. There's no hierarchy among brothers. You can't order us or force us. It means only the sister goddess of battle can do that. The tribe of legends split between those who nodded in agreement with Jin's opinion and those who remained silent. Jean decided to become the antagonist who would incite their fights. In the end, he would have to win and be recognized as the antagonist. In my opinion, it seems like you're convinced that you're stronger than the 8th Battle King. If not, you couldn't humiliate him like this in front of all the brothers. KO's behavior turned even fiercer. Is that so? What an interesting story. Does that mean you're now pressuring me in the same context? Is it because you're sure you're stronger than me, Brother Jean? At that, Jean smiled. Exactly. 10th Battle King, you won't be able to defeat me. Chapter 617. KO remained silent, gazing at Jean with cold eyes for a while. When it's our turn to fight as brothers, I'll give you a lesson and carve it into your bones. You call us brothers with that bloodlust in your eyes. Looking back, it seems you didn't like me from the start, Brother 10th Battle King. Brother Jean, what nonsense is this? You're going too far. How can you speak to the Brother 10th Battle King like that? Some members of the tribe of legends, who were watching, were startled and shouted. Even Garmond opened his eyes wide in surprise. Do you think I'm wrong, brothers? When the goddess of battle sister handed me over to Sigmund, I don't remember the Brother 10th Battle King congratulating me. Furthermore, now he dares to mock my victory in front of everyone. There were some who didn't congratulate Jean at that moment, but he deliberately pointed at KO. That's because the Brother 10th Battle King was angry with the Brother 8th Battle King. If the Brother 10th Battle King was truly only angry with the Brother 8th Battle King, he shouldn't have spoken about changing my diapers. The words clearly reveal how the Brother 10th Battle King truly felt about me. Furthermore, the Brother 12th Battle King fought with all his might. But why does the Brother 10th Battle King speak as if I couldn't defeat him? The legends couldn't immediately refute Jin's words. Jean continued to speak skillfully, preventing his brothers from intervening. Furthermore, why do you think the reason the Brother 10th Battle King caused a disturbance a while ago has nothing to do with my honor? Why do you think that? The Brother 10th Battle King assumed that the 8th Battle King had lost to me deliberately, so he expressed his anger. But what did he say right after? Jean looked around once. Are you really a Battle King of the great tribe of legends? That's how it was. If it had been the Brother 10th Battle King, he would have said something different. To fight like this is an insult to Brother Jean. Shouldn't it be a priority to take care of brothers who have never participated in the great tournament, rather than the honor of the Battle Kings? Silence hung in the air. Although Jean deliberately made his words more provocative, he was not wrong. To drive the wedge further, Jean looked back into KO's eyes. Brother 10th Battle King, I want to say this one last time. Brothers do not tarnish the honor of the great tribe of legends. A while ago, you insulted 8th Battle King and me based on mere speculation, and assaulted a brother. It was far from brotherly behavior. It's disappointing. Brother Jean, stop now. Both Brother 8th Battle King and Brother 10th Battle King have made mistakes. But isn't it too much to assume that Brother 10th Battle King disliked you from the start? Jean nodded at Baltarok's words. I too have only speculated on the emotions of the Brother 10th Battle King, as did the first Brother Battle King. And I have never been wrong. See you in our battle, Brother 10th Battle King. As Jean turned around and left the main hall, Tantel hurried to chase after him. Brother Jean, what are you up to? Have you already forgotten everything I told you? I did it on purpose. What? It was necessary to stimulate the fighting spirit of the brothers. Seeing how 8th Battle King lost to me, it seemed something like this was necessary sooner or later. Huh. Tell me more. All right, but I'll only tell you. Promise it on the honor of the goddess of battle sister and all the brothers. After that day, the atmosphere of La Ferosa changed. First of all, the betting with jewel wine stopped. The betting with jewel wine was for everyone's entertainment, where practically no one was a victim. Whether someone won or lost, in the end, everyone shared the jewel wine used in the bets, laughing and chatting together. Everyone tried to cheer up the atmosphere. Such entertainment was only possible when Jean arrived and made time flow in La Ferosa. With the disappearance of betting with jewel wine, the laughter of the legends preparing for the Great Battle Kings tournament also faded away. Although they fought fiercely against each other until just before killing the opponent, the Great Battle Kings tournament fundamentally pursued a friendly competition. Now, the atmosphere was different. Like before the peaceful era of the goddess of battle Vaughn, invisible factions had emerged. The faction that recognized Jean as the successor of the god of battle, and the faction that thought it wasn't enough. The former adopted the stance that they should unconditionally support Jean as a brother, while the latter argued that the situation had changed, and strict scrutiny was necessary. I don't know if we have to stay locked up, but if we can go out, the competition for the successor of the goddess of battle sister should be clear. That's right, that's also good for Brother Jean. If the successor of the god of battle is not someone everyone can recognize, our tribe will end up weakening. Then, we won't be able to go out and support Brother Jean properly. Brothers, you're talking nonsense. Brother Jean is chosen directly by the goddess of battle sister. Are you doubting the foresight of the goddess of battle sister? No. At that time, we didn't have hope of going out to the human world. The goddess of battle sister had no choice but to choose Brother Jean. Nonsense. If that's not the case, why did the goddess of battle sister leave when the brother 10th Battle King and the 8th Battle King fought? It must be because it's not right to forcibly push Brother Jean like the 8th Battle King. It might have seemed odd if the goddess of battle sister had stepped forward. That's an insult to the goddess of battle sister. Furthermore, since when has the Great Battle Kings tournament become a competition to determine the successor of the goddess of battle sister? It has always been implicitly like that. The final winner of the Great Battle Kings tournament would usually become the next god of battle. Damn it, brothers. To me, it just seems like a meaningless fight. Is this all we can do to appreciate each other? Are you going to test Brother Jean, who has already been designated as the successor? It's shameful to see brothers fighting and arguing only for that reason. In the end, the arm bends inwards. Surely, there will be brothers who consider Brother Jean as an obstacle. Ingrates. Ignorance. Brother Shaku, don't say that. No one thinks like that. That's something I don't know. To be honest, I think the Brother 10th Battle King sees Brother Jean that way. Am I the only one who saw the Brother 10th Battle King laugh as if it were ridiculous when Brother Jean lost his 2 battles in a row this time? 2 consecutive defeats. Jean was defeated by Palem in the 12th battle and by Dalper in the 17th. Unlike when Jean defeated Teto and Garmund, this time he suffered a devastating defeat. Furthermore, the 3rd Battle King and the 6th Battle King were also quite clumsy when facing Brother Jean. They didn't finish him off in one go even when they had the advantage. If they really care about Brother Jean, could that have happened? Besides, those two are very close to the Brother 10th Battle King. We, the legends, are all close, and don't make baseless speculations. Even if they intentionally made Brother Jean suffer, it was probably to enlighten him as a battle king. And, whatever the reason, Brother Jean was defeated. It means he is even further from qualifying as the successor of the goddess of battle. Have you said enough, Brother Mukha? It happens that we are included in today's preliminary battles. Let's settle it there. Will the winner's opinion be considered correct? Heh, is that how it's going to be? I have no intention of stepping back. Don't regret it. Day after day, conflicts among tribe members deepened. It was hard to believe that just a while ago they lived together so peacefully and idealistically. Those who tried to remain as neutral as possible felt like they were standing on thin ice every day. It hadn't collapsed yet, but at any moment, given the chance, everyone could explode, and it wouldn't be surprising. Oh my, I thought there wouldn't be such childish conflicts in our era. Shouldn't we all be ashamed in front of our deceased brothers? How can this happen? Bellis, who watched them from afar, touched her forehead. She was the one who had welcomed and appreciated Jean the most from the beginning, but now she worried about maintaining neutrality as the conflict escalated. Doesn't the goddess of battle sister say anything else, brother fifth battle king? Bellis asked Boris, who was sitting beside her. Boris shrugged and shook his head. Is it too unpleasant to watch, or do they have something in mind? Outside of the grand tournament, everyone seems to be playing. This is madness. If Brother Jean ends up like this with Brother Ko, it seems a tragedy is going to happen. The 22nd match, the battle between Jean and Ko, was just around the corner. Jean was still recovering from the wounds suffered in the previous defeat, while Ko, having participated in more battles, was already in top form. I don't think the brother 10th Battle King has any intention of being gentle with him. He harbored resentment. The conflict was the fuel, and the match between the two was the spark. All tribe members predicted Ko's overwhelming victory, and since then, the divisions between factions had deepened even further. Someone had to step back and stop this conflict, but Jean and Ko seemed far from intending to apologize to each other. Ha! It's impossible for the brother 10th Battle King to kill brother Jean, right? Surely he wouldn't do such a crazy thing. He's just angry. What's wrong, 7th Sister Battle King? Can't you trust the brother 10th Battle King? There's no reason for brothers to kill each other. Damn it, I don't know. The way the brother 10th Battle King behaved that day was like seeing his madness in its day. When Ko went crazy, Bellas and Boras clearly remembered what Ko was like during that time. At that time, Ko was always ready to cross the line. Everyone worried, and at the same time anticipated. Without resolving anything, time came to the day of the battle between Jean and Ko. Above the main hall, all tribe members gathered, watching Jean and Ko with suspense. Vaughn, as always, had a calm face that did not betray her emotions. Finally, we meet face to face, brother 10th Battle King. In response to Jin's words, Ko nodded. Ko only responded with a cold, monotone voice. If you feel like you're going to die, scream for mercy. Otherwise, there might be an incident. Chapter 618. Why do you openly declare that you will kill? It seems you could do it. It wasn't a bluff. Ko truly had that kind of look, to the point that Jean trembled even if he deliberately made it sarcastic to anger Jean more. Jean smiled outwardly, but his mouth was dry. I can't even play the villain. This one's scary. Jean came to La Ferosa to purify the chaos, regained all his strength, and was even more enlightened thanks to the god of battle fusion. Jean never thought he would be so deeply and strongly pressured by Ko's fighting spirit. Jean knew beforehand that Ko is one of the highest-level battle kings of the tribe. Even when the opening ceremony was held with the god of battle fusion, all the battle kings fought with Ko's support. Ko attended to everyone with a single bow, and his arrows were the most elusive and threatening attacks even in the state of battle god fusion. The 22nd battle begins. As Vaughn's words ended, a storm of lightning energy gathered around Ko's great bow, the Godslayer. Energy also accumulated in Sigmund, but Jean was slightly slower than Ko. The difference was enough that it could only be recognized by those who were at least at the level of the battle kings. The moment the sword and arrow collided, ordinary warriors perceived that both had attacked at the same time. It was heavy. The feeling was completely different from Teto, Garmund, Palem, and Dalper, whom Jean had competed with before. Especially in the previous two battles, although Jean lost, he thought the outcome might have been different if he had used the sword of the reign of the King of Legends to the limit. This time, Jean was sure from the first strike. At this moment, there was no way to defeat Ko in a normal battle. If I keep training, there might be a chance. At the current rate of growth, it won't take long. The sense of the god of battle fusion was growing in Jean rapidly day by day. Bang! A resounding impact shook his body each time he stopped the arrows flying in a series of shots. As if there was no need to check his opponent's movements, KO pushed Jean to the limit from the start. Jean could barely keep up. To the eyes of ordinary warriors, it seemed like a close fight, but the Battle Kings already judged that KO had won the match. No wonder. Even ordinary warriors, who thought both were fighting on equal terms, believed the outcome of the 22nd battle was decided. It's only a matter of time. At this rate, Brother Jean will soon tire. I hope the Brother 10th Battle King doesn't hurt Brother Jean too much. Those who held that Jean, as the successor, had to undergo another test with other Battle Kings, and those who saw him as a confirmed successor shared the same concern. When KO said, "An accident could happen," Jean wasn't the only one who heard it. "Didn't you say you could definitely defeat me? It's disappointing. Why don't you shoot another arrow while you have time to talk? I'm still holding." Cut! The arrow broke, and a bolt of lightning pierced Jin's left arm. The shrapnel, deeply embedded, almost touching the bone, was not a coincidence but KO's intention. It wasn't that Jean broke the arrow, but it was scattered arrows, a Battle King technique. Unlike the explosive-type bullets from the mana cannon, all dozens of fragments from KO's scattered arrows moved according to his will. In the opening ceremony, Jean did not experience KO's scattered arrows. At that time, to pierce through Jin's lightning energy, enhanced by the god of battle fusion, it was necessary to concentrate the destructive power at one point to the limit, so he didn't use the skill. Also, during the 3 victories, he did not reveal it to the other brothers, so it was a completely unexpected attack for Jean. A shrapnel embedded in his left arm came loose, causing severe bleeding. In the second round, Jean had no choice but to take another hit in the wounded area. This is no joke. To change the situation, a significant technique was needed. However, KO didn't give Jean even the slightest time. He had fought countless opponents, but it seemed like KO was the first one who didn't even give him a chance to catch his breath. He couldn't close the distance. KO leaped like the wind, shooting arrows from all directions. It seemed like not a single person, but about 10 archers were indiscriminately firing. Compared to this, Yulian's Harmilla lightning is cute. Rather, it seemed like an archer with the divine power of the storm god. Although Jean barely managed to defend himself, every time a vulnerability appeared, scattered arrows burst out, preventing him from moving away from his current position. Jean changed his sword. Ultimate Shadow Sword Technique? Now that I think about it, you believe in that, Brother Jean. Yes, that sword is a bit dangerous. Saying so, KO immediately increased his firepower even more. Jin's ultimate Shadow Sword Technique, which even blocked Lingling's senses, wasn't unleashed. It was because the Shadow Force curtain he was trying to color the main hall with was being shattered by KO's lightning. It wasn't entirely ineffective. The bow's accuracy decreased due to the obstruction of vision, and a considerable amount of shadow energy was wasted in expelling the shadow energy. Brother Jean, you know very well that stalling for time like this is pointless. Every time Jean thought KO would stop at this point, the firepower of the Godslayer increased. In the end, Jean couldn't fully use the ultimate Shadow Sword Technique and had to substitute the Shadow Sword Technique for the Magic Sword Technique. Even that wasn't perfect. In a state where his entire body trembled from the impact like a ship caught in a storm, he couldn't properly execute any technique. He couldn't even borrow Tessa's most crucial power. Even so, the flames displayed tremendous power. He set fire to the arrow, pushed the lightning energy and scattered it, and even attacked KO. The opponent that crossed Jin's mind at that moment was Hito, the guardian of the White Knight Tower. The fire that unfolded unstably had as much destructive power as the moment it struck Hito in the Soda Desert. And, just like Hito at that time, KO showed his strength to easily shake off the blue flames. If Tessa's power had been added and fully utilized, not even KO could have dealt with him so easily. However, in combat, assumptions were meaningless. That's why KO didn't feel very threatened by Jin's flames. Swak dash. A dark sword energy emerged amidst the blue flames. KO elegantly dodged the sword energy and began closing the distance with Jean. It wasn't because he underestimated Jean to the point of giving up the advantage of mastering the distance. Rather, it was a deliberate choice to end Jean more decisively. The closer he got, the more the destructive power of the Godslayer multiplied. The lightning energy enveloping the entire main hall converged towards KO as he drew closer. It was like tightening the grip on him. Although the area invaded by KO's lightning energy was shrinking, Jean couldn't extend his energy there. A more powerful force continued to suppress Jean. The curtain of shadow energy, which had spread out in front of him, had been pierced. With the last line of defense crumbling, Jean had to endure the Godslayer's lightning energy, which had begun to seep into him. Maintaining an absurdly advantageous state while eroding the opponent's territory with lightning energy is one of the characteristics of the Sword of the Reign of the King of Legends. KO's technique resembled that. Swoosh dash, tack. While frantically blocking the arrows, the scattered arrows exploded again. With the third burst, Jean felt his vision darken for a moment. The eyes. 2 fragments had accurately pierced Jin's 2 eyes. Thanks to the runes and Myalta's protective shield, he wasn't actually stabbed, but his head rang to the point of feeling dizzy. You won't be able to stop the next one, will you? Will it be okay? Brother Jean, it seems better to shout for mercy. 10 steps, the distance between Jean and KO narrowed to that point. As KO said, the rune of Myalta was completely torn on the eye side. A chill ran down Jin's spine, and cold sweat broke out. The moment his eyes were damaged, they could never be restored, not even with Boris's healing power. It was impossible to know exactly how the battle between them was unfolding due to the lightning energy and the shadow curtain. Even if Jean lost both eyes, it would only be an accident. Jin's heart raced. If I retreat, I'll never achieve my goal. Great Battle King's Tournament. A fight to determine the successor of the God of Battle. In that fight, all tribe members risked their lives. Losing his eyes was nothing compared to that. It was even more so when he thought of it as a price to unite his brothers by becoming a villain. You're weak. If it were me, I'd take your eyes out right away without warning, KO. I also believe that. KO released the bowstring he had drawn. Then, along with the lightning energy hanging from the bow, all the arrows that were arranged like pillars everywhere rained down on Jean. Even if they were covered by lightning energy and shadow energy, it was a move big enough for all the brothers outside to notice. The legends gasped. In the end, Brother 10th Battle King. For God's sake, you didn't need to go that far. You could have incapacitated him for the fight. This isn't right. Sister Goddess of Battle, we have to intervene. It's too late. As the Brother 10th Battle King said, Brother Jean should have declared surrender before it came to this. We could have stepped forward and prevented it. A dash. Jean let out a scream with a broken voice. Finally, the accident happened. After about 10 seconds, the immense forces that had shaken the entire temple were calming down as if it were all a lie. After everything cleared, what the legends saw was Jean with arrows stuck all over his body and blood flowing from his entire face, and KO looking at him while breathing heavily. The legends couldn't blame KO. The Great Battle King's Tournament was originally such a fight, and he only did what he could. The constant use of Battle King techniques was a huge burden for KO as well. He barely held his trembling legs and aimed his Godslayer at the fallen Jean. Whoa! If Vaughn didn't announce the victory and he released the arrow, Jean would surely die. Vaughn watched him for a while. The 20-second match. But just as Vaughn was about to announce the end of the match, suddenly, Jean, who had fallen, stood up and stabbed Bradamanti into KO's chest, with his sword in his mouth. What the hell is this? Brother Jean. Jean moved incredibly fast like an arrow, but it wasn't at a speed KO couldn't react to. But KO couldn't stop the Bradamanti that pierced his chest. To avoid being stabbed, he had no choice but to release the bowstring that he had aimed at Jin's head. You bastard! Although KO was stabbed in the chest, he didn't release the bowstring. On the other hand, Jean turned his head and even rotated the sword in his chest as if he really was going to kill KO. I told you, KO, you'll never defeat me. Never. Then, as Bradamanti's energy exploded in his chest, The arrow grazed Jin's cheek and split the sky. Ko coughed up blood and collapsed, and Jin trembled for a few seconds, staring at him before losing consciousness. Chapter 619. The two men, who had an astounding 20-second bout, were unconscious for over a week. During that time, the goddess of battle Vaughn halted the progress of the bouts. Originally, even if an accident occurred, the Great Battle Kings tournament always continued immediately, but this time was different. This was because Jin was the tribe's only hope to escape the dead world. His death meant halting the tribe's history once again. Brother 5th Battle King. What happened? Are our brothers all right? Brothers? Hey, Brother 8th Battle King. Haven't you seen what Jin did to Brother 10th Battle King after the bout? Brother 10th Battle King was the first to treat Brother Jin as an enemy. Not that Brother Jin did a good job either, but Brother 10th Battle King shouldn't have gotten that far in the first place. So stabbing the unsuspecting brother in the chest and even bursting sword energy on him? This isn't an accident. It's an intentional assassination attempt. Brothers, calm down. Listen to what Brother 5th Battle King has to say. Boris had a haggard face from the intensive surgery that lasted over a week. Both are all right. They won't suffer any disabilities and their lives aren't in danger. But they need extreme rest, so don't meet with them until I say it's okay. The legends nodded. Boris, foreseeing any contingencies, had separated the hospital rooms of both individuals. The legends took their positions in front of the rooms of the individuals they supported. Even before the 20-second bout, the legends were divided and engaged in daily skirmishes. However, now there was an overwhelming majority of KO supporters compared to before, when the faction was split in half. It had to be this way. It's true that KO initially acted as if he couldn't recognize Jin, but he didn't cross the line. Jin, on the other hand, clearly crossed those lines. Furthermore, strictly speaking, KO followed the traditions and principles of the Great Battle Kings tournament. Until Jin's provocation, KO hadn't directly attacked Jin. The Battle Kings in front of Jin's hospital room were Limpa, Bellas, and Garmand. Since there were fewer than 10 ordinary warriors, including Shaku, it clearly showed how most of the legends felt. However, even among those who were on Jin's side, there wasn't an unconditional stance of support towards him. They also believed that Jin had committed a grave sin. Still, it was only to point out that Jin hadn't been expelled from the position called Brotherhood. The rest of the brothers were mostly in favor of Jin being expelled, and not just expelled, but it should be accompanied by a strong punishment. Damn it, how did we get to this? Said Garmand, touching his forehead. He felt the most responsible for this incident. He believed that if he had fought properly, the situation wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Stop blaming yourself, Brother Garmand. It's not your fault. Yes, let's think about how to resolve this issue. Ha! Does our brothers' unity end here? Like this, we're no different from the stupid other races we used to hate in the past. Those who wanted to expel Jin and those who didn't. In reality, they had no choice. The absolute decision-making power of the tribe rests solely with the goddess of battle, Vaughn. Vaughn only halted the great tournament kings, but even then, she didn't express her intention otherwise. Not only that, but she completely isolated herself with Lingling from the rest of the world. The sister goddess of battle should say something at a time like this. This is the first time sister goddess of battle has stayed quiet at a time like this. What the hell is she thinking? As concern and anger among the legends grew, Jin and Ko woke up just 2 days later. Upon waking up, Jin immediately expressed his thoughts to the brothers who rushed to him after receiving permission from Boris. Unless the sister goddess of battle disciplines me personally, I will continue to participate in the great tournament of Battle Kings as planned. If necessary, I will continue to adhere to the same methods as to defeat Brother Ko. It was unexpected for the brothers who had been waiting. Naturally, they expected Jin to reflect on his excessive actions and apologize to the enraged legends. Brother Jin, are you insane? Are you going to do it again? Jin nodded silently in response to Bellas's furious voice. Yes, the Great Battle Kings tournament isn't fundamentally a simple sparring match, but a battle, Sister 7th Battle King. and I will demonstrate my will and my qualifications in this battle. Is it all right to do such things just for victory? Do you really believe that trampling on the faith and affection of brothers and winning is really a fair competition? I can do even more than that. If you think it's unfair, the brothers fighting against me can do the same. Unlike Brother Jean, Brother 10th Battle King suffered such grave injuries that he can no longer continue in the Great Battle Kings tournament. Brother Jean, you burst your sword energy into his chest. It will take him at least a year to recover. He's currently at a point where he can't even eat alone. Can't you feel anything? I almost lost both my eyes to Brother 10th Battle King. In the end, my entire head was about to disappear. But that didn't happen. Why? It's because Brother 10th Battle King wasn't able to shoot you in the end. That's right. If they really couldn't finish me off, I don't know. Anyway, Brother KO lost, and I will win in the next bout. You can't kill me because we're brothers? From the start, participating in a battle where accidents and deaths are inevitable. Adopting such a withdrawn mentality is the problem. What? And do you think the reason Brother 10th Battle King didn't shoot the arrow at me was because he really cared about me? It's probably because if it's not me, the hope for brothers to get out disappears. Bella's raised her arm as if to slap Jean. Then, she lowered her trembling arm again. I hope the brothers treat me as they should. If they truly accept me as a brother, they shouldn't have denied me being Sigmund's successor just because another possibility has arisen now. Not all the brothers did that. But many did. Even the goddess of battle sister didn't contain the atmosphere. And what's the result? The brothers are already divided, and most of them support Brother KO. In a way, it's not even a division. Now that the opportunity to deny my succession, which they didn't like from the beginning, has come, unity is closer. In the face of Jin's malicious words, all the brothers beside him bit their lips, to the point of wondering if he's the same Jean they knew. I guess we've misunderstood Brother Jean. I've never really felt included in the words, our tribe. Now even you, in the end, will turn around and stay on the other side. After all, the arm will end up bending inward. As Bella's turned around and left the hospital room, the ordinary warrior followed her. Rinpa and Garmin stayed behind for a while and looked at Jean. Brother Jean, why are you doing this? Brother Jean, you're not like this. It started because of me, but now you're definitely wrong. Brother 10th Battle King might have been a bit rough, but do you really think the reason he couldn't shoot you was because he wanted to get out? Please leave. Jean closed his eyes, and the two remained silent for a while. Brother Jean, just remember this. If you continue like this, all the brothers might truly drift away. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in KO's hospital room was a bit heavier. Everyone was silently repressing their anger. If the lightning had exploded in a slightly more dangerous position, KO's light heart would have shattered and he would be almost crippled. He should be banished. You're right. I don't even want to call him brother anymore. He's crossed the line. This is clearly an attempted murder against a brother. If we banish him, we can't leave forever, but we can't just stand still. KO silently swallowed the porridge that Battle King Baba gave him to eat. Sister Goddess of Battle just gave the order, shouted Mukha, who had just entered the hospital room. What did she say? She said that the Great Battle Kings tournament will continue as soon as Brother Jean fully recovers. Sighs sprouted from all around. Of course, they wanted punishment for Jean, but it wasn't easy to accept since it was announced that the Great Battle Kings tournament would continue. The fact that the Great Battle Kings tournament was continuing again meant that KO would be excluded. KO was now in a state where he could no longer participate in the Great Battle Kings tournament. This makes it clear. Sister Goddess of Battle has no intention of directly disciplining Brother Jean. However, the tribe members didn't think it was favoritism from Vaughn. Rather, they considered it giving them a choice about what to do with Jean, or they thought it was giving Jean another chance to see how he behaves in the next match and how he treats his brothers. Sister Goddess of Battle must have the same thought. Even if it means we can't leave, we can't just get over it. Yes, if her intention were never to punish Jean, she would have given orders never to retaliate. Brother Jean is not qualified to inherit the god of battle. Not only did he lack strength, but he even tried to kill 10th brother using the fact that we couldn't leave if Brother Jean died. When it's my turn, I'll take 10th brother's place. When several tribe members revealed their intentions to kill, Baba stopped the porridge. By the way, in the end, Brother Jean didn't kill 10th brother. Everyone, let's calm down a bit. 9th sister battle king. Do you mean we need to think more? When 8th brother did something stupid, the reason 10th brother got so angry was because of 9th sister battle king. Don't tell me you didn't know. 9th battle king Baba. Until their destruction, most tribe members thought that the person who would succeed Vaughn would ultimately be Baba. The battle kings, including Ko, had been fighting to defeat her all their lives. Baba was the final victor in the last Great Battle Kings tournament before the destruction. Haha, I know, but do you really want to kill Brother Jean? It might be a mistake. Besides, even though everyone says it, they don't have the confidence to banish or kill Brother Jean. Baba! Finally, Ko raised his head with a hoarse voice and everyone looked at him. Ko opened his eyes and said, If Jean makes another mistake, then end him yourself. Chapter 620. Are you really going to keep doing this? Why did Brother Jean get so angry? Did it bother you so much that we said a new test is necessary when you've already become the successor of the sister goddess of battle? Enough to stab your brothers. Brother Jean might understand this if he really thinks about the situation of other brothers. Moreover, not all brothers claimed that he should be tested again. Even the 10th Battle King brother just wanted a fair Great Battle Kings tournament. It's not about taking away what Brother Jean has. Say something. As Baba said, although the members of the Tribe of Legends were so angry, they still didn't have the courage to kill or banish Jean. In Ko's hospital room, they talked about it as if they were about to get rid of Jean, but what they most desired was a conversation with him. The tribe's law that brothers don't calculate favors between them still applied to Jean. But Jean was only making things worse. The legends were willing to make amends if Jean sincerely apologized, but he just coldly dismissed all the brothers who visited him. As time passed, the legends' disappointment grew. Seeing Jean becoming increasingly cold, selfish, and ruthless, they began to wonder if the person they knew actually existed. Everything he has shown us so far has been false. How can a person change so much in an instant? We were willing to give everything. Would we have ignored it if he had honestly told us not to test his ability anymore since he has already inherited Sigmund? Not only the brother 10th Battle King, but all the brothers would have accepted it. He seems convinced that we're causing a commotion just to take away what's his. Was it so unbearable to give equal opportunities to other brothers? If it's not me, he can't even go out, and now he dares to verify my qualifications? He has that kind of attitude. He can never become a true legend. In the end, he was just a human being, always greedy. Sadness turned into anger, and anger soon turned into a feeling close to hatred. The depth of the gap that separated them was a problem that no one would have imagined would occur at one point. 77 individuals, adding Jean makes 78, and including Lingling makes 79. The city, once filled with golden glory, always emitted a lively and bright atmosphere, even with these few numbers, when Jean arrived. However, now there was a tense and uneasy atmosphere. Sigh. Jean spent time in empty houses on the outskirts of La Ferosa, far from the goddess of battle's room. Even during the grand tournament, if it wasn't his match, he didn't visit the main hall. I've felt it since the last time, but it's something I really can't do. Jean didn't feel comfortable. When he provoked Ko, when he maliciously stabbed him, and even now when he continued to provoke all his brothers. Of course, his heart was bitter and sore, like filled with acid. But as the situation grew more serious, he became more certain that he had to go through this process at least once. I must not leave the feeling that my inheritance of Sigmund was a reward obtained too easily. Hierarchy. Except for the goddess of battle, all tribe members were equal. However, looking back, Jean had always held an exceptional position. Although he wasn't a brother, he mastered the Sword of Legends, and after becoming a brother, he succeeded Sigmund immediately. That's why, even when lining up, Jin's position is next to Vaughn's, and in the opening combat, he fought alongside all the legends. All this happened in the few years they spent together. They never fought a life-or-death battle behind others' backs, never defended a territory, never conquered, never massacred enemies, never joined a war where fate was at stake. Jin always came here to receive. However, as Tantel said, the legends were also living beings, so they had very ordinary emotions. Even after the tribe accepted Jin as their brother, even after Jin was ranked alongside Vaughn, they always considered Jin someone they had to take care of. They were trapped in a dead world, and their time with Jin was very short, so they couldn't treat him with total equality. In other words, the legends only saw Jin as a younger brother. Jin, as a second-rank brother, believed that he shouldn't be a subject to be taken care of but rather a target of struggle. Beyond equal treatment, beyond equality, he believed he should be a subject to transcend. If he had shown transcendent power like Vaughn, if there had been a time when he could do so, there would have been no need for conflicts like now. The same applied even when the tribe was still confined in La Ferosa. There would have been no problem as long as he had been treated like a beloved younger brother without conflicts. But to fight with his brothers from outside and to come to control them as a leader, a real fight was necessary. Not a play that resembled reality. After this fight, it was crucial to confirm what would remain. It's not that Jin wasn't worried at all. There was no guarantee that the results obtained after the fight would be favorable. I have to clear my mind. Until the Great Battle King's tournament ends, I just have to focus on training, meditation, and retrospection. After waking up, Jin continued to grow at all times except in battles. The wounds he obtained in the battle with KO stimulated the feeling of the god of battle fusion. And Jin's training progressed to a higher level than before. The optimal paths for stabbing and slashing, the unwavering composure maintained in any situation, the feeling of avoiding death, and landscapes that seemed to be seen only by those who had transcended, and more. In other words, the martial arts world that only transcendent beings could comprehend. In his mind, the image of that world was constantly drawn without rest. Jin absorbed everything with astonishing speed, of course, thanks to the sensation of Vaughn he experienced through fusion. But that was not all. The senses of the sister goddess of battle are those of a person who has been strong since birth. Just like my father. Jin's own mastery added to that sensation. Jin Runcandle's unique mastery, which he obtained through the abyss of the bottom and long despair, as well as through death, further enriched the transcendent world. As a result, in the 31st combat, which took place 3 days later, Jin directly defeated Nada, the 11th Battle King. Nada was very resentful, and a fierce battle ensued, but in the end, Jin emerged as the victor. Didn't he use all his strength when he fought the 10th Battle King? No, he's getting stronger. In such a short time. Jin must have known exactly how fast he was growing. That's why he crossed the line and became so arrogant. He doesn't think everything is due to the privileges obtained through the god of battle fusion. In the 38th combat, he lost to Bellas. However, Bellas's right arm was cut off and he was in danger of death. And as Jin had warned him beforehand, he didn't stop there. Even once victory or defeat was decided, he stabbed him in the neck again, just as he did with KO. The tribe members were paying more attention to Jin than before, so fortunately, the sword didn't cut Bellas's neck or any unfortunate incident occurred where Bellas counterattacked and killed Jin. The legends shot lightning bolts and separated the two. Jin's limbs twisted in the process, but Bellas came out unscathed. Now, not even the legends had reservations about aggressively repressing Jin. The anger towards Jin intensified even more. Crazy bastard, you really want to kill your brothers again. The sister 7th Battle King defended you until this morning. Now, the sister 7th Battle King must have changed her mind. Again, after Jin's recovery, he defeated Garmund in the 46th combat, and in the 50th and 54th, he was defeated by Baltarok and Lamora, respectively. Every time he was defeated, he rushed like a demon to the end, only to be subdued. But now no one was surprised. By that spectacle, Jin's body deteriorated slowly. Even with Runcandle's blessed body, he couldn't keep resisting battles against the other Battle Kings, which he repeated after recovering. The other legends also accumulated wounds, but they fought a completely different battle from Jin's. The battles of the other legends were not filled with the bloodlust and hatred that Jin's battles were. Those dark energies were consuming Jin like a parasite. I can't fight. In the 60th combat, Rinpa, facing Jin, said that as soon as the battle began. She didn't dare to fight against a defeated Jin. The other legends respected her decision. Rinpa was the one who prevented her brothers from challenging the gods until the end, and it was she who stopped talking with a feeling of guilt for her failure. Anyway, the next battle is with the sister Ninth Battle King. No matter how fast he gets stronger, he can never win against the sister Ninth Battle King. He has already been defeated by the other Battle Kings. In the end, Sister Baba will put an end to him. Sister Baba, who has endured Jin's rampage until now, is now trembling. Baba, like Bella's, was also a person who didn't give up on Jin until the end. Even now, she was willing to forgive Jin if he reached out to her. She hoped that Jin wouldn't delve further into darkness and reach a point of no return. "Won't you fight me?" In response to Jin's icy voice, Rinpa nodded and turned away. "Yes. I warn you, Rinpa, if you take one more step, I'll cut you right where you stand. Don't avoid the fight." Rinpa continued to advance, undeterred, and Jin wielded the shadow blade towards her back. The cut was shallow because Rinpa reacted, but a long scar remained. Red blood welled up. The bloodstain, as if the red lines had been sliced, seemed to symbolize the end of the relationship between the tribe of legends and Jin. Sister Fourth Battle King. That crazy bastard! Vaughn raised his hand to stop the legends, who were about to rush forward. He hasn't broken the rules yet. If Brother Jin kills Sister Fourth Battle King, I will personally take care of it. Will you continue, Sister Fourth Battle King? I resign. Tension hung in the air. Jin glanced at Rinpa. As Vaughn declared the end of the battle, she turned away indifferently, and just as Jin was about to leave the hall, Baba suddenly stepped forward to the center of the room and spoke. "Sister Goddess of Battle. Speak, Sister Ninth Battle King." "Sister Goddess of Battle, you referred to Jin as a brother a moment ago, but we can no longer consider him as such." "What do you mean?" Baba glanced at Jin's retreating figure and spoke. "Therefore, may I kill Jin Runcandle in the next battle?" Chapter 621. "You can do it," Vaughn responded in an indifferent voice. Surprisingly, it wasn't Jin who was shocked by that response, but the legends. Deep down, they had hoped that Vaughn would intervene and mediate in this terrifying situation that was escalating to the extreme. Since the first clash between Jin and Ko, or rather, since the first conflict between Garmund and Ko, the legends had silently wished for Vaughn to step in. But Vaughn had not intervened even once in the affairs of the brothers, not even now, when things had come to this point. It was completely incomprehensible whether she was disappointed in Jin, disappointed in herself, or if there was another reason. If Vaughn had sided with Jin, the legends would have followed her without question. Even if she had punished the brothers who demanded a new validation test for the successor chosen directly by her, or if she had told them to consider Jin's words as her own. "Why do you keep just watching? Is it because of the guilt from the last war? Are you trying to avoid making decisions now, thinking that the extinction of our race was due to your decision, Elder? Sister Goddess of Battle? Even in such a crisis, when the brothers are so divided." Vaughn looked into Baba's eyes for a moment. Baba felt that her internal thoughts were exposed, so she felt embarrassed and wanted to express her frustration, but she didn't avoid Vaughn's gaze. "If you can," Vaughn continued. Baba's pupils dilated at her words. After a few seconds with a lost look, she clenched her teeth as if her molars were about to break. "Understood." As Vaughn and Lingling flew away, Jin briefly turned to look at Baba and the legends. "You are very kind. Ko and you too. What? If you're going to gouge my eyes out or kill me, do you really need to announce it in advance? If you're confident, do it without making a fuss." Those actions only make you seem weak. Baba slowly nodded. Advice duly noted. The fight between Jean and Baba was the 65th. The revived tradition, which was once a beacon of hope, was now nearing its end, just like the relationship between Jean and the tribe. Although there were still some battles after the 65th, the legends practically considered the fight between them as the final confrontation of the Great Battle Kings tournament. Before that battle, the other battles held little importance to the legends. Jin's death was directly related to the fate of La Ferosa, the guilt of being a leader when the people perished. The legends, including Baba, speculated that the reason Vaughn hadn't intervened until now was due to that guilt. Most of the legends had similar thoughts. If Sister Baba kills Jean, our time will probably stop forever. Maybe the next heir of the Shadow Blade will never come. We were already doomed. No, that's for sure. Thanks to Soderette, we only survived trapped in a dead world. Jean became our brother and showed us hope, but in the end, he abandoned us for trivial conflicts. He was not our brother from the beginning. Yes, from the beginning. We had to oppose when Sister Goddess of Battle asked for our opinion on the blood transfusion. If we had done that, we would have simply passed the Shadow Blade to him, and we wouldn't have faced this betrayal. Betrayal. The legends understood Jin's actions so far as a betrayal. It didn't seem reasonable to reach this extreme just because a few people demanded an additional verification. Anyway, it doesn't seem real. The fact that tonight might be our true end. In the midst of the gloom and anger among the legends, Baba had a determined and resolute look. Time passed cruelly fast. The legends entered the main hall with gloomy and angry faces, unlike what they usually did. Unlike usual, the sky of the main hall was dark. The legends suppressed the thunderous roars they used to let out whenever a match began. Even Ko, who had been bedridden since the 22nd battle, climbed to the main hall on Baba's back. Before starting the 65th battle, I want to say something to everyone. At Vaughn's words, the legend's eyes widened. Could it be? Is Sister Goddess of Battle trying to mediate now, even at this late hour? However, Baba's eyes remained unwavering even then. She had already made a decision. And at the next moment, Vaughn's words far exceeded everyone's expectations. If Sister Baba kills Brother Jean in this fight, La Ferosa's time will not come to a complete stop. Maybe it's because it was originally Brother Jin's chaos. Lingling, this little one can play the same role as Brother Jean. Is that really true, Sister Goddess of Battle? Lingling can play the same role as Jean. It's true. That's right. I've been feeling it since I accepted Lingling, but it became certain 2 days ago. Vaughn didn't give more details about how it was possible or what means were used to confirm it. Despite that, everyone could clearly understand that Vaughn's words were true. Then, even if Jean dies, our time won't end completely. Lingling is the first chaos, so maybe it's possible even more. To the extent that Elder Sister Goddess of Battle speaks with such conviction. The fate of La Ferosa, which only depended on Jean, now had a new alternative named Lingling. A heavy silence hung in the air. Except for Vaughn, the only one who maintained complete composure amidst this silence was Baba. Baba handed Ko over to Garmund. Garmund scratched the back of his head and positioned Ko to make him as comfortable as possible. I'll be back. Baba slowly walked to the center of the main hall. Behind her were the 11 Battle Kings and 64 ordinary warriors. No one stood behind Jean, who approached from the other side. The 65th battle begins. Even though the battle had begun, Jean and Baba did not draw their swords for a while. However, the fighting spirit emanating from them weighed heavily on the entire hall. It's been just over 10 days, but not only has he recovered, he's become even stronger. The energy flowing from Jean was unusual. He was a completely different person from the one who lost to Lamora in the 54th match. I can kill you if I can. I wondered why Elder Sister Goddess of Battle told me that. Do you understand now? A little. And I was also curious about one more thing. Why are you doing this to such an extent? Swoosh. Baba's sword, light, slowly came out of its sheath. Light was the sword used by Nana, her ancestor and former god of battle. As its name suggested, the blade shone with a dazzling brilliance. It was a trivial matter. This verification was neither unreasonable nor the wish of everyone. But you turned your back on your brothers just for that. Jean also slowly drew his sword. The pale blade of Sigmund contrasted with the light. We thought you'd be uneasy. We, who always provided unconditional support, must have seemed greedy at the moment when the situation changed in your eyes. It must have been an unexpected situation for you. Amusing. As soon as you had the hope of going outside and weren't even sure of it, you all revealed your true intentions. So I tried to provoke you a little, and in no time most of you conspired to take this sword from me. And you even suggested banishing me. A little? Is that all you have to say? That's the essence of what you call the concept of brothers. With just a few words, you divided into factions, rejected me, who had been recognized as a brother and inherited the sword after being chosen by the goddess of battle, and threatened me by talking about accidents. I felt disillusioned by your actions. Before stabbing Brother Ko, no. Even after stabbing him. Did you ever think of having a conversation? I discovered that there are different kinds of brothers. What kind of conversation do we need? Although more effective control was possible, you forgave Ko, who threatened me saying he could cause an accident because he was a brother, and yet you couldn't forgive me for stabbing Ko because I wasn't a brother. Brother Ko didn't shoot you after all. And the act of committing a deed and not committing it are never the same. You tried to kill your brother. I almost lost my eyes or head. But it's okay since Ko didn't shoot me in the end. So, although I ended up stabbing Ko, he didn't die. No one died. Besides, Brother Ko intended to pressure you. So could he have had other intentions? Couldn't you have thought there might be a reason why I even stabbed Ko? Elder Sister Bella's, Brother Garmond, and Elder Sister Rinpa and ordinary warriors visited your hospital room to ask about that. Indeed, they all came to see me and reprimanded me. Did the other tribe members from the opposite side do the same with Ko? Baba couldn't answer. You don't understand the essence of the problem at all. As soon as an opportunity arises, your true intentions are subtly revealed. Ko is a brother, and I was just a friendly outsider. You're being meticulous. Are you trying to justify stabbing your brother because you're upset? There's a limit. It's a difference in standards. If you want to prove you're right, stop talking and draw your sword. Now that Lingling is here, there's no reason to hesitate in dealing with me. Baba's eyes turned cold. Lingling. To begin with, the important issue wasn't whether we could go out or not. I hope you don't think the reason we've been enduring you all this time is because of that. 'Cause. As soon as she began to raise her aura, the entire main hall was instantly enveloped in blue lightning bolts. Let me tell you clearly why my brothers think I am the one to inherit the god of battle. 9th Battle King's technique of the legend's punishment. Baba charged at Jean like a blue spear, and Jean faced her head-on, wielding Sigmund. Finally, the end of this damned villain is in sight. As she thought so, Chapter 622. Bang! Upon receiving the blow, blood surged to Jin's chest. Jean had fought against all the other battle kings except Bora's. Except for the battle with Teto, all the fights had been chaotic. Often, Jean had attacked his opponents even after the fight was over. In the second round, against Teto, Nada, and Garmond, he showcased relentless swordsmanship as if facing archenemies, despite having won the matches. He had even brandished his sword against Rinpa, who had expressed the desire to surrender. As the other legends said, if only he had tried to maintain a conversation or simply asked to be acknowledged as a successor, his brothers would have easily granted his wish. But that is not enough. So, brother, control yourself and approach the battles with more reflection. Regardless of the outcome and the process of the Great Battle Kings tournament, the brothers will undoubtedly appreciate you as before, but let's not forget that brothers are also living beings. If even a small resentment persists, it will eventually fester. Children who receive the favoritism of an absolute ruler will inevitably leave poisonous resentment among their siblings. Jean learned this truth through the relationship between Rosa and Joshua. Of course, the tribe is different from Runcandle, but after all, they are also living beings. Jean had always thought that the privileges and favoritism he received from the tribe might become a problem someday. Today, Jean would destroy any potential threats without a trace. Like the mystical technique of KO's Battle King, Baba's sword also resembled that of the god of battle. Punishment had many similarities with the sword of the reign of the King of Legends. It also showed a much stronger impulse than the first form of the true sword of the reign of the King of Legends. Despite Baba's energy surpassing his, Jean was not being pressured like he was against KO. He was wielding his sword at will. Looking back, Baba was at the center of the Battle Kings when Jean fought the initial battle through the god of battle fusion. At that time, the rest of the Battle Kings were helping Baba so she could attack properly, and KO played a crucial role in that support. The senses of the god of battle. If you hadn't learned that, if you hadn't shared the senses of the elder sister goddess of battle through fusion, you wouldn't have been able to clash swords with me in this way. Even if I received some benefits, can it compare to being born as a true legend? You're talking nonsense. Those watching the combat were left stunned, not by the conversations Jean and Baba had or by any inner thoughts revealed. The legends were amazed that Jean fought against Baba on equal footing. Baba had foreseen this situation from the moment she saw Jean in the main hall. Still, her mentality did not change regardless of the outcome. Sigmund and Light clashed fiercely. The aura and luminous energy corroded in all directions. But as time passed, their battle approached the fundamental form of a sword fight. Loud noise and explosive sound. The colossal sound of their swords clashing reverberated through the sky, almost incredibly loud, as if it could drown out any other noise. As their swords constantly clashed, there was an eerie silence, as if no sound could be heard. Both were increasingly wounded. Surprisingly, the number of wounds they had was exactly the same. When Jean struck once, Baba did too. Furthermore, the position of the wounds was perfectly symmetrical. The intense battle continued. Finally, the two distanced themselves simultaneously. Jean expanded his space by executing the erosion sword technique and the reign of the King of Legends, and Baba, she amplified her energy accordingly. Baba's power was slightly more dominant, although Jin's ultimate technique, executed by changing swords, compensated for that difference. What will you do with a sword you don't fully master, Jean Runcandle? Unlike during the time with KO, the shadow energy was clearly blocking Baba's senses successfully. It wasn't that Baba had failed to block it. It didn't matter. Before her senses completely faded, she closed her eyes first. Even in that state, she countered all of Jin's attacks just as before. If anything, she became even more formidable. To penetrate the ultimate technique like this, the ability to display superior swordsmanship even with senses shut off. For Jean, who hadn't experienced the fusion before, it was a realm of monsters he couldn't even imagine. Crack! A massive crack spread from the center of the main hall where both fought. The main hall, which had withstood so many battles without losing its robust appearance, was collapsing. Once the crack started, it absorbed the blows like a vortex, just like the relationship between Jean and the legends. At this rate, it would soon collapse. Jean decided to end the fight at that moment. It was clear that Baba was stronger than him. I will entrench myself at the moment she falls. Suddenly, if the ground they stood on disappeared, no matter how skilled Jean and Baba were, they would inevitably lose balance for a moment. I know what you're thinking. If you know, counter it accordingly. Have you already forgotten my advice? The Hall of the Gods of Battle had never collapsed in the history of the Great Tournament. Moreover, the rules of the Great Tournament included disqualification for fights outside the arena, meaning both were violating the rules. It was an exceptional case, but Vaughn did not stop the battle. In fact, the fight between the two could no longer even be considered a fight of the Great Battle Kings Tournament. It resembled more the struggle between Jean and the Tribe of Legends. If it were within Vaughn's power, she could forcibly contain the shockwaves to prevent the hall from collapsing. However, she chose to let it crumble. The main hall, known as the battlefield for the encounters of the Great Battle Kings, tournament was situated in the center of what is now known as the Great Mitra Desert and had become a dead world after losing the war against the gods. Vaughn allowed the hall to collapse, knowing it would destroy the heart of their homeland. Boom, crack. As the main hall split in half, all the legends tightly closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to see how the fight that had started as a small disagreement was destroying the heart of their homeland. Everyone, open your eyes and watch closely. They followed Vaughn's solemn voice. All the tribe members watched the collapse of the hall and the two fighters battling like demons amidst the debris. Just as planned, Jean had launched his attack when the hall was about to fall, stepping on the debris to shorten the distance between him and Baba. The ultimate shadow sword technique had already been released. Baba also stood firm and faced him head-on, and both suffered the same injuries again. Both had cut their left arm. Their arms mixed with the debris of the falling main hall, disappearing from sight. Then both landed simultaneously. Thanks to the force of their mutual blows, Jean and Baba inevitably ended up back-to-back. Next, as if they had made a promise, they turned and stabbed their swords. Ha! The fight was over. Jin's sword stopped short of reaching Baba's chest, and Baba's sword pierced through the shadow energy armor and Jin's chest. When Baba twisted her sword once, Jean doubled over, spitting blood. It wasn't that Jean didn't stab Baba. It was just that Baba's sword was faster. If you have something to say it now. Lightning energy. What? Explode your lightning energy. Like I did to KO. Do you think I can't? Prove it. You said you would kill me, right? Blood dripped from Baba's lips. Jean tried to lift his right arm which held the sword. His body, still pierced by the light, did not respond as he wanted, but his senses slowly returned to him. Everyone watched as Jean struggled like a wounded beast to lift his arm and stab Baba again. But if given enough time, he could gather enough strength to do so. Let me ask you one thing, Jean. Why go this far? What is the reason? The conversations they had before crossing swords, the discrimination and anxiety Jean claimed to have felt, and the reasons that led him to cross the line. None of it served as sufficient justification for the current situation, both for Baba and the legends. You can't explode it, can you? I can. I can explode it whenever I want. But first, tell me one thing. Why have you taken this so far? Bradamanti slowly rose to Baba's neck. It rose to within a hand's breadth of the neck, then fell due to fatigue, rising again, repeating the process and getting closer each time. Sister Baba, end this. Not a single member of the tribe, so angry at Jin's actions until now, screamed this way. They simply watched the two with trembling red eyes. Please, please, tell me the whole story. It's not all as you said before, is it? Isn't it? Are you going to keep talking loudly? And shouting? Squeaky. Finally, the tip of Bradamanti reached Baba's neck. Although it barely grazed, the sharp blade easily penetrated Baba's neck. It only entered a little, but now, with just a little more strength from Jean, Baba would meet her death. Even so, Baba could not explode the energy of the sword that pierced Jin's chest. Jean, through her clouded and darkened pupils, she saw the blade at her neck, and then she saw Jean again. After looking like that, Baba closed her eyes. Tears mixed with blood slipped from her closed eyelids. It's okay, brother Jean. Even I can't understand it. But if this is what my brother wants, I'll accept it. Resolution. She had a resolution before this fight. That even if it came to the end and Jean did not stop, and even if it meant he would kill her, she would never let him go. As his sister, as his dearest family. But before you stab me, know one thing. None of us, including myself, abandoned you while you went astray. Even if we got angry, spoke words full of resentment, even if we said you were no longer a brother, in the end, they were just words. It was just what we spat out in anger. Baba released the grip on her sword, lightly. Then, after opening her eyes again, she looked at Jin's wound and grasped Bradamanti's sword with her right hand. If you truly hated us, you would have shattered Brother KO's heart when you stabbed him, Brother Jean. You still have the strength to stab me, but you stopped the sword. But even if you move the sword again, I will not avoid it. If this is truly what you want, then please come back after I die. We are siblings after all. Even then, the legends watching did not shout. No one told Baba to stop or asked why Baba was dying instead of Jean. No one said they had Lingling. They were the ones who would not abandon Jean, even if he killed them all this way. Why am I doing this? You asked. Sister Baba. Sister. Hearing that common title before her own name, Baba lowered the hand holding the sword and caressed Jin's face. Bradamanti fell to the ground. Yes, tell me, Brother Jean. Even if I do this, my siblings always forgive me. That's why I did it. They should hate me at least once. We should have a real fight once. Even if we hurt each other so much, I was sure that in the end we wouldn't let each other go. Jean finally confessed why he was playing the villain and collapsed into Baba's arms. And all the siblings ran towards them. Chapter 623. The final winner of the Great Battle Kings tournament was Baltarok, not Jean nor Baba. KO couldn't participate in the remaining battles due to the injuries he sustained in the 22nd match. And Jean and Baba couldn't continue either, as they had to recover their buried arms. And Jean and the legends became uncomfortable for a while. Jean felt guilty for having pushed his brothers so aggressively for any reason, and the legends were ashamed that, regardless of the sincerity of the cause, they seemed to have let go of Jean too quickly. Although at that moment we were only speaking out of anger, in reality, everyone seemed to have considered Brother Jean less close than the other brothers. The fact that we even questioned his eligibility for succession was something that should never have happened. We should have acted more generously. If we had shown the actions that Ninth Battle King Sister did at the end from the beginning, we wouldn't be so embarrassed. At that time, I was really mad to the point of insanity, but everyone easily said we should expel Brother Jean. Even if we didn't say it out loud, we couldn't resist Brother Jin's game. We're rotten to the core if any of the brothers actually tried to kill Jean. Even if Jean betrays us, we should have shown that we would never abandon our brothers. Looking back, we could have realized sooner that Brother Jean was only acting. Brother Jean injured Brother KO by avoiding the light heart, and even when he attacked Fourth Battle King Sister who turned around, he could have cut even deeper. I have no face to see Brother Jean. How foolish we must seem. What if KO had prioritized Jin's honor instead of criticizing Garmond before the shocking 22nd match? What if, after the chaos of the 22nd match, KO had screamed while grabbing Jin's head or punched him, and the rest of the brothers didn't take it too seriously, thinking, it's enough. Even after that, if everyone had acted like Baba from the beginning to the end, instead of fighting among themselves and then joining forces to defeat Jean, if they had done that, they might now seem more admirable to Jean. Such suppositions tormented the legends. They no longer cared if Jean acted well or badly. Even if they said they would kill Jean, the final decision of the entire tribe was the same as what Baba showed at the end. Unlike the countless malicious words they uttered out of spite, it was the only sincerity that didn't need verbal confirmation from others. The proposition that brothers should never be abandoned no matter how terrible the situation was always absolute and unbreakable. If the remaining members of the tribe were thousands or tens of thousands and were being ruled by another god of battle instead of Vaughn, things might have been different. At least a few might have harbored different feelings. However, the 77 members of the legends in La Ferosa were not like that. Their unity had not changed a single moment, and it was not going to change in the future. Is your arm okay? KO sat next to Jean with a dull thud. He had been wandering aimlessly around Jin's room for an hour, and 5 minutes ago he had asked him the same question. Brother Fifth Battle King did a good job patching it up. Jin's response was the same as 5 minutes ago. What about Ninth Battle King Sister's injuries? It's not comparable to what I did to you, Brother 10th Battle King. By the way, didn't you say you could walk a bit already? Yes. Well, I was a bit too aggressive, Brother 10th King Battle. I'm sorry. KO was the only one who suffered an injury from which it would take more than a year to recover. Jean and Baba's arms were immediately treated with Bora's special bonding technique, so they were healed. You didn't do anything wrong, Brother Jean. It was I who went crazy. I felt like I was losing my mind for a moment during the anticipated return of the Great Battle Kings tournament. My method was too extreme, so it should be me who apologizes. No, Brother Gene, your method wasn't bad. Looking back, it doesn't seem like it was the best choice. Brother Gene, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what I told you? I did it on purpose. What? I needed to stimulate the brother's competitive spirit. Seeing that Brother 8th Battle King lost to me, I think something like that was necessary sooner or later. The conversation that Gene had with Tantel after his first conflict with Ko, which led to this latest animosity. When Tantel heard Gene talk about becoming a villain and pushing his brothers, he responded thus. I broadly understand the reason, but Brother Gene, one thing is certain. No matter how badly you behave, the outcome is fixed. Nobody really hates you no matter what happens. At least now, all 77 brothers remaining in La Ferosa are like this. Like Brother Gene. I also know that. I'm just curious how that can happen. If you're going to do it, be wicked to the end, no matter how tense the atmosphere gets. Even if it's revealed they were jealous and envious of you, in reality, nobody wants to abandon you. They might treat you as if they were your archenemies, but nothing more. Tantel's words were accurate. However, the reason Gene acted so maliciously until the end was not solely due to Tantel's response. He also had the conviction that his brothers would never abandon him, and that saddened him even more. Ko placed his hand on Jin's shoulder. Seeing the large, stiff hand that was trembling slightly, Gene felt even more remorse. That may be true, but the same goes for the other brothers. We've shown the worst instead of the best. It may sound foolish coming from me, but we can't always show our best. Gene didn't respond, and Ko readjusted his bandages to make him more comfortable. Well, as you can see, the other brothers are quite simple. They often can't even think of simple things. So, this time everyone acted like villains. The sister goddess of battle probably guessed everything from the start, so she remained silent. Although it seemed that way, I didn't intend to shoot you, Brother Gene. I only tried to threaten you. Well, given the situation, it's understandable. No, even after your shadow energy exploded in my chest, I didn't carefully consider the fact that my light heart was still intact. Most of us thought you might call us out as hostages and that we had to leave like that. That's also a situation where one might easily think that way. But it also revealed that we were treating you a bit differently in the process. I don't think so, Brother 10th Battle King. It was because I provoked the brothers. And even when I pretended to try to kill Sister Baba, the brothers were still willing to treat me like a brother. In a way, I lost. Brother Gene. Yes. Wait a moment. I can't stand anymore. Please let me sit down. Stop wearing that worried expression. I'll get better within a year. Anyway, we will keep losing to you in the future. That hasn't changed. Ko sat down in the chair with difficulty and let out a sigh. However, its meaning has changed a bit with this incident. How? We lose to you not because you are Brother Gene, but because you are a brother. Or you can say it's not that we've lost, but that we can't win. Brother Gene, you are not weaker than us. I'm not just talking about strength, but because among the rest of the brothers, no one can endure the hate and channel their willpower like you, Brother Gene. Is that so? Then forgive us. Forgive you. Indeed, we didn't treat you like a brother, but as Brother Gene. What are you talking about? They are in a pitiful state. Suddenly, Vaughn and Lingling entered the room. Vaughn lightly squeezed Lingling's head, who was sticking his tongue out. Ouch! That's why I hit you, Lingling. And I don't think that's what you should say. Aren't you in a position where you couldn't kill Brother Gene? Vaughn only hates me. Oh, he. Lingling tried to be mean to Vaughn, but when she gently stroked his neck, he burst out laughing. Have you come, Sister Goddess of Battle? No need to be polite, Brother 10th Battle King. Vaughn's gaze settled on Gene. It had been 15 days since the Great Battle Kings tournament ended, but today was the first time Vaughn spoke directly. Outside the door, all the remaining members of the tribe were waiting with their heads bowed. This time you fought like children. I'm sorry. It felt somewhat cute to watch. In the future, there will surely be more fights, so make sure to fight like children. Even if I don't say it, you'll probably do so anyway. Vaughn handed Jean the sigmund he had brought. Jean looked at the sword sigmund in silence for a while. Brother Jean, whatever you did, and no matter how much the other brothers coveted it, the owner would not have changed. I know. If that meaning has become even heavier for everyone, that's enough. Jean accepted sigmund. Vaughn added no more words to the situation. Baltarok, the final winner of the great tournament, seemed regretful not because he wanted the sword, but because he couldn't hand it over personally. Then, what do you think the brothers should do now? Upon Vaughn's words, the legends exchanged looks in silence. They weren't sure what response Vaughn expected. Naturally, all the legends' gazes turned to Jean. We should rebuild the broken main hall of the gods of battle. At Jin's response, Vaughn nodded. Brother 13th Battle King knows well. From now on, all the brothers follow Brother 13th Battle King and start rebuilding the main hall. Vaughn thought this as he watched the 77 brothers jumping into the ruins of the hall with enthusiasm. Perhaps, from the moment Jean arrived, they were already escaping the dead world. What Vaughn saw was not the vision of those trapped in the forgotten dead world, but of living beings. As she walked slowly behind the brothers, La Ferosa also became part of the group of 78 people, along with her companion, Chaos. Chapter 624, January 30th, 1803. The reconstruction of the main hall of the gods of battle had begun, and almost a year had passed. 2.5 years had also passed since Jean entered La Ferosa. The 3-year period granted by Rosa was coming to an end. Jean was slowly preparing to go outside. After the grand tournament, Jean had been training every day and rebuilding the main hall. After the grand tournament, Jean made little progress. This was because he did not feel particularly stimulated unless it was a real life-or-death fight. That's why Vaughn focused on meditation and enlightenment to help Jean grow. There were times when it took him a day or a month to solve the martial arts theme that Vaughn threw at him. Jean could not overcome all the themes. He also did not reach the level where he could proudly call himself the strongest battle king. But now, except for Vaughn and Baba, no one in the tribe believed they could defeat Jean. How does it feel to be the second strongest battle king, Brother 13th Battle King? Note, if you forgot, the 13th Battle King is Jean, said Boraz, 5th Battle King, as he sat next to Jean. Jean was sitting on the outer wall of the Hall of the Gods of Battle, watching his brothers, who were rebuilding the main hall. The second strongest Battle King? Well, I'm not there yet, Brother 5th Battle King. Haha, you still don't know your own strength, which is why you give that answer. It was true that Jean had entered the transcendent realm of the 10 stars. But as Boraz said, Jean was unaware of his exact battle prowess. He only had the feeling that he had become incomparably stronger than before entering La Ferosa. Since the reconstruction of the main hall began, you only fought 3 times against Sister 9th Battle King. And you won 1 of them. It was possible because it was a sparring. That's right. If it had been a real battle, you would have fought 3 times and died 3 times. But do you know what? Among the Battle Kings, there is no one who can win against Sister Baba even in sparring. Jean smiled shyly. So don't put on that worried face. You're leaving tomorrow. But if you make that expression, how disappointed the other brothers will feel. I'm not worried about leaving with insufficient training. On the contrary, my techniques and power have grown beyond expectations. Then, is it because the reconstruction of the main hall is not finished yet? I feel bad about leaving all the remaining work to you guys. But it's okay because Lingling is there. If Sister Baba kills Brother Jean in this encounter, the time in La Ferosa will not stop completely. Maybe it's because it was originally Brother Jin's chaos. Lingling, this child can play the same role as Brother Jean. What Vaughn said before the start of the 65th match was, of course, true. So far, the time in La Ferosa flowed only when Jean was present. And although the others didn't feel it at all, Vaughn had confirmed that the time in La Ferosa momentarily stopped every time Jean lost consciousness or was in an agonizing state. However, after Lingling's appearance, that phenomenon disappeared. Whenever the energy of Jean, which makes the time in La Ferosa flow, faded for some reason, Lingling's energy took its place. Vaughn was convinced that even if Jean left, Lafarosa would not stop. Thanks to this, Jean felt less regret for his brothers who would stay here. Ah, so that must be why. Boris cleared his throat as if he felt sorry. Brother Boris, you don't have to feel sorry. Didn't you help me as best you could? Training is not the only reason Jean came to Lafarosa. So how much more time do you need? I don't know. The reason I leave the human world is to complete things with the help of my brothers. Even if it takes time, will you definitely be able to complete it with the help of the legends? I can't guarantee that. Still not, don't know, can't guarantee it. You keep saying things that don't suit you. It's not that I gave you autonomy for that. It's no different from suspending judgment on whether it would be better to negotiate with the prophet instead of me, acting matriarch. And in my opinion, you should have resisted the prophet's temptation once in the Sword Emperor Castle War. The completion of the space-time device and securing a way to purify the chaos. The prophet already said she can do everything I want to do now. But the reason I'm giving you a chance is because Siren believes in you, and because you impressed me a little. After arriving in Lafarosa, Jean achieved more than expected. However, regarding the space-time device and the purification of the chaos, he did not obtain results that could be said to be certain. Regarding the space-time device, Dr. Quall and my companions must have been analyzing it continuously, so it wouldn't lack results at all. Jean will have to go out to check it tomorrow, but he dismissed that his companions have analyzed the space-time machine perfectly. Valeria's record magic was added instead of Zippel's technology, but even the arrogant Quall admitted that it was impossible to complete the space-time device in 3 years. The means of purifying the chaos had already been created through Boris. The chaos purifier was created by improving the chaos extraction aid that Boris used to extract Lingling from Jean. However, the reason Boris acted apologetically was due to the limitations of that device. I'm worried that your enemies out there might have something better than what I've made, Brother Jean. The Prophet and Zippel are truly ruthless and won't hesitate to use any means. Their devices might be superior to yours right now. However, they won't be able to provide fundamental healing like your purifier, Brother Boris. The Prophet will amplify and control the chaos to use it as a means of strengthening, and Zippel will conduct research to suspend the demonization of chaos. First of all, Kinslow had been using chaos for a long time. Jean expected the dynamics of each force dealing with chaos to be like this. And what Jean wanted was fundamental purification. He wanted a way to completely undo the invasion, not just use that disgusting power in any way. Boris created a device that perfectly aligned with his wishes. However, the healing period through the purifier was too long, and there was the issue that the blood of the god of battle was used as a purification medium. Perhaps it was also completely ineffective against the first chaos that could be presumed to be handled by the Prophet. I am proud and grateful for the purifier you made, Brother Boris. Figure out how to improve it and mass-produce it by combining it with external technology. I will continue researching, but something that can replace the blood of the elder sister goddess of battle is very far off for now. Or, if we can complete the space-time device and bring everyone out, it would be perfect. The elder sister goddess of battle has the ability to extract chaos without a purifier. In Jin's case, as he was the first chaos, he needed the help of a chaos extractor, and even she wasn't sure about the side effects after that. It was another story when it came to a normal chaos and not so enormous. If there was an extraction aid, Vaughn could extract the chaos only with her own ability without major side effects. Boris patted Jean on the shoulder. Anyway, if your family dares to evaluate your growth as insufficient, then counterattack and win. Now you have the power to do so, Brother Jean. It's not just a story about battle prowess. Jean smiled and nodded. Upon returning to his clan, it was inevitable to start a war with Rosa if she considered Jin's achievements insufficient. After going outside, the possibility of creating achievements that can completely convince my mother in the remaining 6 months is not great. My mother will end up joining the Prophet. Rosa Runcandle. The nemesis of his life awaited Jean outside. Not only her, but also Zippel, Kinslow, and the imperial family, who were accumulating power. But despite the concerns, Jean wasn't afraid because he had his brothers and companions. As the enemies grew stronger, so did Jean and his allies. By the way, I wonder how your companion, Qual, will react when we get out. He will surely have the honor of building the greatest flying fleet in history. Flying fleet. As seen from the floating of the main hall in the Great Tournament, the legends already possessed flight technology 5,000 years ago. The light heart, the heart of the tribe, became a powerful power source after death and couldn't be compared to anything in the world. The tribe made floating objects like the main hall with the hearts of their dead brothers and also developed flying warships. The flying warships were revealed to the world for the first time during the final war against the gods, and were destroyed after their defeat. With countless light hearts, the name of the fleet was Gold. The bundle of papers that Jean had just taken out of his bag was the blueprint of the Golden Fleet that Vaughn had handed him. The blueprint still bore the traces of the fierce war waged against the gods. Some parts may be missing, but it seems your companion named Qual can somehow complete it. I will definitely show it to my brothers. It was a symbol of destruction and defeat for us, but if it becomes a symbol of victory and glory again through Brother Jean, it could be a small comfort to the dead brothers. We can't forget them either. Boris gets up from his seat. Okay, let's stop chatting. Let's help the brothers with their work. We have to quickly finish today's quota to celebrate the farewell party. Even on the eve of Jin's departure, the reconstruction of the main hall continued until midnight, as always. Normally, the legends would have stopped rebuilding for a day or so to have a bit more fun with Jin's departure. However, this farewell was different from the usual. Although Jean was leaving, time wouldn't stop, and the brothers had to prepare for tomorrow. For Jean and for themselves. The drinking party continued all night, seeing the brothers open their mouths in all directions, saying they would eat their achievements and linglings. Jean left La Ferosa. See you outside, brother. Humph. Get out quickly. Lingling stuck her tongue out at Jean until the end, but when he hugged Shuri, she burst into tears. It's not even the last time, so why are you crying so sadly, Lingling? See you outside. I hope you speak a bit better by then. Again, don't let yourself get beaten like an idiot. You ugh. At that, Vaughn grabbed Lingling's head again, and Jean smiled and exchanged glances with his brothers. See you outside, brothers. Even if it's not the last time, I want to say this before I leave. La Ferosa is also my hometown. I will return. Chapter 625. Last day of January, 1803. When Jean left La Ferosa, he expected the endless expanse of the reddish desert to welcome him, as always. After completing his first trip to La Ferosa, Jean accidentally encountered Darkflame and remembered the felinoids he met upon entering this time. What is this? However, as soon as he opened the door with the shadow blade and entered the human world, the landscape that greeted Jean was not the familiar great desert of Mitra. A sticky wind, like rotten oil, blew relentlessly. The wind carried an acrid toxicity, and the land and sky beyond were shrouded in an ominous darkness. Moreover, unsettling and deep roars could be heard from various directions. Is this the great desert of Mitra? Jean thought it was the Black Sea. Jean looked at the ground and realized that the desolate landscape of the great desert of Mitra was contaminated by chaos. There were only a few scattered pieces of sand here and there. Even the last vestiges of nature's vitality had been forcibly embraced by this now murky and contaminated sand. Sigh! The great desert of Mitra was originally the land of the tribe of legends. The great desert of Mitra, which thwarted numerous adventurers seeking myths and legends, was the land that once housed the Golden City, La Ferosa, until the tribe faced its destruction. Therefore, Jean dreamed of the day when the city of his brothers would shine again in this desert. Just before stepping out through the door, Jean tightened the knot of the enormous backpack he was carrying even more. The bag contained the light heart of the dead legends from the past, a chaos purifier, Vaughn's blood, and the blueprint of the Golden Army. Even in death, you stir up trouble to the end. Gleek. Jean ground his teeth at the thought of the terrible king of the Black Sea. It was also worrying. If the great desert of Mitra is in these conditions, what about other places? Contaminated areas. 2.5 years ago, there were about 50 known contaminated areas in the world. As the days passed, new contaminated areas were discovered, but the Great Desert of Mitra was not contaminated until Jean went to La Ferosa. Just as the contagious chaos was unleashed after Gleek's disappearance, the contamination on the ground was also spreading. At first glance, the contamination of the Great Desert was at a severe level. Not only was it contaminated by chaos, but it was considered as if Gleek's fragments had fallen directly on the land. It was not an entirely unexpected problem. There was no law saying that the contagion of chaos had to be limited to living beings. However, the fact that weak forces like Runcandle and Zippel could not prevent it was another story. Or maybe the Great Desert of Mitra has been excluded from the purification areas. If a great amount of manpower is still being dedicated to cleaning the contaminated areas around the world, this could well be the case. It was just a matter of leaving the desert and investigating other areas. Anyway, Jin's first impression of the human world after 3 years was very unpleasant. Keek! Suddenly, something viciously attacked Jin with a threatening sound. Jin, without even looking at it, raised his lightning energy and killed it. There was no need to observe because the monsters were swarming from all sides, led by him. 100, 200, 300, 400, more than 1,000. Jean quickly estimated the approximate number of monsters surrounding him, but soon gave up. Counting more than 1,000 was not important at this moment. It was just a matter of killing them all. Jean drew Sigmund from its sheath. Battle God's techniques. Ninth sword movement annihilation in an instant. The dark sky turned blue. A lightning energy in the shape of a wing formed behind Jean, scattered a dazzling glow. The lightning energy seemed to tear the black sky at any moment. And as soon as the lightning energy was unleashed, a group of monsters running from the front died. They disappeared like dust consumed by fire. Instead of screams, the bones and flesh of the monsters turned to ash and dispersed. The nearby monsters, who reflexively saw the ashes disperse, met their death without more. The pale blade sprayed sword energy in all directions, like the light reflected from a sharp blade. It seemed that Jean was shooting randomly, but the countless blades massacred the chaos remnants without making a single mistake. The monsters seemed to lack emotion. Even when Jean lightly swung the sword, causing dozens of them to die at once, they kept charging without showing any sign of fear. Jean did not want them to flee in panic. If time and circumstances allowed, Jean wanted to eliminate all the monsters that profaned his brother's land. Every second, dozens or even hundreds of monsters exploded or were split in half. The ordinary chaos-infected retained some semblance of their previous appearance as humans. However, the monsters Jean was massacring were all pure remnants of chaos. There are quite a few. If it had been Jean before becoming the Battle King, he would not have decided to eliminate all the monsters in the desert. His original approach was to break through, escape, accurately assess the scale, and then seek more efficient methods. This was to avoid the possibility of exhaustion and becoming vulnerable when facing the endless avalanche of monsters. That was no longer necessary. Even as he poured out lightning energy and aura like a madman, his body felt as comfortable as when he sat quietly meditating. Monsters of this level could no longer threaten Jean, even if 1,000,000 of them besieged him, just as ants could do nothing against a dragon. At this point, it seems the entire world is using the Great Mitra Desert as a dump. Or has Kinzalo fallen? But that's highly unlikely. The Great Mitra Desert belongs to the land of the Beastmen, and the land of the Beastmen was currently Kinzalo's territory. Even if the desert was considered worthless land, there was no reason to let it go to waste like this. If Kinzalo hasn't really fallen, someone will come soon anyway. Arriving at this conclusion, Jean momentarily halted his sword. It was because among the monsters, a human figure could be seen. They weren't minions of any faction Jean would have expected to come after sensing his battle in the desert. Living golems? Or demon men? They were distorted like the rescued victims during the subjugation of the Dark Magic Society. Or they had neither faces nor hair like the demon men of the imperial family he faced in the Wantaramo forest. Intuitively, Jean could sense they were discarded experiment subjects. Furthermore, unlike the previous living golems and demon men, their bodies were fully contaminated by chaos. Chaos Purifier could only be effective on infected individuals before full invasion and bodily transformation. Moreover, these beings had already been subjected to experiments before being contaminated by chaos, so they were beyond the reach of purification even with Boris's purifying device. Like other monsters, they lunged at Jean. Jean, watching them closely as he dodged their attacks, soon realized a shocking fact. There seems to be a certain pattern in chaos. Like a magic circle or alchemical symbols, the chaos clinging to the bodies of these infected beings displayed a complex yet discernible pattern. The traces seemed to be part of an experiment. The major factions were not only cleaning up infected and contaminated areas but also using them. Broadly speaking, experimental subjects could be classified into two types. The incomplete legend type created by Kinzalo and the incomplete demon men, which seemed to be created by collaboration between Zippel and the Imperial family. The former used lightning energy, while the latter employed aura and mana. It was no longer surprising that these experiments pursued the ideals of the tribe of legends and the magical swordsman. All Jean could do for them was grant them a quick end. Some of them might have been forcibly captured, or they might have been betrayed after swearing allegiance to a faction and turned into test subjects. In any case, Jean wielded his sword to ensure they felt the least possible suffering, even though the basic sense of such feelings seemed absent in them. Time passed, and the monsters Jean had massacred exceeded tens of thousands. The discarded golems and demon men were no longer in sight. Although the density of monsters charging at him remained the same, Jean showed no signs of fatigue. The more he wielded his sword, the more his anger grew. Jean hoped that soon, someone would appear whom he could ask and discuss this dire situation with. And soon, Jean felt a new energy, not chaos, beyond the dark landscape of the contaminated desert. They've finally arrived. It was still quite far away, perhaps more than 1,000 steps. However, the figure emitting the new energy seemed to sway the unstable chaos winds. A demon and a strong one. Zephyrin or Bianca. Which could it be? The energy pushing chaos carried a dark energy exclusive to demons. It resembled the demonic energy Jean had sensed in powerful figures from the demon world, such as Zephyrin and Bianca Caligo. Jean unleashed a burst of lightning energy and calmly awaited the newcomer. The lightning energy that erupted converged back into Jin's light heart, but the nearby monsters couldn't even bear it and rusted away into ashes. Oh! Finally, the demon appeared before Jean. It was neither Zephyrin nor Bianca. It was a male demon Jean had never seen before, and as soon as he saw Jean, he exclaimed admiringly as if he had seen something interesting. I wondered what kind of madman would be playing in my yard without any fear. Are you Jean Runcandle? Clad in an extravagant coat adorned with elaborate gold embroideries, gemstones, and embellishments all over, he seemed to carry himself with what he believed was graceful elegance. In other words, he was revealing himself to be an aristocrat of the demon world with his entire body. However, despite the excessive display of vanity and extravagance, his mere presence made the monsters in the area falter. When the monsters resumed their charge, a single gesture from him turned them into a bloody hailstorm. It was clear he was strong, surpassing the standards of strength Jean had encountered so far. Black hair, handsome face, insolent gaze. That's right, Jean Runcandle. I never thought I would find you here. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Ranka Halovice, the first prince of the Halovice family, the fourth Grand Duke of the demon world, the ruler and protector of the northern regions of the demon world and its inhabitants, the owner of Mount TNA and Mount Carrion. Bastard, are you a member of Kinzalo? It's clever of you to introduce yourself first. Jean cut off his words and met Ranka's eyes. As I've heard, you lack manners. Ha! Bang! Jean punched Ranka in the jaw before he could finish the sentence. Ugh! If not, you would have introduced yourself with a broken jaw. Chapter 626. The first emotion that came to Ranka Halavis' mind was confusion. My jaw, broken? And with a single punch, Ranka was proud of having the best physique among the 4 great dukes of the demon world. It was the first time a bone had been broken with a single blow in his reign as a powerful demon. The next emotion that flooded Ranka was anger. How dare someone interrupt him and even punch him without hesitation? However, it wasn't the time to lose composure yet. Just because the opponent was rude didn't mean a noble like him should stoop to the same level. Crunch! Ranka, who had distanced himself, forcibly aligned his misaligned jaw. The displaced bone quickly healed as it returned to its original position. Attacking an unprepared opponent has always been the prerogative of the humble. Humph! I greeted you first with a welcoming heart, and you respond with such discourtesy. Kek! Bang! The jaw Ranka had just realigned broke again as Jean struck with his elbow. Ranka once again increased the distance and felt tears welling up. Oh, come on! Ranka fixed his jaw as he retreated. Did you let your guard down again? No. I was just trying to maintain my dignity. Then you've died twice at my hands for trying to maintain your dignity. If I had struck you properly, your head would have disappeared. Then, I have no reason to respect you anymore. Ranka's eyes turned blood red. A spiked whip materialized in his hand before anyone could notice. A spiked whip? What an elegant weapon you use. Shock! The whip flew with a roar. Ranka turned dozens of chaos remnants into ashes with just a slight hand movement and the release of demonic energy. Of course, the power of the whip, properly imbued with energy, would be beyond comparison. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I'm facing someone since the last sparring with Elder Sister Baba. Was that why? To Jean, Ranka's whip seemed harmless. It was like watching the clumsy swordsmanship of a novice knight. Jean didn't have the impression that Ranka was strong. You don't have any plans to avoid it? Thud. Quack. When Jean grabbed the spiked whip with his own hands, Ranka's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. The sturdy thorns of the spiked wood from the demon world broke lifelessly in Jeremiah's grip. I've heard that he was far below Bianca until 2.5 years ago. Did everyone lie to me? He grabbed it with his bare hands. All the information Ranka had about Jean came from the stories of the members of Kinsalo. Therefore, he knew that Jin's combat prowess was already around the 10-star level even 2 years and 6 months ago. And he also took into account that Jean would have achieved considerable growth after entering closed-door training. But the human now wielding the whip was different from what the members of Kinsalo had described. The only reason I haven't killed you directly is for one thing, demon. Ranka Halo Vice. Because I have some questions. Why did the great desert of Mitra end up in this state, and why did you call this place a playground? Explain in detail, and I might show some mercy. Show mercy? Ha! I'm speechless. I mean, I'll kill you in a way that isn't too painful. It seems you've grown a bit more than I've heard. But don't get ahead of yourself. This Lord Ranka is really strong. Oh, really? Compared to Bianca Caligo, you seem very ridiculous to me. I am superior to that lowly Caligo. Don't compare me to that lowly wench. Swoosh! Ranka pulled the whip with all his might. However, Jean was immovable like a giant stone, and Ranka's posture only became more ridiculous. Additionally, Jean seemed calm, using just one hand. Ha ha ha. Alright, I admit it. Your strength surpasses mine. Ranka drew a new spiked whip and resumed his attack on Jeremiah. Only then did Jean effortlessly dodge the whip with Sigmund. Do you really not understand the situation? Or do you have something to believe in? Are you expecting your friends to come rescue you? This Lord Ranka doesn't need such things. As he said that, Ranka suddenly felt a chill on his neck. It was because Jean, who was supposed to be beyond the rain of whips, had disappeared. It seems you're not used to fighting opponents stronger than you. In such situations, it's not about forcing courage by pushing away fear. Jin's voice came from the side, 10 steps away. It was such a distance that it wouldn't be strange for Ranka to be decapitated in the blink of an eye. The best thing is to quickly admit defeat and plan survival. For that, you have to prove your worth to the opponent. Present immediate reasons and evidence why they shouldn't kill you right away, so you can have a chance in the future. Besides, didn't I personally tell you what I want from you? A dash. The demonic energy shot by Ranka attacked Jean like a dragon's breath. Of course, Jean easily dodged the demonic energy and resumed his position. The demonic energy, which spread through the air, reached far, sweeping away everything in its path. Thump, thump, thump. Ranka's heart pounded in his chest like the beat of a war drum. Fear, an emotion he hadn't felt in a long time, now overwhelmed him. Tell me why the great desert has become like this. There was no killing intent in Jin's voice. It was a calm tone, but Ranka could feel cold sweat oozing from every pore. Ranka's breathing became labored. He was thinking about his father. Is this green horn really up to my father's strength? It seemed as if his father was standing right in front of him. A terrible feeling, as if an enormous unbreakable wall was closing in from all sides, throwing Ranka into a swamp of panic. The great desert. Well, it seems you've finally decided to be a bit smarter. The desert? The desert. You'll see. Jean waited for a while, but Ranka trembled and couldn't say anything. This guy is in a strange state. Just as Jean was about to approach to threaten him, Ranka's whip passed right in front of Jin's eyes. Although he reacted promptly, it was a clearly sharper attack than a moment ago. It was an attack Ranka launched unconsciously. Now Jin's eyes were full of bloodlust. I don't know if you're scared or if unpleasant memories have surfaced in your mind, but you'll come to your senses if I give you a beating. At the same time, the former headquarters of Kinsalo, land of the Beastmen. What? Ranka suddenly left, saying something happened in the desert. Huh? Is there a problem with that? Anas Caligo and Bouvard Gaston. As usual, the two shared sweet potato croquettes and received reports from the Beastmen. Among those who remained at the former headquarters, Ranka was the only one notable enough to sense the battle in the Great Desert. If it's Ranka's summoning technique experiment, it's possible. Oh, that strange experiment where he wanted to summon the souls of the former Grand Dukes. What do you think, Bouvard? Should I tell the Grand Duchess or my sister? Wouldn't Lord Ranka be upset if it were just an experimental accident like last time? Lord Ranka is the type who can't stand accepting help from others. What if it wasn't Ranka's experiment, but an intruder or something? The Great Desert is also the area where Jean Runcandle was last believed to have moved. Ah! It's been over a year since the Great Desert was contaminated. Since then, everyone has been using it as a dumping ground for experiments. Do you think that bastard stayed there because he wanted to train? We also conducted a search. Indeed, that makes sense, right? Bouvard is undeniably smart. But well, even if it's an intruder, it's probably just people from Tychon coming to retrieve waste. Although Lord Ranka is a bit foolish, he's not someone who can be defeated by people from Tychon. Well, it wouldn't even be a problem for my elder sister. But Ranka is also strong. He's really strong, especially when he loses control. Even before the fall of the demon world, we were well aware of Ranka's fury. Anyway, when Ranka comes, let's ask him to prepare some food. Something delicious. Let's try new cookies that break Latree's snack shop. Cook. Keck. While Anas and Bouvard chatted, Ranka suffered a devastating defeat against Jean. Whenever trauma related to his father was triggered, Ranka would usually enter a rage, becoming stronger. In that state, he was invincible against anyone. However, as of today, the unbeaten streak of rampaging Ranka has been broken. When he won, he wouldn't remember the process, but not this time. Although it was a fierce battle, from the moment he started being seriously pushed back, the rampage stopped, and his consciousness returned. Wow! Jean wiped his forehead and caught his breath. He was also bleeding from cuts and bruises all over his body. He wasn't mortally wounded, but there were several injuries that could be considered serious. However, if he hadn't fought while protecting the backpack containing the items from La Ferosa, he would have ended up with only minor wounds. So, demon, you mean? Stop calling me demon. My name is Ranka, Halo Vice. Since I heard your request, you should also Show some cough. Respect. Ranka spat blood. He was barely breathing, with all his limbs broken. Yes, Ranka Halo Vice. I acknowledge your tenacity. Anyway, according to your explanation, the reason the desert ended up like this is that all factions used it as an experimental dumping ground after the contamination. You used it as a playground because you liked being here? Is that what you're saying? Yes. The first reason is acceptable, but the second is not enough. You were trying to do something here. I just like being here, that's all. Jean thought for a moment about what Ranka was trying to do here, and Ranka became aware of the backpack Jean had been trying to protect. Finally, it seemed the only way to survive was to create an opening by aiming at it. And Jean decided that whatever Ranka was trying to do here, it was a matter to find out later. Well, that's enough. I'll handle the rest. And I'll tell you in advance. If you're thinking of doing something to my backpack to get out of this crisis, forget it. Ranka lowered his head. He had tried even before things got so rough, but he couldn't leave even a small scratch on the backpack. Now it would be even harder, and as long as Jean was aware of it, it was absolutely impossible. I've lost. Kill me. I will. Is there anything you want to say? In this place, erect a monument commemorating my glory and nobility. While listening to Ranka's last words, suddenly, Jean struck down the fallen Ranka with his sword. Whenever an important figure from Kinslow was in danger, he would appear without fail and unexpectedly. It was because Orgel, the demon beast king's steel door, formed over Ranka. Ha! It's been a while since I saw that damned steel door. Ching dash! The speed at which the steel door sucked in Ranka was a bit faster. Jean squinted his eyes, annoyed, and glared at the steel door. Even after saving Ranka, the steel door did not disappear immediately, and Jean heard his voice. You have returned, Jean Runcandle. It was the voice of Orgel, the leader of Kinslow. Chapter 627. Demon Beast King Orgel. Jean gazed at the blurry landscape beyond the steel door. Instead of Orgel's figure, a distorted and blurry form of space appeared. You disappeared 2 years and 6 months ago and suddenly reappeared in the Great Desert. It seems your god has hidden the remaining legends somewhere here. As soon as you returned, you pushed my loyal subordinate to the brink of death. If you don't like it, leave through the door immediately. Thanks to him, my body has warmed up a bit. You've become too strong to kill now. There's no reason for it either. Of course, Kinslow had no reason to kill Jean. There was no better hand than Jean to keep Runcandle and Zippel in check. From Orgel's response, Jean could infer that the balance and tension between the major factions were still being maintained. Surely, the day will come when you all will be annihilated while trying to keep the other factions in check through me. Considering the actions you've shown so far, it's a possibility. But don't worry, we'll prepare on our end as well. Doesn't that sound more like a warning than a concern? If that's how you want to interpret it, it must be quite a threat. I don't know if it's out of confidence or because you had no choice but to save that demon. But this time you've made another mistake. You've revealed that you haven't fully recovered your strength yet. Let's hope Ranka's life was worth enough to pay for it. There was a moment of silence. Soon, as if it didn't make sense to keep talking, Jean turned around first. Orgel watched Jin's back and added these words. You'll have to climb many mountains before you meet me. I also hope you don't die during the journey. When Jean disappeared beyond the winds of chaos, the leader immediately opened a new steel door to Kinslow's former headquarters, the same place where Anas and Bouvard were chatting while attacking Ranka. It's the leader. Oh, leader? Why are you here suddenly? Ranka was struck by Jean. What? Ranka? Jean Runcandle was there. Lord Ranka was injured? By him? Ranka isn't dead, right? Fortunately, he survived. Quickly gather the rest of the important documents from the headquarters. And how many of those Legends-type golems are there? 5. No, was it 4? Whatever it is, only you. And they pass through the steel door. Issue evacuation orders to the rest of the members to their designated branches. From now on, the entire former headquarters is closed. I don't know how he defeated Ranka. He'd be exhausted if he fought against Ranka, so I'd rather deal with him now. Jean wasn't even tired, and that's too heavy a blow. Prepare quickly. Anas and Bouvard hurried to gather the documents. 4 Legends-type golems also crossed the steel door. And as they left, Jean exited the great desert of Mitra and began to destroy all the contaminated areas in the Beastman's land randomly for 12 hours. In the process, all the contaminated areas outside the great desert of Mitra were reduced to ashes, and Kinzelo's former headquarters, hidden underground, was completely pulverized. Vamal Alliance, Tychan Free City. Kashmir and Jin's allies were receiving reports from the 7-colored peacock. The reports about the massive destruction that had taken place in the contaminated area in the Beastman's land and Kinzelo's former headquarters. In the Beastman's land, where Kinzelo's former headquarters was located, there had frequently been large and small battles between each of the factions. Until about a year ago, all the factions agreed to use it as a waste dump. However, those who knew the details of those battles actually evaluated Kinzelo as the final winner of the struggle. The Great Desert was used as a common waste dump, but it was managed solely by Kinzelo's demon, Ranka. Zippel and Runcandle failed to place personnel in the Great Desert. Therefore, since the Great Desert was put under Ranka's management, Tychan had made constant efforts to determine what Kinzelo was doing there. Of course, it was for Jean. They judged that there could be a major problem when Jean returned and faced Ranka or some other strong person from Kinzelo right after leaving La Ferosa. Moreover, the reason why each force had so many unofficial battles in the Great Desert, even violating the ceasefire agreement, was also a problem. If the main faction somehow discovered that Jean was in La Ferosa, they would plan to wait for his return and eliminate him. Tychan also had to be determined and prepared. Of course, the reason why Runcandle was obsessed with the Great Desert might be different from that of Zippel and Kinzelo. First of all, as soon as Jean went into closed-door training, the Runcandle side spread the relevant articles first. The next patriarch of Runcandle has gone into closed-door training. Therefore, unlike the other 2 forces, Runcandle's reason for securing the Great Desert must be the safety of Jean. Recently, the atmosphere in Runcandle, according to Tychan's perception, had been unsettling, to the point that Tychan judged that even Runcandle might be trying to secure the Great Desert to eliminate Jean. The informants of the 7-colored peacocks only found out that there was a problem in the land of the Beastmen, but they didn't know exactly what kind of struggle was taking place. Since a large amount of lightning bolt energy was observed, maybe it's Jean Nim? Kashmir Nim, said Valkaz. If that is the case, even better. The attacks were strong enough to devastate the entire land of the Beastmen. It's more likely a battle between groups than between individuals, Kashmir responded, sounding frustrated, which made Valkaz and Gilly sigh. Even if Jean reached the 10-star level within 3 years, it was hard to imagine he could destroy the entire Beastmen area by himself. Moreover, Ranka was there, the demon who fought numerous battles against Runcandle and Zippel in the Great Desert and always showed overwhelming strength. Tychan had confirmed that Ranka also won against the Black Knights and the Spectre Corps. Furthermore, the land of the Beastmen and Kinzelo's old headquarters were destroyed. This battle will be Kinzelo's defeat. Authority over the Great Desert will pass to the victor. Runcandle, Zippel. No matter which of the 2 had the Great Desert, it was a bigger problem than Kinzelo. Unlike Kinzelo, there would be no room for negotiation with other factions. Wow, if they confirmed the existence of La Ferosa, we need to find out what they are doing. The worst of all, if Jean Nim is attacked as soon as La Ferosa exists. Since we can't be sure just by discussing it here, we have no choice but to go check it ourselves. A heavy silence descended over the meeting room. Currently, Tychan was suffering from a severe manpower shortage. Thanks to Qual's skill, they had built a perfect fortification, but Murakin was still acting as Soderet's proxy, and Misha was also sealing Alona. Above all, the Phantom Fortress had a problem. Currently, all of Tychan's strongest members, except Valkaz, were waiting near the Phantom Fortress, the base of the Phantom Mercenaries. They couldn't even ask for help from the Hidden Palace and Nameless. The internal injuries of Talaris, which she suffered during the Sword Emperor Castle War, had not healed at all, similar to Ron's state, and even Yona, who often visited Tychan after Jin's departure, had suddenly stopped contacting them, and Tychon could not rule out the possibility that Yona succumbed to the chaos. Valkaznim, it's too dangerous for you alone. I will go to my clan and to Hyran to ask for help. No, Gilly. Runcandle is too dangerous. It would be better to go to Hyran. Your Majesty! Someone shouted urgently and entered the meeting room. It was Jet. And everyone's hearts leapt when they saw Jet's excited expression and Jean standing behind him. Jean Nim. My lord! Young master! Ha ha! Our lord has finally returned. Gilly was the first to run and hug Jean. Jean comforted her for a while and smiled. I'm back, Gilly. Young master. I'm relieved to see you back safe. But these wounds. The traces of battle were evident all over Jin's body. As soon as I left La Ferosa, a guy named Ranka attacked me. I couldn't kill him because Orgel saved him. At that moment, everyone present in the room couldn't help but be astonished to the point where their concerns from moments ago seemed trivial. Are Ranka Halovice? Then the Beastmen area. Did you really destroy it alone, young master? While Gilly was examining Jin's body, she realized that all the black marks of chaos had disappeared. Moreover, he had become noticeably stronger than before. I guess we worried for nothing, Kashmir. I guess so. What kind of training did you undergo for 3 years, Jean Nim? Anyway, I'm glad you're back safe. There's much to discuss and much to hear. But first, it seems I must go to the Phantom Fortress. On the way to the meeting room, Jean heard about the Phantom Fortress from Jet. Smarian Proc, the father of Lada and Faye, and the former leader of the Phantom Mercenaries, considered the strongest in the history of the Phantom Mercenary Corps. The reason why Tychon's strongest members were currently waiting near the Phantom Fortress was because his seal was about to break. Let's discuss on the way. Kashmir can't leave his post, so for now, only Gilly, Valkaznim, and I will go. What is this, Jean Runcandle? Did you just return? Qual also entered the meeting room. He came to report to Kashmir about the investigation situation without knowing that Jean had returned. He looked even more disheveled than before, as if his previous investigation had been especially exhausting. I think you haven't been smoking 5 cigarettes at once, even in the presence of children, Dr. Qual. Humph, no matter how hard it is, I don't do things like that. It looks like you have things from the tribe of legends. Please analyze them while I go to the Phantom Fortress. Dr. Qual, I also brought some plans that would drive you crazy. I'll listen to the details of your investigation when I return. Oh, I see. That's great. There's a dirigible I finished a month ago, so go ride it. The performance is quite amazing. It will serve as an answer to your research questions. Chapter 628. The fact that you've already built the aircraft surpasses my expectations. You'll take the first flight except for the few test flights I did with Valeria. Feel proud. I've created something no one else can even imagine. I'll come after inspecting the aircraft, so please wait while we talk about past stories. All right. Originally, the fastest way to get to the Phantom Fortress was to use the transfer portal. The Phantom Fortress was located in the Vermont Empire, and the Vermont Empire had the most transfer gates in the world. Moreover, since the current ruler of Vermont was Regent Dante, there were no procedural problems. However, in the 3 years since Jean left, many things had changed in the world. By the way, wouldn't it be faster to use the transfer gate? At Jin's words, Valkaz shook his head. Firstly, all the transfer portals in the world had been deactivated. It's due to the chaos that has spread worldwide, Nim. Originally, the transfer gates became extremely dangerous only during heavy snowfalls and rains, but now the omnipresent chaos particles play that role. Moreover, all factions entered a Cold War called a ceasefire and closed all connection points. Anyway, they can't use them because of the chaos particles. Additionally, battleships, which were considered exclusive to Zippel until Granil appeared, are now quite common. Not to mention Zippel and Kinselo, even the imperial family, which joined Zippel along with the eastern part of the empire, as Jean predicted, received their blueprints and operated several battleships. If Dr. Qual hadn't completed the flying ship, we would have had to use land and sea routes to get to the Phantom Fortress. He has completed more than 10 flying ships so far, my lord. He just smashed them all, saying these kinds of things are trash. If it weren't for the merchant of the Golden Snow tribe, Tychon would have already gone bankrupt. Anyway, geniuses are known for being eccentric, aren't they? Additionally, there has been rapid development of Zippel's living golem, the Imperial family's demon men, and Kinzelo's legend-type golems. The subjects Jean saw in the Great Desert were in chaos, and there were certain codes. At that time, as Jean predicted, each force was strengthening the test subjects through their own chaos control. Kinzelo had the highest chaos control, followed by Zippel and the Imperial family. However, each faction did not know exactly the technological prowess of the other. Valkas and Gilly took turns explaining these things. By the way, the things that worried me when I saw the Zippel fleet in the Soda Desert happened exactly as I thought. I think it's fortunate that the enemies haven't added a few Kozek or Granil-class battleships yet. Unlike other factions, Runcandle only captured a few battleships. Although the Seven-Colored Peacock confirmed that Runcandle had kidnapped the shipbuilders, they could not secure the key personnel. Even if they secured the key personnel and all the blueprints, finding an engineer to produce them would be another matter. Runcandle also made no progress in chaos control. Of course, it was commendable to train only pure knights amidst horrible living golems and modified humans, but it was undeniable that Runcandle was falling behind. But there must be some things the Prophet has arranged. If my family is already under the Prophet's control, they must be hiding it. The blueprints and parts of the spacetime device obtained in the Soda Desert were still in Tychon's possession, as 3 years ago. And while Jean was away, Runcandle never targeted Tychon. If the technological gap was really severe, Mother would have interrogated my companions even if she had to break her promise to me. Jean said he would complete both the blueprints and the machine through the Brothers of the Tribe, but it was not difficult for Rosa to realize while Qual's research materials were continuously supplied to Tychon. But the reason my mother never pressured Tychon is because she judged it's fine. Or, it's the Prophet, not my mother. After the rapid development of each faction's technology, Runcandle's external status had fallen to third place after Zippel and Kinzelo. People's perception was definitely like that. Some even commented that Runcandle was a clan with only a limited time left until it perished. If that assessment is true, it seems Zippel would have pressured Runcandle more regardless of a ceasefire. Yes, young master, the main factions still avoid serious conflicts with our clan, because they are aware of my father's and the Prophet's existence. There was still no news from Siren's expedition. At least that Tychon knew. Didn't you say it was half a year ago when the Garden of Swords started controlling news about me? Yes, young master. Until then, articles about your achievements and progress in closed-door training were periodically published. It was like printing your status as the next patriarch to both the family members and the public. Now, even the non-family bulletins do not publish an article about you, young master. It was the reason why Jin's companions were worried about the possibility of Runcandle threatening Jean just before he arrived at Tychon. It wasn't just media control. For the past 6 months, Runcandle had completely hidden all activities of the clan's top brass, sealing off the entire city of Kalen, where the Garden of Swords was located. At that time, rumors were circulating that the fallen Joshua Runcandle had been reinstated, or that Rosa had usurped the throne while Siren was absent. As far as we know, sir, there have been a total of 7 explosions and earthquakes detected near Kalen since you left. We couldn't confirm if it was a civil war or caused by something else. There's a high possibility it was caused by Mother's rampage. If Tychon detected 7, there must have been many more. It was difficult to guess the current state of the Garden of Swords just by hearing the story. If Rosa went berserk and the family's command was in danger, or if a civil war broke out, other factions wouldn't have remained idle. If the technological gap were severe, they would have attacked Tychon, and if Joshua had been reinstated, he should have already revealed himself at the forefront. None of those scenarios were happening. This worried Jean even more. The worst possible scenario is this: the Prophet has already taken control of the family, and their power is enough to make other factions fear them. Runcandle has protected and left Tychon alone, so far only to confirm and incorporate the new information that Jean would bring. I'm sorry. We should have gathered more information before you came, sir. The world has changed much faster than I thought. I am more than grateful that all of you endured without deaths or serious injuries. Don't speak like that, Sir Valkas. You all did better than expected. Indeed, Jean felt it was a miracle that all his companions remained unscathed amid the world's upheavals. Anyway, it's better to reserve all judgments about my clan until I visit them myself. Depending on the situation, I will either have to make more progress during the remaining 6 months promised by my mother or return immediately. Taking care of urgent matters like Smarian Proc is important for now. As the conversation continued, Qual reported that the inspection of the flying ship had concluded. Following him to the shipbuilding area prepared on the middle layer of Tychon, Jean couldn't help but marvel. The scale isn't comparable to the shipbuilding area in the Soda Desert, but anyone can recognize at a glance that Dr. Qual's shipbuilding surpasses Zippel's technological prowess at the time. Tens of thousands of gears, machines functioning so elaborately they seemed beautiful. In the center, in a spacious area prepared like an altar, the first masterpiece that Qual hadn't destroyed displayed its elegant figure. It wasn't a large ship known in the world like Kozek, Granil, and other mass-produced warships. It's small. Yes, it can embark 5 people, and the mounted firearm is just a main cannon, which is an improved version of the mass-produced Dragonlance of the Imperial family. Because of this, Qual said the firepower of the flying ship was poor, but the Dragonlance was the strongest weapon of war in the Empire until before the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Reducing the mass-produced version of the Dragonlance without deteriorating its performance and installing it in a small ship was something only Qual could do in the world. In the first place, only Qual is capable of producing a small warship. However, the performance of the built-in protection artifact is comparable to Enya's Dragon Fire Shield. It's an artifact created by Valeria and me, akin to a definitive example of magic and magical engineering at this moment. Qual's eyes turned red while explaining. How many walls of magic and magical engineering had they broken before making this? At the moment of completion, even Valeria seemed to be crying. You've worked hard, Dr. Qual. Here's a handkerchief. Damn it. I just got a speck of sawdust in my eye. Anyway, the official name of this warship is Synchronous Wavelength Tracking Spatial Jump Ship. If I define it easily in one word, you're saying it's a ship capable of instant teleportation? Yes. Moreover, this ship surpasses all the deficiencies of the transfer gates, which have now become a symbol of the ancient era. But it requires immense power, which is a challenge we will have to address. Despite Qual's credibility, it was hard to believe until experienced. Firsthand, it was that shocking. The name Valeria and I gave this ship is Red Owl. It seemed that Valeria had come up with the name on her own. It's not going to happen, but the manual is inside, so take a look in case of an emergency. Now try it. Jean, Gilly, and Valkas boarded the Red Owl's cabin with puzzled faces. Don't we need to operate it separately? The arrival and return coordinates were set to the Ghost Castle and Tychon. When the launch bay opens, just press the button in the center of the cabin. In the blink of an eye, you'll be in front of the Ghost Castle. Also, the camouflage is still under development, so when you get there, pay attention to exposure first. Camouflage? I don't know when it will be developed. Anyway, keep in mind that the day the Red Owl gets damaged, Valeria and I will kill you no matter what. Creak. When Qual opened the launch bay, Jean could see the endless sky and sea. Then, when Jean carefully pressed the button in the center of the cabin, the Red Owl enveloped itself in mana and vibrated for a moment. And the Red Owl started running with explosive acceleration. Just like the ship of the pirate King Cosmos when he was a provisional flag bearer, or faster than that. Jean and his companions were stunned by that absurd acceleration and, in an instant, felt their heads go blank and their vision darken. When they opened their eyes a few seconds later, Jean and his companions blinked as they beheld the desolate landscape of the Ghost Castle on the other side of the cabin window. Is this really happening? Is it real? Even after seeing it with their own eyes and experiencing it firsthand, it was still hard to believe it was real. Chapter 629, The Red Owl, a synchronous space jump ship tracking wavelength, was not affected by chaos particles. unlike the transfer gate. According to the manual, the space-time device built into the Red Owl operates differently from conventional transfer gates, as it uses the invisible wavelength existing in the world instead of mana for instant teleportation. I've seen previous failed works break apart during space jumps. It's hard to describe the abilities of Qual Nim and Miss Valeria, young master. Jean had already seen Zippel using the space-time device on the Gaifa Islands, but comparing the Red Owl to Zippel's technology at that time was itself an insult. It feels like entering a completely new world after 2 years and 6 months. Brrrr. Chilling screams echoed in the gloomy forest surrounding the Sword Emperor Castle. The coordinates set for the Red Owl were the camp of the Ghost Companions and Mercenaries. Jean could once again realize the gravity of the situation just by seeing them camp and surrender before the Sword Emperor Castle, the headquarters of the Ghost Mercenaries. As the Red Owl slowly descended, all eyes in the camp were fixed on it. Everyone was witnessing the operation of the Red Owl for the first time. But what surprised them the most was the presence of Jean among the passengers of the Red Owl. Jean Nim. Jean, you're back. The Ghost Mercenaries greeted him, and the companions shouted his name and rushed over. Quicantel, Elisa, Kazan, Varys, Yulian, Enya, Lotta, Faye, Amela, and about 30% of the Black King's mercenaries and more than 80% of the Ghost Mercenaries. Tychon was literally focused on Smarion, leaving only the minimum force for defense. All of them had haggard faces due to the operation that had been going on for over 3 months. A terrifyingly thick chaos covers the entire forest of the Sword Emperor Castle. A non-combatant would have gone mad just being around here. The nerves throughout Jin's body were on edge, even though he didn't want to be aware of it. Others also vaguely felt that the chaos of Smarion invading the Sword Emperor Castle was immense, but it was nowhere near the level Jean recognized. This is because they don't have the same senses as Jean. Such immense power could only be properly recognized by those who were at least at the level of the Battle King. For a while, they exchanged words about each other's well-being. But given the gravity of the situation, the conversation quickly changed. I apologize for overwhelming you so soon after your return, sir. Lotta spoke in a heavy tone. The reason I showed you this place first is because this is currently the biggest and only problem of the Sword Emperor Castle. It's embarrassing to admit, but this seal could be said to threaten the existence of the Ghost Mercenary. From the moment Lotta decided to serve Jean as his sir, he felt sorry for sharing the risk of Smarion Proc. Sir Lotta, please don't say such things. From the moment you became our comrade, this became a problem for all of us. In any case, I should apologize for abandoning my post until the situation reached this point. As Lotta lowered his head, Amela approached Jin's side. Our little cutie suffered a lot trying to manage things before you arrived, sir. We all did what we could, but with our own strength, we couldn't do anything. Fortunately, the chaos of Amela, Lotta, and Faye did not resonate with the energy of the Sword Emperor Castle. Jean took out the chaos purifier he had brought with him. It is a chaos purifier made by the brothers of the Tribe of Legends. I brought it just in case, but I don't think Sir Lotta and Faye's father can be cured with it. The chaos purifier was only effective against the infected before full invasion and bodily transformation occurred. Smarion had already deviated from that standard by the time he was sealed, and even if not, the size of the chaos itself was too large. Therefore, purification was impossible, and the only way to resolve the situation was by killing him. Jean, if you're worried about the idea of having to kill our father, don't be. We were here waiting precisely to deal with the monster that was our father. Lotta and Faye didn't have very good memories of Smarion. It was because they had endured nothing but abuse and training from a young age. Rather, the emotions evoked when thinking of their father were closer to hatred. However, they were not completely devoid of ordinary family memories. When Siren was concerned about Smarion's chaos and often visited the Sword Emperor Castle, Smarion would become a benevolent father and give sweets to the two while they sat on his lap. Although these moments were few and far between, they were undoubtedly precious childhood moments for the Proc siblings. Even if they didn't want to admit it, given their resentment towards Smarion. Rather, we think that getting rid of that monster as soon as possible is the duty of the ghost mercenary. It's the right thing to do for our comrades. Of course, even considering such things is a shameless request to burden you, sir. But please, I ask. Jean nodded heavily. Then, Quicantle informed Jean of the current situation. According to her, there had already been 3 chaos explosions at the Sword Emperor Castle. The first explosion caused about 30 casualties, and from the second onwards, no damage occurred thanks to the pre-expansion of the perimeter. The explosions are becoming more frequent and stronger. If this continues, there's a high chance that the damage will spread beyond the forest to the neighboring territories of Vermont. Since the Sword Emperor Castle was within Vermont's territory, Dante was already supporting the Vamil Alliance. The Knights of Hyran and Peril completely cordoned off the area. This was to prevent other major factions from exploiting the vulnerability of the Vamil Alliance. Meanwhile, Jin's companions could only wait without being able to do anything. They couldn't intervene first because the expected casualties would be too high, and they couldn't use their trump cards because they might be annihilated. This was because Talaris, Misha, Murakan, and Jean, their powerful allies, were not there. We prevented Dante Hyran from entering to subdue it alone. If the seal completely broke and they judged that the Vamil Alliance alone couldn't handle it, then Dante would have no choice but to intervene. Dante was the hope of the Empire and the ruler supported by all the people. In a situation where everything was uncertain, it was right to exclude him as much as possible from participating in the subjugation. Moreover, Dante was already busy patrolling contaminated areas within the Empire and containing major factions on his own. He didn't have spare capacity. In such a situation, if Dante decided to enter the Ghost Castle for Jean and his companions, it would inevitably lead to more deaths elsewhere. "You've done well," said Jean, looking towards the main gate of the Ghost Castle. "Smarian Proc, are you aware of my arrival?" The pervasive energy of chaos in the Ghost Castle area was growing deeper. It had begun right after Jin's arrival and, once again, only he was aware of it. As if waiting for an opponent, the chaos energy spread by Smarian was slowly focusing on Jean. Jean calmly confronted that powerful energy, and he quickly came to a conclusion. "I'll rest for a day and enter the Ghost Castle tomorrow morning." He needed some time to recover from the exhaustion and injuries sustained in the battle against Ranka. "Tomorrow?" "Yes, if the seal holds until tomorrow, or rather, if Smarian Proc waits for me until then, to be more precise. He's already in a state where he can break the seal." "What are you talking about?" "As soon as I arrived, Smarian's energy started amplifying. If the seal hadn't completely lost its function, the energy couldn't have grown at such a rapid rate. The deep killing intent and hostility are all directed at me." Jin's companions didn't know if he had reached enlightenment or acquired the senses of a Genesis Knight. They only had a vague feeling that Jean had grown stronger. That's why, although they doubted Jean could kill Smarian alone despite his newfound strength, they didn't express it, because it was Jean. "So what should we do?" Jean scrutinized the artifacts installed in the camp. They were the artifacts he had found firsthand the day he met Qual at the cabin. They included the blue rod made for the Great Night battle, the aura disruptors, and the net, claiming to be all sorts of obstacles. "Prepare for the consequences of the battle nearby. The neighboring cities may also suffer damage if the protective shield isn't well formed. And concentrate all the aura disruptors on the battlefield where Smarian and I will fight." "Are you saying that those skilled enough to withstand the shockwave should keep their distance and continue using disruptors against you and Smarian?" "Exactly, Quicantle Nim. Naturally, such a strategy would impose some limitations on the use of aura by both Jean and Smarian. Consequently, external damage would be reduced accordingly. If Jean were an ordinary martial artist, he would never consider such a method, as Smarian could still handle chaos energy even without aura. However, Jean had shadow force and mana. I can't predict exactly how far the impact of the battle will spread, so it's undoubtedly better for both Smarian and me that our power decreases, as long as the disruptors can withstand it. Anything else? Please use all possible means to prevent damage to the Imperial lands other than the Ghost Castle. Also, Keep an eye on the red owl to ensure it doesn't get into trouble. That's all. Noon the next day. Fortunately, Jean was able to head to the ghost castle after a full day's rest. He meditated all night, so he didn't have a chance to talk further with his companions. Jean classified Smarian as a target requiring his utmost concentration. There is a high chance the battle will begin as soon as I enter. So, Quicantal Nim, Valkas Nim, Lady Amala, and Enya, please be especially cautious. Yes, sir. Those 4 people were the ones closest to the battlefield and had the role of protecting the disruptors and those using them. Enya's dragon fire shield and Quicantal's divine power of time were the core of the protective shield. 500 disruptors were stationed near the ghost castle. That was more than 80% of the current disruptors possessed by the Vamal Alliance. My lord, I wish you luck. Don't worry too much. Jean turned towards Lotta and Faye. They still felt uneasy about entrusting Jean with such a role, but they had a determined look to ensure Jean didn't feel more uncomfortable. If we hadn't met you, my lord, the ghost castle would undoubtedly have been annihilated by that monster that consumed our father, just like our mother. Please be careful, my lord. Jean patted the Proc brothers on the shoulder and headed towards the ghost castle. Chapter 630. As Jean approached, all kinds of energies emanating from the ghost castle became even more powerful. Not only Jean, but also his companions and lower-ranking members of the Phantom Mercenaries and the Black King Mercenaries could feel it. I expected Smarian Proc's energy to be strong, but is it really this intense? Will the young master be all right alone? It's hard to breathe even from this distance. Jin's companions looked at his back and thought. They had heard that Jean had turned Ranka Halovice into a living corpse as soon as he arrived, but the energy emanating from Smarian now went beyond that. Furthermore, what Smarian emitted now was not all. If it hadn't been for the preparation in Tychon, we would never have been able to handle Smarian Proc with the power we came here with in the first place. Jin's companions were astonished as they confirmed the reality of Smarian's power. If Jean had not returned from training at that moment, they did not want to imagine how many casualties the Vamal Alliance would have suffered. Jean was also glad he hadn't arrived late. I'm glad I came right away. If he had continued his training, if the Red Owl hadn't been completed, or if Smarian had broken the seal earlier. If any of this had gone wrong, surely people would have died. As Jean approached the edge of the forest, the landscape darkened. The ghost forest, eroded by chaos, looked as desolate as the Black Sea, and the imposing ghost castle trembled as if it would explode at any moment. Jean opened the castle door without hesitation. The chaos clinging to the door stuck to his hands like ash, but it was soon swept away by the lightning energy. In no time, Jean reached the lower level where Smarian awaited. The huge iron door covering the seal had melted into chaos and only traces remained. The seal, made by the elders of the Phantom Mercenaries with their lives, was already broken as Jean had predicted from outside. Why don't you come out now, Smarian Proc? Yes, you must be Siren's blood. Although he had never seen Jean before, Smarian was confident. Is there any trace of reason left in him? Jean thought there might be. If only his instincts and demonization remained, Smarian would have no reason to give Jean time as if facing the opponent of his dreams. However, what remained in Smarian's consciousness was closer to blind enmity than reason, towards Siren, and towards the existence that wields shadows. It was a common trait of all chaos, aversion to shadow energy. He also has unpleasant powers. Swoosh! A crack ran through the seal from the inside, and a hand as black as coal emerged. When that hand completely tore through the seal, a sharp cry, like that of a human, pierced the ears. It was the sound of the trapped souls of the elder Phantom Mercenaries, now liberated. The spirits seemed confused and tried to escape. Trapped by Smarian, they became his prey. Smarian devoured the souls as if chewing on the raw flesh of a beast. Before drawing my sword, let me ask you one thing. I don't think I can relax while fighting you. Jean stared at Smarian. There was no trace of anything human in his red eyes. Outside are children, Sir Leia Proc, Faye Proc, and my companions. Do you have any intention to choose or cooperate for their sake? Why should I bother with tasteless things like them? Sigmund and Bradamanti emitted a dreadful friction sound as they came out of the sheath. Jin's eyes softened for a moment with bitterness before hardening. Regrettable. If chaos hadn't consumed you, you might have considered it even a little. As soon as he finished responding, Jin's vision darkened. The chaos harbored by Smarian exploded. The explosion that began on the lowest level of the basement destroyed the entire ghost castle in the blink of an eye. An earthquake spread outside, and those waiting reinforced their shields, widening their eyes. It was over 1,500 meters away from where they were, but the shockwave that hit the shield was fierce and relentless. Jin bore the brunt at close range. Surprisingly, amidst the aftermath of the explosion and the debris of the shattered castle, Jin appeared unscathed. Jin unleashed his shadow blade to counter all the chaos crashing down on him. Amidst the explosion, Jin's cold, shining eyes followed Smarian's movements. Smarian also formed his dual blades with chaos to confront Jin. The ground collapsed. Due to being eroded by chaos for so long, the ghost castle could not withstand the slightest blow and crumbled into dust. The Proc brothers and the members of the Phantom Mercenaries did not even sigh after witnessing the ghost castle collapse. They thought it was an insult to Jin, who was fighting for them. The erupting chaos naturally created a battlefield for the two. The ground sank in a huge semicircle, leaving the bodies of the two in the air for a moment, and before their feet could even touch the ground again, they wielded their swords against each other. The force of shadows, chaos, and the three black swords intertwined dizzyingly. Every time chaos erupted, the curtain of shadowy force countered it, and with each clash of swords, the cracks in the ground widened ceaselessly. In just a few seconds, the unfolding destruction seemed unbelievable. Battle begins. We're also entering. Prepare to open the disruptors. At Quicantel's command, the Vamal Alliance headed to the battlefield in perfect order. They couldn't enter quickly. It was because shadow energy, chaos, aura, mana, and lightning energy surged like a storm. I have been waiting for someone like you, of the same kind as Siren Runcandle. I will devour you and find him. Boom! The endless chaos swept the ground, distorting space. If left alone, Smarian would not tire even after wiping the area off the map. The sheer size of his pure power clearly surpassed Jin's. As expected, even if there's consciousness left, in the end, he's just a demonic killer. What makes a martial artist strong is not the total amount of force, but the enlightenment of the level and martial arts acquired through fighting. And Smarian forgot most of the enlightenment he had gained during his time as a human. Bang! Jin blocked Smarian's twin swords, which had fallen like lightning. The twin swords created by chaos shattered and scratched Smarian's neck. The fragments of the broken twin swords changed like scattered arrows of KO and attacked Jin. One grazed Jin's cheek, but in the gap, Jin pierced through Smarian's chest. Black blood splattered, and Smarian scattered black chaos as he increased the distance. Hundreds of chaos projectiles falling in sphere form tore through the shadow and aura force shields. The chaos piercing through and exiting the battlefield hit the entire forest. It was more or less when Jin's companions entered the battlefield and saw Jin and Smarian fighting for the first time. Is that our lord? This immense power is not giving the lord a proper hit. By the way, it was mostly Smarian's power, not Jin's, that hindered their entry. Because of this, Jin's companions thought Jin might be pushed back. But it was far from reality. If there existed in the world a ship that could not be tossed even in the raging waves and storm, it would resemble Jin, standing firm against Smarian's onslaught. The difference in caliber was evident. At that moment, Jin's companions could feel the fact that he had ascended to the ranks of transcendence beyond 10 stars. Just by looking at Jin's back, which began to look like a distant, they felt as if a giant were standing right in front of their noses. His opponent was the highest-level chaos-infected and possibly the strongest phantom leader of all time. Despite facing such a legendary figure and the overwhelming spatial control exerted by Smarian with his immense power, Jin's companions did not think for a moment that Jin would lose. In reality, Jin's task was not to win the battle. The key lay in how much external damage he could minimize. That was the crux of the matter. The outcome was practically decided the moment they drew their swords. What mattered was achieving maximum results with minimal damage. That's why Jin asked before the battle began. You can't defeat me. How about surrendering? Deploy the disruptors. At Quickentel's shout, more than 500 blue bars shot up into the air. The disruptors floated in a circle and connected via mana. And the next moment, the phenomenon that blocked the aura of the two, who had been stirring up the battlefield all along, occurred. There's no need to doubt Dr. Qual's things. If this also works for me, it won't be different from rat poison for the martial artist I have below. Of course, concentrating 500 disruptors on just 2 individuals was only possible thanks to Jin's skill. The size of the aura released by Jin and Smarian was significantly reduced, and the speed at which the forests and the ground were being destroyed decreased. Smarian tried to intensify the chaos even further, but Jin heightened his senses and dodged the attacks. The sense of handling aura. But not even 500 would be enough to hinder the functioning of the aura of those who transcended. Before the disruptors deployed, in Jin's illuminated heart, a much larger aura than before was already forming. It was something that Smarian, soaked in demonic energy, could never achieve. As things stand, thanks to that, it's now easier for me to protect my companions. Sword of Legends. 4th Battle King Technique. Guardian Brothers. While Jin's light heart emitted a glow, lightning bolts fell upon the heads of his companions. Instead of dealing a blow, the lightning bolts turned into a protective shield that shielded the target. All forces of the Vamal alliance nearby were protected by the Guardian Brothers. Smarian's chaos, which had pierced through the aura shield and the dragon's fire shield, could not penetrate the dense blue shield. Jin gripped Bradamanti tightly again and fixed his gaze on Smarian. Now you can't kill anyone, Smarian proc. Approximately 500 aura disruptors. Over the past 2.5 years, Qual had raised the performance of the disruptors and related artifacts to near the limit and done numerous tests before that. So far, none of Jin's companions had been able to win against 500 disruptors. In the first place, there was no need to go up to 500, and even Valkas and Quickentel could not use their aura properly while dealing with more than 200 disruptors. But now Jin was not affected by the disruptors. Rather, as soon as the disruptors were deployed, Jin released tremendous aura and even covered all the people waiting outside the battlefield with new protective shields. Just like how Ron Hyran protected people from chaos in the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Ignoring all disruptors and granting individual shields to hundreds of people is something that cannot be accomplished solely with an aura of over 10 star. It's not within human capabilities. You've returned as a monster, Jin. Quickentel involuntarily swallowed dry saliva. Even for her, who remembered Muraken's prime, the martial arts that Jin shows now was shocking enough. In a way, she even felt that Jin had already become more terrifying than Muraken back then. At this rate of growth, even battle prowess would soon reach equal to Muraken, but the judgment and insight had never truly belonged to the young human. Puzz dash. Suddenly, a blue radiance spread across the battlefield. After the battle began, Smarian's energy, which had been exceeding Jin's, was being eaten up by the aura and lightning energy. I'm being treated as nothing more than a mere beast. Is this not a fight but a hunt for you? Smarian showed displeasure and fired his sword energy toward Jin's companions. However, the sword energy seemed to disintegrate in the air before reaching the shields. It was offset by the energy of Jin that spread in layers. It would be wise to focus on me. Attempts to threaten me through those outside will only work against you. Smarian narrowed his eyes. Now, Jin couldn't see the composure that Smarian had shown in the beginning, while Jin had a calm face like the first time. What Jin said was true. Taking his companions as hostages in a state where he couldn't handle Jin properly right now was an effective method only until he arrived at Ghost Castle. Jin wondered why Smarian hadn't done that. It was not a sufficient explanation to say that he only had the desire to fight Chiron or that type of human. Maybe it's the result of Smarian resisting demonic nature. That's why my companions are not dead by the time I arrive. It wasn't a situation where Jean could have a calm conversation about him. Whether his companions are unharmed is the result of Sumerian's resistance to demonic nature or not. There was no change in the fact that Jean had to subjugate him. Even if it was the former, it would mean that Sumerian's last humanity, which remained in demonic nature, was desperately desired. It seems I've underestimated you after being absent from the world for so long. Squeak dash. An afterimage was left where Jean had stood. At the same time, Sumerian's twin swords broke again, and he punched Jin's sword, which was penetrating into his chest, with his bare fist. A deafening clang resounded from the clash between Bradamanti and Sumerian's fist. Others trembled at the powerful shock waves transmitted through the Guardian Brethren, the Dragon Fire Shield, the Divine Power of Time, and various protective shields. As they began to speed up the battle, the scars on Sumerian's body increased rapidly. Jean didn't allow a single effective hit after the disruptors were deployed. Before long, Sumerian changed his tactics. All attacks have become heavier. He can't win if he dragged the fight, so he must somehow land a decisive blow. The battle of top-notch martial artists had to be delicate and precise. While most of Sumerian's enlightenment gained during his time as the ghost leader had become murky due to demonic nature, his sword still retained the subtlety characteristic of a transcendent individual. However, Sumerian was in the process of breaking down even that remaining subtlety. As soon as he decided that a head-on confrontation was out of the question, he chose to end the both of them. Ha! 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 Bradamanti pierced Sumerian's left shoulder. At the same time, Sumerian thrust the sword in his right hand towards Jin's chest. The blade penetrated the Shadow Force armor and dug into Jin's chest just a finger's breadth deep. The blade bears the decades of chaos that Sumerian has built up. A murky energy incomparable to any poison in the world spread through Jin's body in an instant. Of course, Sumerian has expected Jean to back down in panic. He thought Jean would vomit blood, bend forward, and struggle to subdue the chaos that had somehow entered his body. However, Jean didn't care and exploded the sword stuck in Sumerian's shoulder without a hint of panic. Jean is a member of the Plutonian tribe. Through this training, Jean went beyond the concept of brethren as a human but also acquired nearly identical physical characteristics to them. Unless it was the first chaos that Halurim used directly, or a power equivalent to it. All sorts of general chaos in the world could no longer affect Jean, no matter how vast and dense it is. It's ridiculous. You bastard. What is your true identity? Sumerian's last attempt did not work. Sumerian, who increased the distance, gasped for breath with his left arm dropping. As soon as Jin's Shadow Force armor was pierced, he concentrated all his energy, but Jean didn't even look tired, let alone hurt. If he could somehow deal with Jean alone, he might have been able to escape and plan for another day, even with only a fraction of his remaining power. But in fact, the fight was already over. Sumerian couldn't think of any other way to threaten Jean. Even now, it was obviously impossible to take his companions hostage, and there was no way to escape. You looked for my father when you saw me. Jean slowly moves towards Sumerian. Sumerian was desperate and swung his sword, but Jean effortlessly evaded or parried every strike, demonstrating the disparity in their skills. When you were the leader of the ghost mercenaries, you must have been much stronger than you are now, but you couldn't become my father's opponent. Only Jean can say that the ghost leader Sumerian Proc was stronger back than when he was encroached by chaos. Without reaching Jin's level of transcendence, one could never think that way. It is because there is a realm that can never be reached by the demonization instead of absolute composure, even if the power is much greater. But I wondered why my father, Chiron Runcandle, kept you alive in those days. My lord, you probably don't even know that my father ever had a fight with Sir Chiron. My father and the former ghost leader? I didn't see it myself. It was even before I was born. However, the fight lasted all day and in the end Sir Chiron won. But for some reason Sir Chiron did not kill my father. Although Sumerian, the leader of the ghost mercenaries, wasn't controlled by demonic nature, was strong enough to fight Chiron at that time for a day. And even after losing the battle, the ghost mercenaries did not give their allegiance to Runcandle. However, Chiron often visited the ghost castle to inquire about Smarian's well-being. After clashing swords with you, I have a vague idea of why my father did that. What are you talking about? My father would have respected the fact that you were resisting chaos. Resistance to chaos and respect for it. If you think about it, there were many strange points in the fight between Jean and Smarian from the beginning. Smarian was able to open the seal at any time long before Jean arrived. Therefore, Smarian could annihilate the humans who surrounded him at any time until Jean came. Even if most of Tychon's strongmen were on standby, they would not be able to compete with Smarian. But Smarian did not do that. He rightly said that he waited for someone like Chiron. A few times, the chaos of Smarian exploded and made the surrounding a mess, and casualties occurred in the process, but there was no decisive damage to the Tychon side. It was only after Jean appeared that Smarian focused all his chaos and bloodlust on him. Jean felt that there was no reason why Smarian would do that, no matter how he thought it. Except for one assumption, the premise that Smarian resisted demonic nature in order not to kill people. I've decided to assume that you resisted chaos until I arrived. It must be thanks to that your sword has been so blunt all along, and that the Proc siblings and my people did not die. In other words, Jean speculated that Smarian let go of the last thread of resistance as soon as a being who could kill him appeared. Maybe it's because you are Chiron's blood, so you are good at talking arrogant nonsense. So I would like to pay my respects before ending the fight. Not the monster of chaos standing in front of me right now, but the human Smarian Proc who defended the ghost castle alone from the chaos until yesterday. Swoosh! Suddenly, the aura and lightning energy that covered the battlefield disappeared. The murky energy of Smarian, which it had tied up, also disappeared. It was Jin's shadow force that quickly began to fill the space again, and the battlefield, which was chaotic with mixed powers, quickly became quiet. Within it, chaos rose like an awl a few times, but like a stone thrown into the sea, it seemed to sink into shadow force. Damn it! Jean stopped walking and aimed Bradamanti at Smarian. There was no need to use the Shadow Sword ultimate technique. Gently, as if closing the eyes of a dead person, Bradamanti penetrated Smarian's chest. Smarian flinched once and grabbed the blade, and Jean calmly stared into his fading red eyes. Smarian's eyes were not looking at Jean, who had stabbed him, but at the darkness beyond stained with shadow force. In a life stained by madness and chaos, the only warm memories were the time when he held Lotta and Faye. Even that eventually ended up being years of abuse and violence towards each other. Smarian was not sentimental as he recalled that time. As Jean expected, the moment he arrived, Smarian lost the last remnants of his humanity. It was just a coincidence that Smarian focused on his children, or it was like human Smarian's rigor after death. But in Jin's eyes, it seemed like the fateful result of Smarian's resistance to chaos. Farewell, Sir Smarian. Eventually, the fallen Smarian became particles and scattered among the shadow force that filled the battlefield, and Jean briefly paid a silent tribute to him. February 10, 1803. It's been 5 days since Jean went to the ghost castle. During those 5 days, Jean was able to hear from his companions the details of what had happened over the past 2.5 years. Changes in the world, development of technology, situation of each faction, etc. Most of this Jean had heard before going to the ghost castle, and details were added to it. In other words, these were the pieces of information. Kinslow secured a new headquarters to replace the old headquarters in the Beastman land and recruited a large number of demons like Ranka, and Zippel, on the other hand, closed all magic towers except the first and is restructuring the entire Lutero-Magical Federation with a new system. Additionally, the imperial family has been incorporated into Zippel along with the eastern part of the empire, and like all forces belonging to the Luther Magic Federation, received technology from Zippel and operated various fleets. Furthermore, in the fleets, a technology called Chaos Control and Enhanced Humans, such as Demon Men, Legend-type golems, and living golems are used. Amidst all this, the only ones who have not used chaos at all are the Vamal Alliance and its friendly factions. While you were away, Dantenim made great efforts. Without Dantenim, the entire empire would have been taken over by Zippel, not just the East, or it would have been divided into several factions. Kashmir spoke modestly, but in reality, the reason the forces that rejected chaos could survive was the role played by the Vamal Alliance, the Hidden Palace, and the Holy Kingdom. Vamal Alliance, Hidden Palace, Hyran, and Holy Kingdom. These forces represented the anti-chaos forces and supported each other to survive. In an era where flying ships and chaos control have become common, we are the only ones who have made technological advances in the strict sense of the word. Indeed, Zippel's and Kinzelo's technological feats have only just begun to be revealed. Of course, there have been advances in chaos control, but the production of flying ships has been possible since before. On the other hand, the Vamal Alliance has achieved a technological revolution called synchronous wavelength tracking space jump, beyond the manufacturing of flying ships, and has even prepared a means to completely purify chaos in limited situations. Although other factions could use chaos, they couldn't even attempt to purify it. Their research is being conducted for the use of chaos rather than purification. Yes, Jean Nim. Meanwhile, Runcandle has been concealing all external activities while sealing off the city of Kalen for half a year. Runcandle, as one of the two ancient great factions, Tychon knew very little about them while Jean was away. Their activities had been closed off with 7 explosions and earthquakes, and the only evidence was that they controlled the news about Jean. Additionally, there has hardly been any external activity from the flagbearers in the last 6 months. There are only occasional reports about the remnants of the contaminated area and the subjected contagion, but the flagbearers do not appear in public. The Dyfus brothers, Mary and Tana. For the moment, there was no news about these 4 flagbearers who could be said to be friends of Jin's, and they currently remained in the Garden of Swords. Until then, they often visited Tychon and inquired about Jean like Yona. And as I said before, all our ways of contacting the young master and the friendly flagbearers have been blocked. Even on the days when the flagbearers came to visit, I hadn't heard anything special about the clan. Even if there was some trouble in the family, they couldn't reveal it to the outside. I would have done the same. It is true that the 4th, 7th, 10th, and 11th flagbearer are Jin's friends, but they are not complete allies. This is because Jean always kept a certain distance from them. He had to. Even if they were not the Tana siblings, the others were ultimately competitors no matter how close they were. Perhaps sooner or later, your sister will find a small clue about the 5th tomb of Timar. Elder sister Luncia? I'm not surprised. I heard that elder brother Dyfus, not elder sister Luncia, was in charge of averting chaos. She's looking for Timar's tomb. It's surprising how helpful she is to you. There may be information within Runcandle that you don't know about. The 3rd flagbearer is moving based on that. The latest news about Luncia, another benevolent competitor, was related to Timar's 5th tomb. Valeria was also tracking Timar's tomb while purifying the society of the small beast men, and has found a decisive clue in the movements and traces left by Luncia. Therefore, even after Jin's return, she has not yet returned to Tychon. Father, elder sister Luna, and the expedition team must still be in the Black Sea. And I can't rule out the possibility that they have already been killed. All Jean could do was hope it wasn't true. He sighed and looked at his companions. Anyway, it would be better to assume that my family has been handed over to the Prophet. Otherwise, it was an incomprehensible situation. Then, do you have no intention of returning to the Garden of Swords, young master? No, but I still need to go back and see for myself. It's too dangerous, Jean Nim. My lord, I agree. How about we observe a little longer? Jin's companions who observed the battle against Smarian had no doubt that Jin's martial arts had reached a level worthy of being called the strongest. Still, it was dangerous to venture alone into Runcandle. If the Prophet truly took control of the clan, then Runcandle would undoubtedly lay traps to capture Jean. As dangerous as Smarian was, it was nothing compared to all of Runcandle. Of course, I will observe the situation for a while, but I cannot wait too long. Is it because of the promise with Rosa? If you've already judged that your family has been handed over to the Prophet, then you don't need to stick to the 3-year deadline given by Rosa, right? It's not because of that, Quicantle Nim. There are two reasons why I want to visit my clan. First, to properly assess the clan's situation, and second, because they still don't know my strength. If there is no problem regarding the first reason, if the family simply chooses to hide, then Jean can proceed to prepare to ascend to the position of Patriarch of Runcandle seriously. Either the Prophet transfers her power naturally, or Jean brings her down by force. However, if the Prophet's control were to be clearly revealed during the confirmation process, Jean would have to classify Prophet's Runcandle as an enemy from then on and wage war. I have to cause as much damage as possible while my clan doesn't know my strength. If the Prophet has taken over the family, and they're just hiding to get new information from me, that is. If things go wrong, do you mean you'll fight immediately on the spot? That's right. In that case, it's no different from old Moroccan. What if you were to encounter a trap you couldn't handle? I'll have to escape, although I'll need help from the Red Owl and Mort. Yes, thankfully you're not like Moroccan then, because if it were Moroccan, he would simply have said that nothing in the world could stop him. I understand what Quicantle Nim and everyone is worried about, but we can't keep waiting outside without knowing the exact situation in Runcandle. Meanwhile, if the Prophet's power keeps growing, it will become truly unbearable later on. If the Prophet is just consolidating power over the family, then they need to attack as soon as possible. Even if that means taking some risks. That's what Jean thought. Furthermore, even if command were to pass to the Prophet, I don't think everything would go smoothly. There must be some who resist, and we need to incorporate them into our forces before they are dealt with. The Dyfus brothers, Mary and Tana. Jean thought of these four. Wow! Quicantle and the others sighed. It wasn't because they thought Jean was wrong. Even though Jean had come back so strong, even though the Vamal alliance had made so much progress, it was frustrating that they still found themselves in a position where they had to make judgments facing many risks. In any case, the best outcome would be if the clan remained intact, but the chances of that happening were very low. Everyone, don't think too much. It's something we have to face anyway, and fortunately, we've achieved some of what we wanted in the past 2 years and 6 months. And although my family may have fallen to the Prophet, one thing is for sure, we still hold the upper hand. New information that Jean received. Assuming the Prophet has swallowed up the family, the only reason Runcandle hasn't pressed Tychon is because of that. First of all, let everyone know that I have returned. Let's see how my clan reacts. And, if possible, please contact Baradin. The major factions should have more information about Runcandle than we do, so if we're lucky, we might hear something. I'll try, but it's best not to expect too much. Baradin hasn't been involved in any external activity since he entered closed-door training. Jean Nim. Jean nodded with a bitter face. If that's the case, then we should give up on Baradin's side. Well, if Baradin and Sandra don't come to me first when my return is announced, it's safe to assume they have their own problems. I'll contact the hidden side of the palace today. Oh, it looks like Mort is here. Outside the window, they saw the white dimensional portal of the Toad Mort opening. Mort looked quite tired. After the formation of chaos particles, Mort's dimensional movement was also somewhat restricted. My son-in-law, do I have to be the one to find you every time you come back? Even in a time when transfer gates have disappeared, seriously. As soon as Talaris realized that Smarian had been subdued, she went to Tychon. It's been a while, Talaris Nim. I had something to tell you. I'm sure you're asking me for a favor. Are you planning to visit Runcandle? Yes. Well, that's why I've come to find you too. I was worried you'd be too overconfident after subduing Smarian, and that you'd go alone without me. Anyway, let's catch up first with the missed conversations. From that day on, Tychon immediately announced Jin's return to the world. Reporters led by Dino Zaglin were constantly pouring out special reports, but there was nothing about Ranka and Smarian. Instead, they spread false announcements saying that it was Dante who subdued Smarian. It was better to hide Jin's prowess in battle until he went to Runcandle, and announcing Dante's power would be more beneficial in many ways. Runcandle did not express any particular stance on Jin's return. Instead, They suddenly released a special report claiming to have found a legacy of the first patriarch : Until then, Tychon had not received any contact from Valeria. Tower of Stories, Zippel. The gazes of Cadden, Hedo, and Octavia were fixed on the bulletin lying on the table. The war hero of Sword Emperor Castle, the 12th flag-bearer of the Garden of Swords, Jean Runcandle. He returned after completing closed-door training. It means Jean Runcandle is back, Octavia murmured softly. The aforementioned 12th flag-bearer disappeared shortly after the end of the Sword Emperor Castle War. Hedo, who still held no grudge against Jean, had a calm face, but Octavia and Cadden's eyes were filled with bloodlust. The attitude of people who are high-ranking leaders of the world is always like this towards that kid. I myself can't control them without the patriarch. Keliarch Zippel. Currently, he was assisted by chaos control devices, and his body was on life support. It was natural as he was exposed to most of the chaos along with Rosa in the Sword Emperor Castle War. Until a year ago, Keliarch had engaged in some external activities to hide his shortcomings, but now he really had to win time. Until Zippel achieves the perfect chaos control technology, or until Kinslow accepts the deal. Well, I underestimated him a bit when I first saw him in the Soda Desert. Looking back, that was the problem. If he had finished off Jean before Sandra caused a stir in the Soda Desert, if he had stabbed Jean before she cleared the way, or if he had stayed with Sandra and followed her to Gyphas when she fell in love with Jean and cut him, then it wouldn't have been such a big concern. Not for Zippels nor for Hedo personally. If anything, the fact that Jean, who had now returned stronger, wasn't such a bad thing for Zippel. Hedo opened another bulletin lying next to the table. Sir Dante Hyran subdued the Ghost Castle Demon. Sir Dante is the first Imperial Guardian Sword succeeding the late Sir Ron Hyran, and is assessed to have entered the realm of the 5-star after the Sword Emperor Castle War. Smarian Proc of the Ghost Castle was probably subdued by the 12th flag-bearer, not by Dante. Why do you think so, Hedo? Dante Hyran is still making public appearances, but there are no signs of injuries, and none of his knights have died. No matter how strong the Imperial Guardian Sword has become, it's not strong enough to subdue that amount of chaos unscathed. If he were alone, he would have to risk his life to do so. That's right. But isn't the same case for Jean Runcandle? I don't know. It's a different matter depending on how strong the 12th flag-bearer has become. No matter how much he has grown in 2 years and 6 months, he's not to that extent, right? Obviously, he's a different person. Everyone here must have experienced how he always produces results that exceed common sense. Still, if he faced Smarian without injuries, then it would be the result of Murakan regaining his strength and appearing again. Hedo nodded. Or the 12th flag-bearer has power close to that of the Genesis Knight, or Murakan has regained his former strength. Neither of those things is too bad for us right now. Runcandle, Zippel's former nemesis, whom everyone believes is in decline. Zippel and Kinslow had a completely different judgment from the public's assessment. Garden of Swords. Right now, there's no better hand than the 12th flag-bearer to keep them in check. Hedo opened another bulletin on the table. The Garden of Swords has discovered the legacy of Timar Runcandle, the first patriarch of the family. Although there is no concrete announcement, it shows a firm will to reclaim the forgotten history of the clan. The 12th flag-bearer probably doesn't know the exact situation of Runcandle right now. That's why, as soon as he returned, he felt something strange and announced his return to the world before his clan. This is the reaction Runcandle showed after. After losing most of its history when Runcandle was defeated by Zippel 1,000 years ago, Runcandle has rarely made public issues about his ancestors. Among them, directly mentioning the Timar is the greatest taboo. But now, the power of Zippel's stories that suppressed Runcandle had weakened, and they no longer cared about Zippel's authority. Runcandle didn't say anything about the mana affinity phenomenon that occurred in pure-blooded Runcandle after the Sword Emperor Castle War. There can only be one reason for this: trust. Runcandle now has the confidence and strength to not fear Zippel's oath. Did they find Timar's tomb before the Hister survivor? Through the power of the prophet. Maybe. But it doesn't matter if it's true or false. The important thing is that the 12th flag-bearer has no choice but to turn to his clan as soon as he sees this news. To ensure the survival of the Hister survivor and the legacy Runcandle has obtained. Right? Not only that, but Gene Runcandle's return to his clan is a forced choice. Even if Runcandle is not what he used to be, it's not something he can compromise on. It's as Captain Spectre and Lord Cadden said. Of course, the 12th flag-bearer won't visit his family without any preparation. It seems he'll use the hidden Palace Master's Toad as an escape route and won't drag the Vamal Alliance along. Then he'll surely die on the spot, hedonym. He doesn't know how dangerous Runcandle is right now. Octavia was furious that the opportunity for revenge was slipping away. No, Octavia. If Murakan regains all his former strength. Moreover, as Hedo said, if his battle prowess is at a first-class or higher superhuman level, only those two could do something like waging war with Runcandle. And unless the 12th flag-bearer chooses to submit to Runcandle with the Vamal Alliance, a fight in the Garden of Swords is inevitable. He'll never make such a choice. Indeed, how much damage Runcandle would suffer in that process was uncertain for the three. However, the three predicted that Jin's chances of survival were very low, even in a situation where Murakan supported him with all his regained strength. Then let's confirm Runcandle's power through his battle this time. Zippel knew that the Prophet had effectively taken control of the Garden of Swords with Rosa, and deduced that her power was beyond imaginable. But they didn't know exactly to what extent. Therefore, they were avoiding total war under the pretext of the previously agreed ceasefire. Of course, it's a good option to monitor the movements, but I don't think it would hurt to go further. Go further? Cadden and Octavia's gaze landed on Hedo. If Runcandle is weaker than we expected, then they'll receive a heavy blow in that battle. Then it would be the perfect time to end Runcandle once and for all. That's what Hedo was saying. We shouldn't give them time to recover. Do you all know how quickly the Prophet revived all those knights who died in the Sword Emperor Castle, and how she strengthened them? It was an intelligence report they received when Jean was in La Ferosa. The informant, who reported on the resurrection and strengthening of the knights by the Prophet, died and melted in front of Keliark as soon as he finished the report. In other words, the Prophet herself intentionally displayed her power, knowing she was being watched by the informant. Recalling that time, Cadden and Octavia shuddered as if feeling a chill. So, Hedo, are you suggesting we prepare for total war? It means we should prepare for a response commensurate with the battle situation, not necessarily an unconditional total war. If the battle unfolds where both sides lose, then it means we'll end up with both. If not, then we simply retreat. There was a moment of silence, and then Cadden made his decision. It's definitely the best outcome if it works as you say, but it's not up to us to decide. It's better if we wake Keliark for a moment and let him decide. Then they went to the top floor of the Tower of Stories and informed Keliark of the situation. Keliark nodded in the life support device, saying Hedo was right. Kinzelo's new headquarters. At the same time, they were also holding a meeting on the same topic as Zippel. They were also reaching a similar conclusion to Zippel's. It was Bishkalivlianos who suggested taking the initiative and aiming for the defeat of both sides. I think the vice leader's opinion is good, but will he really go alone to the Garden of Swords? Even if he defeated Ranka, it would be madness to go alone to the Garden of Swords, which we can't even touch. Much more if it's that cunning guy, right? That Jean Runcandle seems completely invisible after turning Ranka into a damn disaster. Bouvard and Ainaz expressed their doubts. Ranka was sitting in a corner muttering to himself, fascinated. Although sometimes, Ranka remembered that Jean beat him every time he heard his name, and looked at Ainaz and Bouvard as if he wanted to kill them. As Lady Ainaz said, unless his brain is damaged because he easily trampled Ranka, I don't think he'll go to the Garden of Swords. Rankanim and all of Runcandle are on different levels, right? Of course, I'm not saying Rankanim is pathetic. He just lost. Right, he just lost. So cheer up. Ranka. Bishkal, as always, was fed up with Bouvard's nonsensical chatter. Lady Aina's and Bouvard, stop emphasizing Ranka's defeat. It doesn't fit with the meeting's theme, and it's disrespectful. The two didn't even listen to Bishkal and took sweet potato croquettes out of their pockets and ate them. And Bishkal broke the pen he was holding. What do you think, leader? Margiela said as she patted Bishkal's shoulder. The vice leader's opinion is correct. Perhaps Zippel had a similar plan. When Jean and Runcandle receive a heavy blow, if we and Zippel attack Runcandle together, I don't think it will be easy to handle, no matter how powerful the Garden of Swords is. Well then, leader, are you saying we should prepare for a total attack? I think that would be fine for now, Barak. We'll have to monitor the future situation. Since Jean can't swear allies to the Prophet, the fight is bound to happen. And Aina's, Bouvard, Ranka's defeat wasn't without reason. Jean Runcandle has become incomparably stronger than before. The leader's direct assessment widened the executive's eyes. In particular, Zephyrin had been with Orgel for a long time and remembered few cases where Orgel evaluated someone so highly. The outcome will depend on how strong the power Runcandle has kept hidden really is. If he's weaker than we think, then it will be our chance to end them all. Master, it's been a long time since you made a decision that I like. I'm getting annoyed having to keep worrying about that person. Zephyrin, don't speak lightly of the Prophet. Humph. Anyway, I'm just a pitiful dragon who doesn't remember receiving favors from the Master. Again, Margiela patted Zephyrin on the shoulder. So, the leader's permission has been granted. Do we prepare too? The Garden of Swords and Jean Runcandle Nim. In the end, it will be a fight that will inevitably hurt both sides, so it should be enjoyable. Margiela smiled softly. She thought this might be the last chance to recruit Jean. February 25, 1803, at dawn. As expected, Jean was preparing to head to the Garden of Swords. He even announced to everyone that he would return to the Garden of Swords on February 25 through Dino Zaglin. Even the bulletin published by Dino himself subtly hinted that Jean would ascend to the position of patriarch. It was nothing less than a declaration of war against Runcandle. Are Kinslow and Zippel really going to participate? Talaris asked. Jin's companions, who were nearby, alternated their gazes between her and Jean, looking concerned. They will surely come. If they are not even capable of recognizing such an important opportunity, then they are not qualified to be the leaders of a major faction. Jean did not plan for the two forces to participate in the battle from the beginning. He was not sure of it when he decided to go to Runcandle 15 days ago, but now it became clear when seeing Runcandle respond to his return article. The fact that the Prophet had already taken control of the clan. Also, the fact that Kinslow and Zippel did not touch the Garden of Swords because they assumed that Runcandle possessed a force powerful enough to be a burden. That's why Jean overturned the odds. He decided to create a grand stage that no one could ignore unless they were fools. Even if the enemy leaders are much more foolish than I anticipate and do not come, I must go. For the sake of those who may be resisting the Prophet within the clan. Those who have never trusted or tried to trust the disgusting power of the Prophet. Those who give advice until the end, the true knights of Runcandle and the brothers. They were supposed to be suffering in the Garden of Swords. It was inevitable for Jean to go to them. Furthermore, considering the articles about Timar published by Runcandle, there was a possibility that Valeria had been captured. As I said before, now is the right time when my clan does not know my strength. Well, yes, I think my son-in-law's current strength should be enough to escape no matter how things go wrong. Seriously, when I said it wouldn't take you long to reach 10 stars, I never thought you would come back stronger than me. Does that make sense? It's not exactly like that. You're praising me too much, Talaris Nim. And if it weren't for your help and Mort's, I would probably consider other options like the Red Owl. Yes. There will come a day in my life when this Talaris and Dorma will be nothing more than a means of transportation for someone. While Talaris laughed, Jean shrugged and chuckled. Now they seemed more like intimate friends than superiors and subordinates. Cirrus was amazed at herself for not hating that sight. Jean. Yes, Lady Cirrus. Since our hidden palace has protected you countless times, now it's your turn to protect the hidden palace. Jean did not respond and made eye contact with Cirrus for a moment. So go and come back alive. You have to repay your debts by teaching me some of what you have learned. Of course, I will ensure rapid growth for you. Why is my daughter suddenly speaking like an adult? Mother, you should also be careful. You shouldn't overexert yourself with a frail body. Young master. Gilly placed her hand on Jin's shoulder. Please, come back safe and sound. As soon as you return, keep marching without a moment's rest. My lord, I apologize for not being able to provide support. Jin-nim, is it really okay to go alone? Jin's companions gathered around Gilly, expressing their concern for Jean. Talara sighed as if frustrated by their concerns. Haha, really? Now my son-in-law is not at a level where you have to worry about him. So stop acting like Jean is going to die. I'd rather see that nerd from the lab buried in his research. Qual seemed completely absorbed in his research, apparently indifferent to whether Jean went alone to Runcandle or not. He was completely obsessed with the objects that Jean brought from La Ferosa. For a magical engineer, those were the only materials worth sacrificing for. The only downside was that Valeria, with whom he could share that happiness, was absent. As Talarisnim said, don't worry too much. I will return. It won't happen, but if I don't return in 3 days, prepare for evacuation. Even my son-in-law adds unnecessary words at the end. Now let's go. Jean boarded the Red Owl. I will return. As always, I will make sure to bring back what we need. Garden of Swords. For over 1,000 years, it has been the home of the Runcandle Sword Masters, revered and feared by all beings in the world. In the midst of it all, Rosa remained motionless. She had a pale face and dry lips. With a body so fragile that it seemed doubtful she was the Black Panther and had ever commanded Runcandle alongside Siren, she looked up at the sky. The sun, unseasonably bright, beat down. However, Rosa felt no burning in her eyes, not even when she looked straight at it. She just thought it was unnecessarily bright. The young one is coming. A woman in a black hood nodded. Alina Runcandle, the woman known as Joshua's unfortunate companion. Now everyone in Runcandle knew her identity. The Prophet of Calamity. The one who saved Rosa and other members of Runcandle from chaos. You sound disappointed. Do you think things would have been different if he had come a little faster? Swoosh. Rosa quickly drew her frenzy sword and stabbed Alina's neck. Alina immediately collapsed, gasping, and then convulsed for a few seconds before getting back up. Instead of blood, chaos flowed from the affected area. Ah, really? How many times do I have to explain that it doesn't cost 1 or 2 human lives every time something like this happens? It's unacceptable for a member of Runcandle to speak to me like this. Even if it were your last life, I would not hesitate to kill you. You could do it painlessly. Are you eager to die again? The pain of death is something I have also experienced, and it's not something I imagine you would take lightly. Alina lowered her head at Rosa's deep voice. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful in the future. Rosa looked back at the main door in silence. The main door. In retrospect, for Rosa Runcandle, that door represented countless lonely years of waiting. With how much desperation and fervor she had longed for the day when Siren, who had passed through that door to complete his task, would return and save the family, but that day never came. Instead, what came was her younger son, who in the end would refuse to bend or yield, forcing her to bend him herself. That fact was bitter. All Runcandle Knights, prepare to welcome the 12th flag-bearer of the family. Rosa's words were solemn and swift as the wind. Like Siren's voice, no matter how small, there was no place where it did not reach, and there was no one who could not hear it. Knights rushed from all directions and lined up in front of her. It was also the same as when the family prepared to welcome Siren. The flag-bearers stood at the front, followed by the Black Knights, the Black Sword Association, the Execution Knights, and the Guardian Knights. It was a much larger number than Jean remembered, but the flag-bearers were only 4. Rosa Nim. It was Stam, the captain of the Black Knights. Speak. What should I do with the clandestine knights? The clandestine knights were those who rebelled against Rosa to the end. Release all except the fourth flag-bearer. Very well. And can I return the weapons they were using? The reason Stam said that was no different. Although they had now turned their backs on Rosa and the family, they were all knights who had once dedicated themselves to the family. Their rejection of Rosa was not betrayal. They simply could not reconcile with the logic of power and corruption that Rosa now embodied. So Stam wanted to offer them one last chance, to fight for the honor they believed in, alongside Jean. Alina wanted to protest loudly, but Rosa did not dislike Stam's suggestion. People like that were necessary. Do it. Also, all their swords will be planted in the garden. Thank you. May I dare say something? I think it's dangerous. Jean Runcandle's fate has already derailed once. Even the smallest thing can become a big problem. Rosa dismissed his opinion, and she began to focus on the energy of her younger son, who was rapidly approaching from afar. She remembered the day when Jean first returned to the family after completing his reserve flag-bearer training. It seems that someone else is trying to welcome this elder. Patriarch, what do you mean by that? Rosa, I think you have also become boring. A fairly powerful force is approaching the Garden of Swords at a very fast pace. Now I can see what you felt then, Siren. Excellent. The first emotion that filled Rosa's heart was no different from Siren's at that time. Slowly, the main door began to open. Jean advanced towards Rosa, despite the change in the family and the black energy of the knights tainted by chaos. As the distance closed between them, the two felt as if everything around them was being erased. Among these countless human and non-human beings, mother and son focused all their senses on each other. Everything was like that day. The day Jean proved he met the requirements to become a flag-bearer by receiving Siren's sword. But today was not that day. The 12th flag-bearer, Jean Runcandle, has returned to the family after completing closed-door training. Jean did not raise his sword. Rosa did not respond and looked at Jean in silence. As Runcandle, as a human being, as a mother, she wanted to hold on a little longer to this brief moment with her younger son. So, just as Siren did that day, she wanted to draw her sword. Just once, she wanted to savor her son's sword, which had grown so much. However, Jean did not allow that time to prolong. But mother, you have broken our promise. Disappointing. You no longer have the right to test me. As Jean continued, Rosa's hand, which had instinctively reached for her waist, stopped unknowingly. That was the last emotion Rosa felt as a human being. A trickle of black blood flowed from Rosa's chapped lips. She wiped it with the back of her hand as she responded. The promise still stands. If you can prove to me what you set out to prove to me, I will return everything in the family to its original state right now. What do you exactly mean by restoring everything to its original state? The Garden of Swords from Jin's memories and the Garden of Swords now before him. The only thing both had in common were the thousands of swords stuck in the middle of the garden. All visible knights were engulfed in chaos without exception. And particularly Rosa was in a state that not even the chaos purification device brought from La Ferosa could handle. There was a black horn on Rosa's forehead. She didn't seem to have any intention of hiding it, and even if she did, it seemed impossible to conceal. Furthermore, the buildings were just the same as before. From the moment Jean arrived at the Garden of Swords. No, from the moment he entered Kalen, he felt a strong chaos energy hidden throughout the city. Ah! Jean sighed and rubbed his forehead. Are you saying you can turn back time? Or does Alina Runcandle, who is by your side, no, the prophet, have some other method? I cannot restore something that has already happened. However, if you fulfill your promise, I will immediately make you patriarch, and from now on, Runcandle will trust you to survive, not the prophet. I will appoint you patriarch. The words Jean had longed to hear in his previous life pounded in his head. Of course, he was not at all happy, to the point of feeling nauseous with the disgusting sensation of insects crawling in his head. Ha ha! Unconsciously, a bitter laugh escaped his lips. Since when are you in a position to appoint a patriarch? Siren Runcandle, the patriarch of Runcandle, the owner of Barasada, and my father. All this, of course, must have been carried out without his consent. Under your own judgment. Of course, Rosa hinted that she would make Jean patriarch even before joining the Prophet. However, Jean thought that Rosa would no longer interfere for him to become the next patriarch, but he did not expect this kind of succession. He could only inherit Barasada directly from Siren. So what is your answer? Have you obtained the means to save the family from this confusion, or not? Whatever I have obtained, you and your Runcandle cannot benefit from it. In that case, I have no other choice, except to kill you. Rosa's eyes narrowed. She had no intention of persuading Jean, not because it wasn't worth it. Now that she had decided to kill Jean, she suppressed feelings of pain more intense than ever. But she couldn't catch him. She knew her younger son was by no means a compromising person. He had never yielded in any situation, and he had never collapsed, not even once. Rosa knew better than anyone that such a bright youth was Jean Runcandle, her younger son. I will ask you one last question. Rosa thought Jean would ask about Timar and Hister, but even that exceeded Rosa's expectations. Was this really the best course of action? Yes. Then there's no need for further conversation between us. Jin's gaze fell on the knights behind Rosa. What have the knights of the family done for the Garden of Swords to reach this state? Were they watching Rosa Runcandle conspire with chaos? Save me the sermon, Jean Runcandle. All you've done so far is ruin Runcandle's destiny. Furthermore, what about Siren Runcandle? He was away from the family all this time. What's the result? Have you and he found a way to save the family? Jean paid no attention to Alina, who spoke up for the first time. If it weren't for Rosanim's choice, Runcandle would have ended long before the irresponsible Siren Runcandle and you returned. In a way, this also seems like fulfilling destiny, doesn't it? Ultimately, Runcandle has become much stronger compared to before. At that moment, a group of knights appeared from afar from the main house. They were the clandestine knights. They were all tired and weak, but thanks to Stam's consideration, they were armed with clean armors and swords. A faint chaos energy emanated from them. However, unlike the others who were completely consumed, they showed signs of resistance. They are the ones who resisted to preserve the values of the family despite being consumed by chaos. It's worth saving them all and going back. But that was impossible. They knew it too. That's why the Tana brothers shouted and told Jean. Jean, younger brother, don't mind us. Do what you intend to do. It's an honor to fight and possibly die fighting by your side as Runcandle. The Tana brothers, who had tormented Jean so much in the past life and still showed a servile attitude towards the strong in this life, had become admirable Runcandles. Freeing them now is Rosanim's final consideration for you and for them. Decorate your end with the rebels, Jean Runcandle. Anyway, even if you die, your power will be used for the Runcandles, so it's not such a bad ending. Listen, knights of my family. Jean looked at the knights rising from the underground. They were the only family knights. I salute you for your painful resistance. From now on, what you must do is survive at all costs. I will pave the way for you. The Tana brothers and the knights nodded solemnly. From now on, I declare Rosa Runcandle and those who follow her traitors, and as the 12th flag-bearer of the family, I will execute them. From this moment on, I revoke your status as flag-bearer, Jean Runcandle. Jean and Rosa said at the same time. As if they had promised, all the knights of the garden, except for the two of them, drew their swords. And everyone remembered an incident that happened in the Garden of Swords a few years ago. I believe the meaning of the declaration I made today will only grow stronger if I get rid of the honored seat where my mother sits. Everyone, open your eyes wide. See clearly what the true Runcandle is, what has protected Runcandle, and what the current Runcandle is forgetting. Patriarch's Declaration. A blue flame ignited in Jin's eyes. Secret Technique Magic Sword Run Candle. Hellfire Sarah Run Candle. In Jin's eyes, blue flames formed. The will of the Flame Empress, who fought for the family until the end and preserved Run Candle's valor for 1,000 years even in death, vividly manifested through Jin. Those tainted by chaos had no choice but to cower before the blue flames. The chaos energy completely paralyzed them inside. They were paralyzed until Jin unleashed the hellfire. And an enormous fear that couldn't be concealed even with chaos energy. An overwhelmingly immense presence struck the rotten minds of the knights. Stop him! When Myo and En stepped forward, the chaos-tainted knights followed suit. Among them, there were also knights wearing black helmets. Black Knight, a black helmet that was previously only given to the most honorable and strong knights of Run Candle. Roughly calculating, there were about 50 knights with black helmets in the garden. However, Jin didn't feel particularly threatened despite being surrounded by so many black knights. Not everyone wearing black helmets were true black knights, and not everyone who reached 10 stars became transcendent martial artists. You are nothing. Hundreds of sharp swords rained down on Jin. They could easily bring down a mountain in an instant. No one, aside from giant forces, would be able to withstand the onslaught they unleashed in a matter of seconds. Yet, their swords couldn't penetrate even the outermost part of the blue flame unleashed by Jin. They disappeared without a trace before even touching the flames. Jin had not only trained the Sword of Legends and the Shadow Blade in La Ferosa. Right now, he was also on the verge of completing the Magic Sword Run Candle. Anyone who had seen Sarah Run Candle even once would have recognized that it was her who was here. A fire that burns the entire world. A fire that fights until the end without being extinguished by any powerful enemy, was staring at the chaos-tainted traitors. Gah! Tess, who had just been summoned, let out a roar. It did not manifest with the risk of using chaos as a medium, as in the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Tess was summoned purely through Jin's mana, and rather exuded an even stronger aura than before. When Tess appeared, Jin once swung his sword towards the traitors. Around 100 knights, including 5 who had become black knights by the power of chaos, were burned, and their entire bodies melted and couldn't even scream. However, even though the body melted, the chaos core remained like that of a living golem. The cores returned to the prophet as if being sucked into a vortex. Jin grabbed one of the chaos cores, dragging the prophet. The chaos attempted to infest Jin's grip like a parasite, but when Jin clenched his fist, it simply burst. For the first time, the prophet showed a sign of hesitation. Is he immune to chaos? Like the old tribe of legends? It was something the prophet had never expected. There was a contrast between Jin shrouded in the flames of the old Run Candle and the knights tainted by chaos. And as Jin said, hellfire made its way among those released from underground. Elena Run Candle. Yes, Rosanim. Show your skills. We must not allow that child to return alive from this place today. At Rosa's command, Elena bowed her head. Very well. Then, may I be allowed to open the Garden of Swords? I allow it. For the prophet, it was nothing more than a stroke of luck. By chance, if Rosa saw Jin and changed her decision by breaking the contract with her, she would have no choice but to wander her path for a long time. I will recreate the nightmare of that day, rotting ones. If it's not today, it will be tomorrow, and if it's not tomorrow, it will be whenever. In the end, none of you will survive. At the moment Jin uttered those words, suddenly, the sun disappeared, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The Garden of Swords, which had been shining with the sun and blue flames, darkened in an instant. The peculiar darkness created by chaos. Jin narrowed his brow and looked at the blackened sky and the Garden of Swords. Everywhere, red eyes glowed. They were all the gazes of the knights facing Jin. As the darkness grew deeper, the aura of the knights grew stronger. Is it the result of the prophet amplifying the chaos spread by the Garden of Swords? The prophet and Rosa were nowhere to be seen, as if they had never been there. Jin speculated that both had used some means to amplify the chaos. The prophet would have used Rosa's power as a medium for amplification. Or did the acting matriarch move to prepare for defense against external attacks? Kinslow and Zippel. Jean remained convinced that the two factions were watching the battle and preparing for a total attack. In that case, whether it was a valid decision or not, they will regret leaving me unattended. Whether to contain external attacks or for other reasons. Jean was sure he would make Rosa regret leaving him behind. And even all the decisions he had made so far. New knights constantly appeared from somewhere. Like insects lurking in the darkness. Only to emerge and swarm towards their prey. Unaware of the lethal poison they carried within. The number has already surpassed 1,000. And if they continue to multiply at this rate, they will reach 10,000 within an hour. Each and every one of those knights has an aura of 8 stars or higher. Although it is true, they are nothing more than battle dolls who do not even deserve their power. To Jean, they are no different from the monsters of the great desert of Mitra he encountered on the first day he returned to the human world. Of course, it was Jin's criterion. The knights tainted by chaos had the battle prowess to wipe out quite a few kingdoms in 1 or 2 days, even if only as a group. The only thing that concerns me a little are the few genuine ones among them. They are only traitors who have not lost their enlightenment despite being tainted by chaos. Swoosh! The flames of hellfire grew even thicker. How do you not know that the values of the family are struggle and dominance through power, not immorality? For an instant, the blue flames obscured Jin's location. The lost black swordsman who lunged at him futilely struck the barrier of blue flames. 5th secret technique of run candle. Light speed thrust legend. At the same time, 5 rays of light speed thrust cut the battlefield to pieces. Small holes opened in the chests of the knights at the vanguard, followed by chaos swept away in heaps by the resulting aftermath. Before the knights could react and fill the collapsed ranks again, Jean had already reached the point where light speed thrust extended through the center. At that point were those who resisted the chaos until the end, including the Tawna brothers. Furthermore, as soon as Jean settled, he dispatched the nearby knights by Bradamanti, and they vanished like dust blown by the wind. Oh, hey! Younger one! Back! Look back! The Tawna brothers felt a mix of emotions seeing Jean rush to break through, but they could only urgently shout at him to look behind. It was because a black knight had his sword at the back of his brother. Jean didn't even look at him, but embraced the Tawna brothers, who rushed at him and tried to shield him with their bodies. Brothers, you have worked hard. The moment the brothers gathered, the sword of the Black Knight attacking the rear could not reach Jean. The fire burned his whole body. With a dull thud, the fallen Black Knight's helmet hit the ground, emitting an empty sound. I have much to say, but for now let's get out of here. As Jean saw the people who had been trapped underground, he figured a considerable number of them would die in this place. That's why the Tawna brothers yelled. They told him not to worry and to do what he thought best. Fortunately, things have changed. If the acting matriarch is not here, I can save many more knights than expected. Why did Rosa let them live? And why did she leave without killing them? Suddenly, Jean pondered such questions. The prophet explained to him that it was only a final consideration. If that was the case, Jean felt he could never forgive Rosa, for someone who dared to defile Runcandle could not show consideration for Runcandle. Of course, there were still many variables that could stand in the way of saving the knights. There is no way to know for sure if Rosa will return to the battlefield, how much the traitors will multiply, and there is no way to be sure that there won't be something even Jean cannot handle. So Jean had to evacuate them first. By the way, it's surprising that you're still here. Elder Chief Jordan. Jordan Runcandle. Jean made eye contact with him. Judging by the atmosphere, it seems you were the leader of the rebels. Even as they spoke, the traitors were unable to approach Jean. Jordan looked back and forth between Hellfire and Jean, who protected them, and let out a bitter laugh. I just remembered the essence of the family that I had forgotten, thanks to a crazy monster. You've regained confidence after losing everything? You speak with such arrogance. I just remembered the essence of the family that I had forgotten. That's what Jordan said when Joshua fell in the past. He said the same to Rosa. And the leader of this rebellion was originally not me, but the fourth flag bearer. Where is elder brother Dyphus? And elder sister Mary? I don't know. I don't even know if they're alive or dead. Dyphus was still imprisoned in the dungeon, but the other rebels didn't know. It was because he was incarcerated separately. I'm sorry. There's nothing you need to apologize for, Elder Chief. So, are all the confirmed survivors here now? Yes. Like those who resisted, Jordan's body bore the marks of the pain suffered in the dungeon. Almost only bones remained, and even the chaos energy gnawed at his entire body. Still, Jean felt in Jordan a certain transcendent level. A force that never faded no matter how weak his physical body became. It seems your closed-door training was successful as well, Elder Chief. I don't think it can compare to yours. I can't bear the responsibility of escaping to the end on my own. It would be fine if I could, but I don't think the outbursts of the traitors are limited to just this. If I clear the path, you'll take everyone and evacuate them to Tychon. Pooh, interesting. We've always been enemies, and yet you're willing to trust me. No, not Jordan, the chief of the Black Sword Association, who was as wicked as an old serpent. I believe in the Knight of the Family, Jordan Runcandle. Jordan's eyes widened. I'll support you, 12th flag bearer. Jean wasn't forgiving Jordan. Jordan knew that too. But in the end, the two ended up sharing the value of struggle that Runcandle represented. And that was enough. As a reason to fight together for Runcandle, despite harboring resentments. By the way, 12th flag bearer, as you just predicted, this isn't all of Rosa Runcandle and the Prophet's power. Tell me everything you know. The fact that the traitors have strengthened now is the result of the chaos unleashed tied to the Garden of Swords. We went through the same situation the day we were imprisoned in the dungeon. At that time, the rebels had shown quite a fight against the chaos traitors. Not as much as Jean, but they managed to take down many of the empowered knights. It was thanks to knights like Jordan, Dyphus, and Mary that they had reached the level after the closed-door training. What completely devastated them that day were not just the Chaos Knights who resurrected and multiplied endlessly, or the battle dolls with nothing but destructive power. Soon the knights enshrined in the mausoleum will appear. The Mausoleum Knights? What we have personally confirmed are the flag-bearers and the Black Knights from the past. But if I were the Prophet, I would call forth many more and stronger beings against you. The moment Jordan said that, suddenly, Jean released 10 light speed thrusts and cleared the surroundings. Additionally, the energy of Hellfire, which had been amplified, kept growing until it became unrecognizable. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot kill a lion. Just as Jean felt that the Chaos Knights were no different from the monsters of the desert, Jordan could see it too. But I don't think there's anything to worry about. Jordan shrugged. He realized that Jean had used a power that didn't even reach 30% of his battle prowess. The reason Jean cleared the surroundings was simple. He recognized that among the traitors, the true knights were starting to show their energy seriously. The captain of the Black Knights, Stam. He was slowly heading towards Jean. Come on, Elder Chief. The rebels began to leave the Garden of Swords. The chaos-soaked ground was disorienting, but they took the blue path formed by the flames of hell as a reference point. The rebels didn't even have to draw their swords against the Chaos Knights rushing towards them. The flames surrounding them like a barrier protected them. The struggle to escape would begin in earnest after they escaped from the territory of the flames. It seems you have no intention of attacking them, former captain of Runcandle's Black Knights, Stam. You should be able to deal ample damage in my fire. Is that like the last conscience remaining? Stam stared at Jean without responding. A huge aura and chaos emanated from him. No, former 12th flag-bearer Jean Runcandle. Because I judged that I shouldn't waste my strength dealing with you. Fortunately, you had no bad conscience. Jean stared into Stam's red eyes for a moment. The captain of Runcandle's Black Knights, who had once fought alongside him in the War of Sword Emperor Castle, was now blocking him as an enemy. It's a splendid choice to focus entirely on me. It's regrettable that despite having such judgment, you didn't stop Rosa Runcandle's tyranny. The justification for seeking the survival of the family is the privilege of the last survivor. You still don't have the right to judge whether Rosenim's decision was right or wrong. Likewise, I don't yet have the conviction to say she was wrong. That's a problem that can only be confirmed after your death. I didn't know you had a talent for spouting nonsense in the midst of battle. Just as Jean was about to charge at Stam, he felt another elite approaching from behind. Captain of the Black Knights, now I understand why you've been waiting for me all this time. At first, I thought that was Siren Runcandle, the current patriarch. When he turned around, Jean saw a knight he had never seen before, a figure who had just emerged from the mausoleum. He also had to be a knight born from chaos, the power of the prophet. However, his appearance was different from that of the other knights. Instead of the dense, typical black sensation of chaos energy, his entire body was tinged with a subtle silver hue. Not even his pupils harbored the ferocity of a bloodthirsty beast. Rather, they bore the deep and solemn gaze of a warrior who had reached the pinnacle. Strong. To the point where there was no need to test it by clashing swords. Jean examined him carefully and searched his memory. He recalled the description of an ancient patriarch of the family that he read in the library of Stormcastle. The ancient patriarch of Runcandle, called the Lion King, for his long mane that spread in all directions like a mane. Lionel Runcandle, that was the name of the man who emerged from the mausoleum. The youngest son of Runcandle greets the sixth patriarch of the family. Jean showed courtesy to Lionel with a calm attitude. Oh, so you recognize me. I've heard there are hardly any stories about me left. Admirable. Almost all records about him remained in the library of Stormcastle. Since his time was shortly after Runcandle's defeat against Zippel, most records about him were erased. You said admirable, so can I ask you a question in return? What is it? Unlike other Knights of Chaos, you seem to have clear reason and will, ancestor. In that case, the current state of the family must not seem very good to you. Which side did you punish with that corpse? Haha, if I don't take your side, it seems you'll jump right away. Please answer me. I'm just a ghost bound to the summoner, so my job is to punish you. You're asking the obvious. Well, in my opinion, Rose's judgment isn't so bad. Then I can no longer respect you, Lionel. Even if from now on you endure the shame of being cut by the sword of your descendant, I hope you accept it humbly. You are truly a descendant with great spirit. The blue flames in Jin's eyes sharpened. At the same time, Lionel sliced through the air with a long sword formed by chaos. Swoosh! Lionel's light strike distorted space and released a sword energy that had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The nearby Knights of Chaos were swept away by the force and repulsion generated by his swordsmanship. Lionel paid no attention to their safety, except for Timar and the current patriarch of Runcandle, who was undoubtedly the strongest of all time. Lionel was full of thoughts that he had to kill the descendant who was obviously the boy who most resembled Siren. As Lionel's sword energy enveloped Jean, Stam aimed at Jin's rear and was inwardly astonished. Even though he completely exposed his back, there's no opening. Stam couldn't recklessly extend his sword against Jin's exposed back. He was convinced that even if he rushed, the result would be a meaningless battle. The 12th flag-bearer of the family, whom he had saved just a few years ago, was revealing the dignity of an absolute warrior. Even Jean casually tore Lionel's sword energy, not even with a sword but with bare hands. I thought you'd give me the first chance to attack, but it's shameful. Swoosh. Jean was looking at Lionel, who was taller than him, but Lionel felt like his gaze had come from a higher place. Though I've lived my whole life in arrogance, I don't feel secure enough to allow such behavior against you. Lionel wasn't surprised when he saw his sword energy converging on Jin's hilt and disappearing. He immediately recognized the fact that Jean was stronger than him. Little ones, get out of the way. Staying here won't pose the slightest threat to him. Ran, Vigo, Myo, and those four were the ones Lionel referred to as the little ones. They were knights of chaos, and they were looking for an opportunity to attack Jean all the time. You can't do that, Lionel. My mother's orders take precedence. Rosa couldn't have told you to kill him. Can't you tell heaven from earth? If they don't want to waste their lives, do as they please. Dash. Once again, Lionel closed the distance first. The air shattered as he charged, sending shockwaves, and Jean countered with Bradamanti. In terms of strength, Lionel had the advantage. When their swords clashed, Jean was pushed back, and that was when Stam found his first opportunity to strike. A small crack spread through the rune of Myulta and into the breastplate of the Shadow Energy armor. If Jean hadn't avoided it, Stam's sword would have pierced his armor and broken his throat and heart. Although Jin's sword touched Lionel's chest and Stam's armor, it was clear that Jean was being pushed back in the composition of the first fight. The three swords, clashing several times in a second, produced a rumble and vibration akin to the collapse of a mountain or fortress. The swords of the clan guardians stuck in the garden were being erased as a result of the battle of superhumans. The rusty and shiny swords, which preserved history and pride, were being shattered. Jean was the only person in this garden whose heart was breaking at the sight. You're strong, incredibly strong. Can't you now stand by your mother's side and fight? With your strength and roses, you'll be able to hold the world in your own hands. Lionel, you presented yourself to me as nothing more than a ghost bound to a summoner. Jean pushed Stam aside and received Lionel's diagonal slash. I say the same. I too am a human bound to the values of the family. However tempting an easier path may seem, or however sweet the seduction, I cannot stray from those values. The struggle, that is the bitter truth. It seems I spoke futile words out of pure regret. However, survival is the essence of the struggle. Your mother fulfills it more faithfully than anyone. I acknowledge that. If Rosa Runcandle belonged to another family, I would have considered her a remarkable individual. Zaz. A pale stream of blood spurted from Lionel's right cheek. He hadn't realized the moment Jin's sword passed through his face. It was the first time in his life that an opponent's sword had completely failed him during a battle. If he hadn't reacted instinctively, he might have ended up there and then. But Lionel wasn't even surprised. He only reaffirmed the fact that he was facing an opponent of unprecedented strength, one he had never encountered even in life. Fear and joy tingled down Lionel's spine. Stam too was engulfed in a similar sensation. Though you possess the power to be an absolute ruler in your era, you still cling to the dream of a mere child. It's likely that's why you'll die here today. Jean didn't respond and swung his sword again. The magnitude of raw power still favored Lionel and Stam. The speed at which the runes and Multa's armor cracked increased as time passed. Jin's breathing also quickened. On the other hand, Lionel's and Stam's swords gradually moved in perfect synchrony. Every time Lionel created an opening, Stam's sword pierced the armor without fail. Blood dripped beneath the helmet. As expected, facing two people in this state was impossible. Just a bit more. Though he had managed to maintain composure at all times, Jean was clearly being pushed back. Lionel showed no signs of fatigue despite relentlessly using decisive movements to kill, and Stam controlled the flow of battle as if she had combined Yona's and Luna's traits. Stam was surprisingly silent when striking openings, and overwhelmingly heavy when being attacked. Because of this, Jean concluded that Stam was a more formidable opponent than Lionel. Plus, I'm sure they both have some moves saved. Jean thought the same. However, Jean was constantly aware of an uncontrollable variable. It would be a waste to play his cards now. The chaos energy hitting the flames is gradually fading. If this continues, the time I have to endure without playing another card, about 5 minutes. As long as he held out, it would be fine to regain the power of the Hellfire protecting the fleeing knights. That had been Jin's reason for facing Lionel and Stam only in a power struggle until now. Until then, it's hard to know if I can withstand the attacks of both with pure swordsmanship skill. The moment Jean thought that far, he could feel the chaos energy suddenly weakening, pushing back the Hellfire. And from afar, Someone's aura began to seriously push the chaos energy. Jordan Runcandle. He began releasing the power he had stored under the protection of the Hellfire. Roaring, Tess, who protected the knights from above, let out a roar. It was the signal for them to leave the Garden of Swords and head to Kalen. Jean unconsciously smiled. Finally, the hellfire that had filled the Garden of Swords disappeared immediately. At the same time, Lionel and Stam distanced themselves. It was because they recognized that Jin's energy had changed as soon as the flames disappeared. However, the fire didn't vanish, but returned to Jean. The fire centered around Jean returned to envelop him in blue light. When Multa's rune and Shadow Force armor were released, Jin's body was exposed, perfectly reproducing the Empress of Flame. Could it be that the hellfire we've been facing all this time was only half of his true power? For Lionel and Stam, it was completely unexpected. They knew the flames were protecting the knights, but they couldn't believe he couldn't wield his full power because of it. It wasn't because they lacked insight. No one would have guessed that the transcendent fire that had repelled chaos from the entire Garden of Swords all this time was only half the strength. Lionel, I think I must tell you something before we end this. Lionel's wide eyes trembled with astonishment. Like a descendant blessed to witness the legend of the Flame Empress, Sarah Runcandle. Unlike you, Lady Sarah fought for Runcandle for 1,000 years even after death. Though her entire body was broken and her mind more devastated than that. During those long years, she never compromised on anything. Would you still dare to qualify her 1,000-year struggle and determination as a mere child's dream? Lionel couldn't choose a response to Jin's following words. I see you can't answer. That's why today you'll face death once again in this place. Bradamanti rushed towards Lionel and Stam, like the blade of a guillotine falling upon a traitor. At that moment, the fleets of each faction gathered in the airspace near Kalen, of the Huffister Alliance, just as Jean had predicted. And they all watched the drastic changes beginning to unfold in the Garden of Swords. No. They were watching the dark scene of chaos spreading throughout the city of Kalen. This madness. What is this? The commander's room of the flagship of the First Fleet, Kozek. Cadden, unaware, slumped in his chair, unable to look away from Kalen. Hito and Octavia beside him had similar reactions. Ever since Ron subdued Gleek in the War of the Sword Emperor Castle, the remnants of chaos had been sowing havoc across the world. However, the level of chaos spreading before them now was unprecedented, unlike anything seen before. Even the great desert of Mitra, used as a dumping ground by the major factions, seemed pristine compared to the chaos emanating from Kalen. It seemed plausible to say that one of the 5 kings of the Black Sea had awakened in Kalen. I never imagined that the Garden of Swords would conceal such power, and Runcandle seems to be controlling all of this massive chaos. Damn, could it be true that the identity of the prophet is actually the witch Hilurim? The chaos in Kalen presented a completely different aspect from ordinary contaminated areas. It spread perfectly purified, without any erratic pattern. Among the major factions, the one known to have the least technical development through chaos control was Runcandle until yesterday. Because of this, there were not a few people in the world who rashly assessed that Runcandle was collapsing, but that claim was completely wrong. In the eyes of the leaders of Zippel, Runcandle was, in fact, entering its prime. The massive chaos spreading throughout the city like a giant snake continued to proliferate ceaselessly as they watched. But that wasn't the only difficult-to-accept spectacle. Moreover, that fire belongs to the 12th flag-bearer. In the midst of the chaos covering Kalen, the area where the Garden of Swords was located, a blue flame cut through the chaos. It was far away, but they could see it. It was Jean Runcandle's fire. And unless the 12th flag-bearer chooses the option to submit to Runcandle with the Vamal Alliance, there will inevitably be a fight in the Garden of Swords. He will never make such a choice. At that time, we will be able to check the power of Runcandle through his battle. A conversation they had in the Tower of Histories not long ago. The power of Runcandle, and the power of Jean that was stirring up in Runcandle's main house. Both far exceeded their expectations. Amidst a chill down his spine, Cadden turned his gaze to Hito. Hito, you were right. If we hadn't prepared for a total attack, we wouldn't have even known they were accumulating such dreadful power. If Runcandle had finished accumulating his power to satisfaction, then he would suddenly unleash it upon us without warning. If we weren't properly prepared at that time, I can't help but think that day would have been our downfall. Octavia intervened in Coden's narration. Hito silently watched Jin's fire, despite appearing as small as a fingernail due to the distance. If Jin wished it, the blue flames could tear through the chaos and incinerate everything up to where they stood. I don't sense the power of Muraken that worried Cadenim. Does it mean he's fighting alone in the Garden of Swords? Just as Lionel and Stam were experiencing in real-time, Jin's level increase during the battle, the three of them had the same feeling. Cadenim. A magician entered the commander's room. I just confirmed the position of the Kinsalo fleet. The Kinsalo fleet is approaching from the opposite direction of Zippel. With Kalen at the center, the fleets of the two forces on both sides were gradually closing the distance towards Runcandle. What's the size? Starting with the flagship of the First Fleet, Granil, Zion, Kiki, Alice, and Kryl, the 5 main fleets have been observed. Kozek, Kozek II, Lucia, Anion, Pistro, Arcadia. Likewise, Zippel brought together all 6 strongest fleets and flagship of the clan. The strongest and largest forces in the world were gathered in one place. Soon, Caden stood up as if he had made a decision. Immediately transmit to Kinsalo. The reporter who perceived the order bowed heavily. Let us form a temporary alliance and together attack the Garden of Swords. Today we will destroy Runcandle with them. The reporter left the commander's room. What will they do if Kinsalo rejects the proposal? Hito, Octavia, and the scribes did not ask Caden such a question, because they were sure that Kinsalo could not refuse. Zippel and Kinsalo considered their powers to be roughly equal at that moment. This meant that neither of them could face Runcandle alone. The difference wasn't even significant enough to express it as, they didn't know until they fought. The power of Runcandle, witnessed by the leaders of each faction, was at a level they could never win without joining forces when the opportunity arose. By the way, I'm curious about one thing. Why did they keep their power hidden until now? It would have cost us a lot to resist if they had launched a large-scale attack at any moment, said Hito, exhaling cigarette smoke. Either they judged that it was still not enough to cleanly defeat us and Kinsalo separately, or there may be dangers and limitations we are unaware of, or there could be some issue between Rosa and the Prophet. It feels too overwhelming to simply exercise caution. I'm curious about that too, but we can't back down. I believe so too, Cadenim. The 12th flag-bearer has stirred up internal strife, and I don't think there's a better opportunity than now to cooperate with Kinsalo. An hour passed since the magician sent by Caden arrived at the Kinsalo fleet. Even then, the battle between Jean, Lionel, and Stam continued. Just an hour ago, Jin's infernal flame seemed to gradually break through the chaos covering the Garden of Swords, but now it seemed that the chaos struggled to suppress the flames. Just like the chaos spreading beyond Kalen throughout Huphester, the flame kept growing in size. Among those remaining in Runcandle at this moment, the only person who can handle such a battle is the Black Panther. Leader, in my opinion, this is an opportunity that will not come again. The Black Panther will surely be with the Prophet, and when the battle ends, there will surely be a blow to all the chaos covering the Garden of Swords. Upon Barak's words, Orgel shook his head. Barak, it's not Rosa Runcandle who is facing the 12th flag-bearer. You said it wasn't Rosa Runcandle? The Prophet must have summoned the old swordsman of Runcandle, using the city residents as sacrifices. If Rosa Runcandle had been directly involved in the battle, the chaos that had already tainted Kalen would have shown signs of instability. All that chaos spreading is through Rosa Runcandle as a medium. The leader was certain. All residents of Runcandle City, Kalen, without exception, had already become materials for the creation of chaos. This time, not even Bouvard and Anas could utter any foolish comments. Runcandle, soaked in chaos, instilled intense fear even in those fools. Does that mean they can keep summoning such formidable beings in the future? If the materials are sufficient, probably any amount. All right, leader. Then, wouldn't it be prudent to accept Zippel's offer of a temporary alliance? So we shall, Joe. You should go immediately and prepare the golems of the tribe of legends. Got it. There was silence for a while. The vice leader's opinion is correct. Perhaps Zippel had a similar plan. When Jean and Runcandle receive a heavy blow, if we and Zippel strike together at Runcandle, I don't think it will be easy to handle, as powerful as the Garden of Swords may be. While Joe was away, Orgel recalled what he had said in a meeting not long ago. Those words needed to be corrected. Today, even if we and Zippel join forces, it is impossible to completely destroy Runcandle. You don't want to end the prophet, do you? Zephyrin, you keep acting recklessly. TSK, can I mess around in front of anyone other than the master? Her life or death isn't so important to me. What matters is that we're in a slightly different position from Zippel right now. We proceed with the war in a direction that inflicts damage to both Zippel and Runcandle. It seems necessary to suppress the power of both sides to gain time. Of course, if we don't want that to be noticed, we have to be prepared to lose quite a bit. Right? Upon Margiella's words, Orgel nodded. Additionally, the second objective is Jean Runcandle's survival. Pardon? Exclaimed Zephyrin, and Margiella's eyes sparkled. Even now, don't you see? He's very valuable for containing both Runcandle and Zippel in the future. He must not die here. Why don't you think Jean Runcandle could ultimately end us too? Zephyrin. Why do you see it that way? You seem scared. Zephyrin snorted. Yes, I'm a little scared. It's because my wicked master is showing a very insignificant appearance. Don't worry too much. All right. Then can you at least help me restore my dignity? Zephyrin, you will lead the vanguard. You can use my power as much as you want, so make sure to inflict irreparable wounds on your enemies. At the moment Orgel said that, suddenly, the sky above the fleets of the major factions began to darken. And in that sky, a woman's voice resounded, as if speaking as a god. Zippel and Kinselo, I've been very uncomfortable because I haven't been able to smash you as I wanted. It was Rosa Runcandle's voice. But now you're staining even the last reunion with my son. You will have to pay for it. If you think you can't bear it, I suggest you flee right now. As soon as she finished speaking, a gigantic battleship descended from the black sky from atop Kalen. A black ship that seemed to trample the sky as it floated. With a hull length of nearly 5 kilometers, Ram completely overwhelmed other battleships in the sky with its size. Is that a battleship? Octavia spoke with an incredulous voice. As she said, Ram's shape was more like an airborne fortress, like the main hall of the battle god's hall than a flying ship. It wasn't a battleship, but rather it looked like an entire black island floating in the air. When did Runcandle manage to create something like that? Carden exclaimed through gritted teeth. The main factions, who had visited Huffister with great vigor, once again felt their blood freeze at the hidden power of Runcandle. It was almost despairing. How much did we really know about Runcandle until now? The leaders of each faction could only ask themselves the same question. We knew nothing, absolutely nothing. How could we be so unaware of the terrifying power they hid? Regret was useless. I was wrong. We shouldn't have come to Huffister, Hito quickly admitted, realizing that his decision to prepare for a total attack had been wrong. It's not your mistake. Kellyark also gave his final approval himself, believing that judgment was correct. It's the mistake of all of us, who had no idea of their power until now. Damn it, even fleet rotation seems difficult. They were already too deep into enemy territory to retreat. Even far behind each fleet, the sky was black as coal. Chaos energy blocked the battleship's way back. It was also confirmed that the fleet was being drawn towards Ram beyond the rotation disruption. Zippel was forced to make a decision. Stay and fight. Ram's attack had not yet begun. It overwhelmed just by its energy and appearance. But they wouldn't know until they joined. The main factions also brought out their maximum firepower. If we try to retreat by force, we'll only get unilaterally attacked. Moreover, there must be limitations in operating such a huge battleship. We must find and exploit those limitations somehow. Kinslow must be thinking the same. Kinslow was thinking exactly what Carden said. This is unexpected even for me. To think they have already created something like this. Was the despair harbored by Rosa Runcandle and Joshua Runcandle really of such magnitude? It's truly a manifestation of the evil god. Orgel was the only one who had seen Ram firsthand in the past. At that time, Orgel had come to the conclusion that not even he, at his best, could withstand Ram's firepower. If there was any hope in despair, it was that Orgel believed Ram was not yet complete. Jean Runcandle, it all depends on him. Leader, what do you mean by that? Master. Although it's not yet complete, as long as Ram exists, neither us nor Zippel can penetrate the airspace and enter the Garden of Swords. Retreat would only result in great losses. The leader's dimensional portal was also affected by chaos. Chaos put restrictions on all kinds of transfer portals, like Mort's dimensional movement and the Red Owl's spatial jump. If the dimensional portal were forced open, Kinslow would suffer catastrophic damage without being able to inflict any significant blows to Runcandle in the meantime. The only one fighting from within is Jean Runcandle. We can only hope he can strike a blow at Ram's power, neither attacking nor retreating. Only then will it make sense. Ram's power. The chaos enveloping the entire Garden of Swords centered on Rosa Runcandle. There had to be a problem with that, so that Zippel and Kinslow could gain even a little ground and plan their next move. I'll give new orders. The entire fleet responds to Ram and supports Jean Runcandle. Saving him is our top priority. Directing the war to inflict damage on both Zippel and Runcandle. Orgel quickly reversed this order. He judged that if Jean died without reaching Ram's power, then the only result the giant forces would receive would be catastrophe. Thus, the aerial battle between the two main factions and Runcandle began. Of course, it was Ram who initiated the preemptive strike. The center of Ram's hull distorted like a whirlpool, gathering chaos energy. The main cannon, typical armament of a conventional battleship, was unleashed by Ram. But the next moment, Ram's onslaught surpassed in scale all known types of cannons in the world. It seemed to mock any comparison. Qua. The black streak dividing the sky first struck Zippel's fleet. Cadden, who had already transformed into his true form and had come out of the battleship, had to spread the flames with all his might from the beginning. The battleships were close to each other, deploying a protective shield. The protective shield containing all of Zippel's technology and mana seemed to fight against the black energy thrown by Ram. But in a matter of seconds, they were mercilessly torn apart. The shield centered around the flagship of the Second Fleet, Kozek II, was the first to break. Cadden and the other strong ones, along with nearby fleets, had no time to intervene. Ah! Cadden's roar was drowned out by the thunderous destruction of the fleet. Rosa, standing at the front of Ram, let out a laugh at the sight. It's so good to see you fighting like bugs. Zippel's fire dragon. Rosa's voice trembled slightly, as if she were invaded by ecstasy. However, the prophet felt uneasy about her behavior. The speed at which your mind collapses is too slow. I'm showing everything. But why do you still distrust my power? Rosa Runcandle. A single cannon blast silenced Kozek II and brought Zippel's Second Fleet almost to annihilation. The current power of Ram that the prophet anticipated was at least 50% greater than that. It was not fully realized due to Rosa's caution towards her. Rosa saw through the prophet's internal thoughts completely. I guess you were bothered that I distrusted fully assimilating you despite you demonstrating such a level of capability. It's not that. The day will never come when Runcandle is completely subordinated to you. All you have to do is provide power. You're just a parasite feeding off my family. Ha! It's regrettable that you reject a more effective path. You always do. It all depends on my judgment. Don't forget you're nothing more than a servant of the family, Elena Runcandle. Is my younger son still there? Since Stam and Lionel Nim are there, it will be resolved soon. That alone won't be enough, surely you know that. You expect me to take matters into my own hands. The prophet inclined her head. Rosa was definitely on a different level than Joshua. The prophet couldn't control her in the slightest. This is your last chance. If after today you dare to question me again, even once, I will terminate our contract. I'm sorry. Call it. When Ram's first discharge ended, scales covered Cadden's entire body, and he was breathing heavily. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of complete loss of will to fight. A feeling he hadn't even felt when facing Murakan 1,000 years ago shook his core. However, Cadden gathered fiery breath with all his might. If it had been any other dragon but him, they would never have done it. Shinu's protection will be with us. As Cadden charged, Zippel's fleet also advanced at the same speed using Ram's gravitational pull. Indeed, they also had potential. The spot where Kozek II disappeared was filled with a new fleet of specters that had been summoned before anyone realized it. And the shield that had collapsed due to Ram's attack was instantly restored. They all relied on the fire emitted by Cadden. Hito, along with Octavia, rode on the Salayan Wind Dragon and shot sword energy, and after that the Spectre performed chain magic. Ram's main cannon took some time to be ready again. As far as they could see with their eyes, the speed at which chaos energy accumulated in Ram was not very fast. From the rear, Kinselo charged. Unlike Zippel, which had withstood Ram's attack, they had not yet suffered any damage. Zephyrin, who was at the vanguard, was larger than ever. She was drawing upon all the power of Orgel, which she had not been able to use due to the restrictions. However, since Orgel had not fully recovered yet, there were obviously limits. About an hour. Although not too long, during that time, she could engage in battle as one who approached the strongest in the demon world. Therefore, Zephyrin was filled with confidence. Unlike those stupid bastards of Zippel who didn't bring Kellyark, she was quite sure that she would be able to deal a decent blow to Runcandle. Until Ram unleashed what it held within. Didn't I tell you, Zephyrin? Before Gene Runcandle creates a variable on the ground, you won't be able to strike at Ram. Don't be greedy. Damn it, Master. What else is that? Chaos. It's creatures. Dash. Hundreds of dragons burst forth from Ram's hull. The creatures of Helurum that should be called Chaos Dragons. And similarly, there were hundreds of black ships. The Chaos Dragon and the black ship escorted Ram, constantly breathing and firing its main cannon, and extending a shield to withstand the attacks of the two main factions. The entire sky burned in chaos. The war scene did not seem like a battle between humans, but rather mortals fighting against an evil god. The Chaos Dragons let out grotesque cries as they bit into Zephyrin and the fleet. Amidst explosions of blood, flesh, chaos, and bones everywhere, Orgel looked down, in the midst of the Garden of Swords. Jin's hellfire flame faded. Ha! Jean gasped and looked at the fallen. Stam had stopped moving and only half of his body remained, and Lionel was on one knee, coughing up blood foam. Lionel's final movements were definitely dangerous. Even if his mind was corrupted, a patriarch was still a patriarch. Jin's wounds were revealed among the broken Myulta runes and armor. It was true that his stamina had been rapidly depleted, but not to the point of being unable to continue fighting. Before going to finish off Lionel, Jean looked up at the sky. He saw Ram, the Chaos Dragon, the Black Ship, and the fleet of the main factions fighting below him. Let's go against those things. I don't know if the Chief Elder will be able to survive. Just like those outside, Jean was getting a little nervous about the unexpected strength of the family. Even at a glance, it seemed that the two main factions were already being pushed back. Lionel raised his head. You're the strongest descendant of Runcandle I've personally faced. You were born in the wrong era. If there had been someone like you in my era, then the evil god wouldn't have been born in our family. Jean didn't respond but approached Lionel and decapitated him. Then, as he tried to locate the prophet, Lionel's severed head kept talking. Moreover, the heroes of the family wouldn't have to fight such a dishonorable battle against their brightest descendant. Jean felt the energy of another old hero appearing from the mausoleum. It was an energy that Jean had already seen once. The weak blue glow illuminating Lionel's body faded. His soul departed. Lionel's body, now devoid of soul, turned into a shadowy, dark form like other masses of chaos. The soul went to the mausoleum like the wind. Jean immediately unleashed the shadow sword, guessing it was the key to summoning Lionel again later. Upon touching the blade, a distinct sensation occurred, as if cutting through flesh, yet the soul kept returning even as it was being torn apart. Lionel will reappear. However, it wasn't Lionel who was the issue now, but the owner of the new energy emanating from the mausoleum. This energy, a blue energy like the lightning energy of the legends, surged from the distant chaos. The energy of one of the 10 great knights Jean saw at Timar's tomb in the past. Paidler Runcandle. The second knight summoned from the mausoleum was Paidler. Like Lionel, he too possessed a body glowing with a faint light. There seemed to be some difference between ordinary chaos summonings and Lionel and Paidler. I, one of the 10 great knights, Paidler Runcandle, have been granted the name Runcandle by the Patriarch and have enjoyed infinite glory since then. I will atone for the attack on the Patriarch, even after my death. Upon seeing Paidler, Jean recalled what had been said on the recording device. 1,000 years ago, when Timar was consumed by chaos and Murakan decided to kill Timar, who was in the Black Sea Tower, he was one of the 2 knights Murakan took with him. Jean didn't know much about Paidler. All he had seen were some fragmentary aspects in the records left by Soderette. But one thing was certain. It was an undeniable fact that Paidler should never have been here. First of all, none of the 10 great knights were enshrined in the mausoleum. Not only in the mausoleum, but nowhere in the Garden of Swords could mention of them be found. Zippel had completely erased their history. The 10 great knights Jean had encountered so far had become guardians of Thimar's tomb, waging a solitary war for a long time. The Garden of Swords has announced the discovery of Timar Runcandle's legacy, the first patriarch. No specific details have been revealed, but it indicates a firm determination to reclaim the forgotten history of the family. A phrase suddenly appeared in Jin's mind. The 5th tomb of Timar. Sir Paidler probably guarded it. The prophet was using Paidler, who was the guardian of the 5th tomb. Either the family reached Timar's tomb before Valeria, or they attacked whoever found the tomb. In any case, Jean felt like his heart was about to rot. As Paidler approached, the bodies of Ran, Vigo, Myo, and Anne, who had been pushed away after the battle, disintegrated into particles. Their particles seemed to flow towards Paidler. They became a material to summon Paidler. However, Jean didn't think of it as the death of the 4. Paidler Runcandle Nim. You may not know me, but I know you. No, I know you. Jean Runcandle, the 12th flag-bearer of the current Runcandle. Alina spoke to me about you. What did she say about me? You are someone who resembles the man who was my lord, Timar Runcandle. I've often heard such comments, but I have very few memories of him. I thought I might hear stories from that time, but it's a pity about what you said. Then, the reason you block my path now is for Runcandle. Paidler raised his eyebrows as if he had heard something strange. Jean Runcandle, you revered someone, devoted your kingdom and your whole being to them, and then they betray you. Can you fight for them? Jean didn't respond and made eye contact with Paidler. Black tears sprouted from his eyes like dead blood. I only remember one thing about Timar Runcandle. He ended up destroying my kingdom, idle with his own hands, leaving not a handful of land or life behind. Paidler Runcandle. Originally, he was not a pure-blooded Runcandle. Like Sildare, he was influenced by Timar and given the name Runcandle. His real name was Paidler Idle, king of the Idle Kingdom that existed 1,000 years ago, a magical swordsman called the Blue Thunder King, and an uncommon genius who perfected the magic sword considered exclusive to Runcandle. Jean couldn't tell if Paidler's words were true or false, or if the story was made up. But it seemed like no word could quell the hatred filling his heart. What I desire is not the rebirth of Runcandle, but its corruption and downfall. Descendant of Timar, your mother, this power that chose Rosa Runcandle will ultimately lead Runcandle to ruin. Before meeting you, sir, I met Sildare and Saranim in Timar's tomb. Although to be exact, they were guardians made with a soul. I glimpsed them too, sir, and they were speaking on Sodaret's recording device. They? You mean they were different from me? Because you want to impose sacrifices on me too? A satisfied smile formed on Paidler's face. Do you remember them? I don't. I don't remember and I don't want to. Sarang. Paidler slowly unsheathed his sword. Silas, the sword symbolizing his 1,000-year-old blue thunder, emitted blue light. The sword was not forged by chaos energy, but by what existed 1,000 years ago. I will defeat you today and get my revenge against Timar, and that's my only reason for becoming a demon. I have no personal grudge against you. I don't know everything about what happened 1,000 years ago, Paidler Nim, and when I mentioned Sildare and Saranim, it wasn't to say you should be like them. Jean closed his eyes tightly. I just wanted to say that you seem to deeply appreciate each other, sir. Probably in your memory would be the time before the fall of the Idol Kingdom. Before you came, I killed them all. To be exact, I swept them away with Paidler. You're late again. Where have you been this time? Paidler is a bit injured. I'm as strong as ever, but that weakling probably should be trained by you or the Patriarch. What the hell? Shouldn't you stop using expressions like melting people? For me, people are only those who are not enemies of Runcandle, weakling. Don't act surprised when you find out. Still, it doesn't seem good for you emotionally. Am I a teenager? Take care of your health instead of worrying about my emotions. The words Jean heard when facing the guardian Sarah and the conversations he saw on the recording device. Sarah and Paidler seemed to have a particularly close relationship, almost lovers rather than mere companions. But now, Paidler was devoid of all enthusiasm, even as he looked around at the remnants of Hellfire. When Jean opened his eyes again, he gripped Bradamanti. It's already possible to reopen Hellfire. He had lost the resistance from the previous battle, but that posed no problem. However, it was too cruel to stab Paidler with the sword inherited from Sarah. Regardless of the circumstances Jean was unaware of, even considering Sarah, who was the first to utter Paidler's name upon awakening after 1,000 years. The camaraderie we once shared cannot replace my lost wholeness. Jean nodded sadly. To cut you down today goes beyond discerning truth from falsehood. Sir, it's because I see it as the path for your own good, sir. Please, don't blame your poor descendants for their inevitable choices. Paidler clearly died 1,000 years ago. The life of the dead awakened by chaos was only filled with useless hatred. The only thing Jean could do for Paidler was to quickly stop the time that dragged him like a broken carriage. Sure, they say you resemble Timar, yet you speak such arrogant words. How dare you want to cut me down with that tired body? As he said, Paidler was not someone Jean could handle alone in a tired state. He was one of the 10 strongest knights, who always fought alongside Sarah. What that fact meant was simple. Sarah, who was mentioned as the strongest among the 10 great knights, thought of him as the most reliable companion. Even if Jin's physical condition were normal, he wouldn't have been able to guarantee victory. Also, don't blame me for not being able to handle him alone, sir. Shadow energy enveloped Bradamanti. Ultimate shadow sword technique. Black light call. Bradamanti's black blade cut through the chaos-filled air. Then, as always, following the path carved by the blade, a black gate opened leading to La Ferosa. Jean was nervous. A battle king had to be invoked to subdue Paidler as soon as possible and receive help in the subsequent battle and even escape. Although summoning an ordinary warrior would undoubtedly be of great help, Jean had to bet too much on the fight against Paidler. Fortunately, upon seeing the summoned brother, Jean sighed inwardly. A great bow, incredibly huge for a weapon used by humans, the Godslayer shot lightning bolts. The 10th battle king of the tribe of legends, Ko. He was coming out of the portal created by the black light call. Forgive me for calling you, Brother Ko. Brother Jean, has the time come when you need the strength of the other brothers even after becoming a battle king? He seemed to speak straightforwardly, but after Jean left, Ko was wishing for such a moment to come before anyone else. Just as Jean still harbored a feeling of guilt towards him, Ko felt the same, although the brothers don't keep count. Anyway, this is what it feels like to be chosen. I am Ko, the 10th Battle King of the great tribe of legends. I came to this world by my brother's call. So name the enemy. Ko suddenly stopped talking. He recognized Paidler's lightning bolts, which resembled the energy of the tribe of legends. A human who wields powers similar to ours. Could it be that you are the descendant of Timar's human companion called the Blue Thunder King?